Hey everyone, welcome again to, this time, some Chrono Trigger. I'm Bdwed, and with me today...
Hi everyone, I'm Dainu Atari. I'll be on commentary for the next 300 hours.
And 12 Lavos fights. We're going to be doing all endings, and in this version, this is the Super Nintendo version, we have 12 of them. Luckily, we don't have to do the 13th one because it didn't exist at this point in time.
And thank God.
I don't know, with the perks that we get out of that, it does go a little bit faster.
I will say, APOC arm is kind of broken.
Anyways, we are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So we're going to be trying to do some RNG manipulation today. We have some backups and safeties to do so, but it does save a good amount of time and adds a lot of consistency throughout, if you can actually keep up with it. That being said, there are some spots where it's a little tougher than others, and you want to kind of go over it. You know more about how the battle RNG works, or at least you elaborate on it better.
So, the battle RNG in Chrono Trigger is done very, very lazily. So you have your values 0 to 255. But the values of 0 to 255 are divided into 16 windows. Some battles will have 6, some will have 8. It really differs, but the game doesn't care about what value we're on, only if we're in that window, which makes RNG manip, in theory, pretty easy. But if you get into any extra encounters, it will push battle RNG, so you'll lose your manip. If you act too quick or too slow, you'll also lose it, so you're really threading like a fine line.
And the fun part about it is, usually, especially for boss fights, when we're on the RNG string we're on, everything is good, everything looks nice and easy. If you're off that little bit, you don't just get like a not great fight or a suboptimal fight. You usually end up getting like a worst case scenario fight for the most part, which makes it even more worrisome. Zombor is kind of the big one that I'm thinking of, but luckily we have a place to fix it. So, like I was saying, there are a few spots where we can actually get our RNG back just by going and doing a save reset. Because Dino was talking about those 16 windows. And some of them are built into the route. And some of them are just safety ones in the event that we fall off of it, which is nice. We even have a nice little Ayla gif of when she's doing the... Was it the Falcon Strike, I think?
Yeah, the dance.
Yeah, the Falcon Strike dance, and we just count the frames of those for our timing, because some of the timings are a little awkward.
Sorry about that. My roommate was yelling, and I was worried something happened.
You know you're all good.
But yeah, it's even if you don't do RNG manipulation, if you run it long enough, because damage values are stuck to a factor of 5, it's very easy to know, like, all right, I did 100 damage against this enemy, and then after you run it more and more, you'll start to see patterns. So even though you're not really resetting for RNG manip, which is how the community separates the flag, it is still very, very easy to do a manipulation mid-run with no resets. If you just had a flow chart, you could adjust accordingly.
Or if you just do way too many runs like what we were doing, you're like, oh, I've seen this episode before. Although for me, it always seemed like I was always on like a bad string. So I was like, well, let's see what happens if I just do this, I guess. I'm like, oh, okay, that still wasn't that good.
And for a lot of these fights, if we happen to fall off RNG, it's not like, hey, we might be able to live. A lot of the times, like, we're finding those really, really golden lining battles or values around a giant minefield of just, this sucks.
That's a good way to put it, as a minefield.
Yeah. So if you drop RNG, you end up usually with like the worst RNG, where bosses are just very AoE heavy. They'll start using attacks you normally wouldn't see. Because the way ATB works for enemies is very weird, it's normally about 6 times bigger than your character's ATB. So they'll fill the bar up once, it'll be a wander command, So enemies like Yakra coming up, Nisbel, they all kind of walk around a little bit, and that's also dictated either by sub-pixel placement or the battle RNG value, which we'll touch on a little bit more when we get to it.
So coming up is probably one of the... There's going to be 2 instances of like your highest reset points if you're trying to go for the manip shenanigans. And it's so simple, but it's also easy to just mess up.
Yeah, this sucks.
But you need to make sure that you don't get attacked in this first fight, and then you need to get a 2-pixel skip immediately afterwards. Then after that, you're usually good for at least a few minutes. Like I said, it doesn't matter if we fall off here because we do have a save reset to fix it later. Or I say later on, but like not that much later on.
Yeah, so we did start the run with no save files. This is one big key about doing manipulation, is you can use the second controller, and I think it's LR start select.
It's actually just start select on the second controller.
Alright, start select. And you can clear all the save files. This is important because if there's a save file present, RNG will roll 1 per frame.
Hey.
So here, you can do pause buffer. You walk 1 pixel and you run 2 pixels. So thankfully, from the ladder to the where we need to do the skip is a multiple of 2 pixels. But sometimes you're just feeling a little iffy, and doing a little pause buffer like Bdwed did is infinitely better than trying to save and reset for a backup.
That's the one where... That's probably the one thing where so we need to do that skip 3 times. And it doesn't matter how the whole run goes. If you mess up one of them, you're like, man, but I messed up the bird skip.
Yeah.
Now, we talk a lot about like the RNG manipulation and all this fun shenanigans. It's not required at all. It just is a more optimal way to run, but you can definitely still get a very good time without it. Omega's just got a time of like 5:23, I believe. With him just hitting the start button and away we go. That's for the 100%, not for all endings. In case there was any confusion on them.
Yeah.
I'm not 6 hours behind that world record.
You're just really bad at this, apparently. So this will be all endings, but it's when we kind of routed this, we kind of routed it off the back of all quests, or what the community calls 100%, which is basically all the side quests given to you by the Guru of Time. So we will be doing stuff like Ret Night. It makes the run a lot more interesting instead of having to do a grind at, say, Tyrano Lair for 40 or 50 minutes. Just to try to make up the missing TP, because with the additional content, we get a metric boatload of tech points, and we also get some very, very good equipment, which will help us tackle Lavos at a very, very low level.
So yeah, we are doing RNG manipulation. It's mostly just for the all quests section. After that, I haven't really looked into... Dinah and I were actually talking about this earlier today. We could probably like take a bit of the grind out for a more ideal Lavos fight. But this category also doesn't get run enough to spend the time to actually do such. Most of the fights are pretty cut and dry for the most part anyways. I was going through them a little bit this morning being like, I think we can make these a little bit better. So we're going to do a little bit of experimentation today. We have, well, 2 of the fights are the same. One of them's a little bit different. So we have 9 fights to play around with that are going to be all exactly the same.
Don't worry, we will be spamming all of your favorite abilities. Rock Throw is not one of them.
As long as your favorite ability is Luminary and Antipode, I got you.
So in a non-manipulated run, you wouldn't take this fight first, but because we can also manipulate when a character crits, this fight actually works out to be faster. Thankfully, with Chrono Trigger, you can leave a character on tech because of like battle memory cursor options, and you can attack using the X button. This was something that was sadly taken out of the PC version, but leaving your characters on tech and then having a separate button to use for attack is very, very handy. So here we're going to go down to the bottom. There's a power tab here, just north above where we triggered this encounter.
Gonna have to do a little bit of fixing, but that's all right.
Yeah. So we are looking for Chrono to learn Cyclone, Luca to learn Fire Toss for the dual tech Flame Whirl.
Yay. We got it. All life is good.
Oh, baby. So we did pick up the Power Glove. Luca is just an innately a very, very slow character, where Chrono naturally is a very fast character. So we want to give him a little extra power, and then Luca a little bit of extra speed. So here we're just doing the safety backup Bdwed mentioned before.
Could be good. This is probably the most awkward one because it's a timing, but you have to go like a little bit, just that little bit more than what the GIF actually gives you.
So these four Nagas are incredibly physically resistant, but are very, very weak to fire. So here we're just manipulating all of them to move forward. Sadly, you can get 4 of them to bunch up. It's just not time efficient. So we'll settle for 3. And doing the manipulation in this part does cut out 3 battles. So you end up saving like close to a minute in the beginning. Normally you would have the next character coming up, Frog, learn X slash with his slurp cut. But we just say nuts to that.
We'll learn
for anyone that
2 hours from now.
Yeah. For anyone that's a big Frog fan, I'm greatly sorry. He will be used, but not in very good fashions.
We're forced to use him for one ending, and it's my least favorite Lavos fight. It's the longest of all of them. It's actually longer than having just Marl and... Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. That's not true. It feels longer than having just Marl and Chrono. So, a fun little fact about... So, there is those windows that we were talking about. There's also, like, some weird, like, sub-window thing where, at least for the first little bit, you still get the same, quote-unquote, damage rolls, but you also can get a crit when it's not supposed to be a crit, which is what we happened there, because normally it's supposed to be an 11, but we got a crit at 22, which is the same thing. But I don't actually know a lot more other than this, that you... I don't know, sometimes you get weird little crits like that on the first little bit. Bro?
You just kind of like bleed a small amount of RNG, and you're kind of just pushed in between the 2 windows.
I think there's the 16 windows, but I think, don't quote me on it, I think there's like a sub window in some of them as well, where you get the same RNG, just you get that small intricacy.
Well, a lot of these enemies, you can see just Bdwed running by them. Some of them just have very weird encounter boxes. Some of them are, like the bats on the left, they'll only get triggered by Chrono's hair, where some of them will only get triggered by Chrono's feet. So even though it looks like he's kind of running through the enemy, the game just like, oh, I guess you just never made contact. Keep going, good sir.
The nice thing about this is I get to skip a bunch of, like, it's not a huge thing, but like that chest on the right, I don't need to grab it. That's got to be like 2-3 seconds saved.
The movement in Chrono Trigger is probably the most rewarding. Diagonals don't lose you any time, so you can just zigzag to your heart's desire. And especially coming up in the later of the run, a lot of the encounter skips, they feel better than doing a boss fight correctly in like certain circumstances. There are a couple of dungeons where they are pretty tricky. Are we going up the middle? Are we going up the middle?
No. After how that one fight went, I didn't want to go for those 2-3 pixels.
So if you're like ace with your movement, you can kind of just run up the middle, but it does kind of suck to lose the RNG manip right before the boss. There is no good window for a reset right here.
And that means you have to do the blue imps, or sorry, do the green imps, and then do the bird skip again. Hopefully you've got through all those, and then you can make it back here again. 15 minutes later. I'm not about that life right now.
Oh my god, it's Yakra.
So the one weird thing about this is there's going to be a lot of me just sitting and waiting around on stuff, and that's just that we're not pushing the RNG further ahead than what we desire. Why Luca's doing nothing right now.
Yakra does have a counterattack script if he's too far away from the person that hit him. So what we're aiming for in this fight is for Luca to start spying on the ants. And what this does is this disables his little Drew counterattack. So normally in a non-manipped fight, you would fight the Nagas and the snakes a couple of times to learn Slurp Cut, and then just do, what was it, 6x slashes?
Yep.
And then Yakra would die. Grant, this fight is a little bit slower, but this overall segment ends up being faster because you do skip out on quite a few grind fights.
You save about a minute and change. So one little thing that's fun, so we're using memory cursor, which just means it just remembers the last thing that you tried to input. One little perk you get off of this is when you hold the X button, it frame perfectly puts in attacks for you. So all I'm doing is I'm just holding X for the rest of this fight. It's pretty simple.
Frog also has the highest crit rate. It's kind of funny, in this game, crit rate's not tied to a character, it's tied to a weapon. And Frog's weapons just happen to have anywhere between 22 to 26% crit rate. Funny enough, Frog and Chrono both share the same crit values in RNG. So it's a lot of times it's more beneficial to have Frog go before Chrono just to maximize that damage. So yay, we saved the princess.
We win!
We win. Video game
run.
over. Thanks everyone for coming out. We'll see you later. Surely we won't get arrested for saving her.
I'm not even gonna worry about that other chest.
No.
Like how he just gets out anyways. Didn't even need me. I don't know what the issue was.
He's sitting there, he's like, maybe someone will save me. Maybe someone will save me. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Just not pretty enough.
So we corrected the timeline. We saved Queen Lean. And so that means Nadia or Marl still exist.
Actually, I got an old friend of mine getting a hold of me. Said he's like, I'm gonna pick up Chrono Trigger and we're playing it for like a games club or something. And I know he's a pretty analytical person. I'm like, you're gonna have a fun time with it, as long as you don't try and really break down all the time travel and timeline stuff, because there's way too many plot holes for it. It was made in the mid-90s. We didn't really break it down that much yet.
Plus, timey-wimey stuff always happens.
So get used to this party. Not for the next 5 hours, but after that, this is gonna be our, it's gonna be the main carry. I know it looks a little weird, probably not the one that you'd be picking, but A, we're kind of stuck with them for the most part, and B, they just kind of have a good move. Doesn't take too long, puts out pretty decent damage.
Yeah. So here, we don't need to talk to Froggy to progress. So by kind of just going to the left to the right of him, we're just gonna have Frog there think about his thoughts for the next 2 hours.
He gets to think about how much of a failure he is now and how much he's not going to be able to do later on.
So it does save a little bit of time. Frog will eventually go back to his house when he stops self-loathing.
Ooh, another fun mechanic in this is... So there's a bit of a run meter that you fill up to run away. It only happens... I shouldn't say it only happens during the ATB generation, because that's not entirely true. But when animations are going off, I don't think it builds. However, you can build it sitting inside a tech menu and just holding L and R. And then, so you can pop into there, fill it up, leave, nothing happens. Yep, some pretty free runaways.
I don't know how in the 3 minutes we went into this portal before Luca did, but she managed to make a gate key that harnesses the power of these time portals. We're not going to question either because she's got glasses, so that means she's instantly very smart. So another thing to mention with the naming of in this game, you can't name 2 characters the same letter. So you'll see Luca is small a, and then once we create another character, it'll be big A. The game gets very, very unhappy when you try to name 2 characters the same letter. But because this is a SNES RPG, text is drawn 2 characters per frame. So by shortening those names, you are saving probably close to 1.5 minutes. This is not very heavy cutscene run, but there is a lot of dialogue that happens.
And if you can't keep up with the text scroll, that's on you at this point. We don't even have instant text boxes.
Just run textless ROMs.
I didn't even know we had those until like a month ago. It saves a lot of time for practice.
Oh yeah, no, the textless ROMs are by far the best way to practice, unless you're using like SNES 9X fast forward function.
That's what I used to do. Now I just fire up a run and hope for the best.
Boomer, please speed up. The text boxes are on the screen for too long. Mash harder, boy.
I can make them
so
go
here,
faster, I would.
we bring Princess Nadia back to the castle, and they're like, "Oh my God, you kidnapped her! Arrest him!" So this court sequence, although very visually stunning, lags like a mother ducker.
Yeah, speaking of making the text boxes not go faster.
Yeah. So funny enough, this is one place where you don't want to mash as fast as possible. Anywhere between 12 to 14 presses a second is optimal. Any more than that, you start actually creating lag. This is really the only spot in the game where it does this. So here we are aiming to be guilty. It does save like 12 seconds.
5 seconds on the guilty. Just because you get less text boxes. And then the rest of the time save is just from spinner dudes.
Yeah. So a lot of these jurors correspond with actions you can do around the Millennium Fair. Did you return the cat? Did you eat the old guy's lunch? Did you try to sell Marl's pendant? Did you check to make sure she was okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a couple of them that are decided the frame the jury starts or the courtroom scene starts. Some of them we flagged to fail, like we never checked on Marl. So it's kind of one of those things. If you end up getting guilty, it's a nice, but it's something I wouldn't reset over.
It's only based on this guy. This is because of the cat lady, which looks like we got the not guilty, but whatever. Because you don't have like a yes or no, there's like a yes or no or didn't do. And when you get the didn't do, then you get the randomness. Everywhere else, it's either you did it or you didn't do it. And then you're good to go. For some reason, I don't know why, but that one is has the 3 options.
Yeah.
I do think it's a little weird that, you know, you have a young adult here. Everyone comes in, they're like, oh, I just want to see this guy get killed. If when they get to guilty, everyone just cheers. When they say not guilty, they get booed.
So we do get sent to jail, no matter the outcome, for 3 days. Or 12 seconds, you know, depending on how we decide to act. So the king's like, look, I don't know what happened, but the chancellor made this decision, and we're not going to argue it.
Oh, fun little plot point here. The trial only exists because we went into 600 AD and saved the queen.
Yeah.
Like, we need to have some sort of judicial system. And now it's corrupt.
The system we helped create instantly bans us.
Yeah. Moral of the story is, never try.
Yep.
Anyways, at least they're gonna treat us fair and nice.
Oh yeah, they totally won't slash us hip bone to hip bone. Oh, you know, they tried. So here, we're just gonna drink from the cup to restore HP MP. Depending on how many guilties and not guilties we got, that little present on the bed will be a couple of potions and ethers. There is 2 ways to go about the jail. Either sit there and wait for the 3 days, or just make enough noise to kind of piss off the guards. So even though this is manipped, we will be doing cyclones. Cyclones is a 25% damage increase over a physical attack. So it's guaranteed to one-shot these guards. Cyclone, or techs also just move RNG slightly more than normal attacks do. So you're kind of looking at the big picture. You don't want to say like, hey, what works for this fight? It's more of, hey, what works for this segment?
And not even maybe this segment, but what makes maybe this segment a little bit smaller, but it makes the next one just that much faster.
Yeah.
Like, this is gonna be a little bit slower of a dragon tank fight, but then we get a very good guardian fight where we don't well, we'll get to it when we get to it, but it saves like a good couple minutes.
Yeah, it's stupid.
It's so fun. I like it. Maybe it's fun 'cause I don't have to do a lot.
I love the manipped guardian fight. So these guards work on a 16 frame window. So you will definitely want to bonk them in the head and grab a mid-tonic. Mid-tonics heal for 200. Now this guy is definitely one of the harder ones to kind of bonk because he's only got 2 directions. Ooh, cutting it close.
Usually if he does that spin and you go right in and you just start mashing, seem to be okay. He'll look at you, but you can trigger the A button further away than he can see, I guess, or some junk.
For this fight, we're going to wait just for the 2 guards to group up, so we kill with a single cyclone.
Easy.
So Dragon Tank coming up is definitely one of the first fights if you're going to learn this run. That is going to give you a lot of headaches. It's a lot of counting involved, and it's the first boss you run across where if you bleed a lot of ATB, meaning your tech box is up and you haven't decided what to do, the fight goes downhill very, very quickly.
He's a fast boy.
Yeah. So normally in the glitchless run, you would bring this down to battle speed 3 or 4, or even 6 if you wanted to be super safe. Finishing the fight slow is always better than just dying to the fight.
Yeah.
So the head will always open with an AoE heal. And then if you do an AoE ability, it will counter with a heal. The head is also resistant to fire. So the opening start, we're going to wait for him to do his scripted heal attack. Luca crit, so that counts as 2 attacks. We are looking at 4 from Chrono and then 3 from Luca. So we're sitting at 2-2.
I've never actually counted this out on this. That'd be interesting if that's what it actually comes out to. Probably does.
Yeah. 2-3.
I just know that I get to do stuff during animations, which makes this part very easy to follow.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about a couple of the manipulated fights is you get to input a lot of your attacks during downtime. So it's just really not trying to jump the gun. So here we did 4-3, and then the Cyclone's guaranteed to kill the head. So now we're kind of on a little bit of a clock. We definitely don't want to get meshed up by the grinder wheels. It'll do like 40 or 50 damage to us. It hits pretty hard. We are also quite underleveled at this point.
We're actually a level lower than what you do on non-manip.
Yeah.
And we're already underleveled at that point.
Chrono just taking the hits.
I almost died. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Huh. Man, the luck you have. Nice fight. You almost died.
That's Dragon Tank.
So you're scripted to live with 1 HP. There are a couple of these moments during the manip, which to me makes it very exciting.
Also scary once you realize you've fallen off.
Yep. So here coming up, Bdwed's gonna try to hang to the right and just brush against the guard. There's an event trigger right below the staircase that will have these guys chasing after you, but since you skip it, these guys kind of just do the running man.
Saved you a good, probably 5 to 8. That seems to be my default, and I don't really know. It's 5 to 8 seconds.
It's quite annoying once they start following you from the stairs, because they can run into you, so then you have to try to like run around them and
bonking on them. You're like, I just like to leave, please. Which I realize the whole point is that they don't want you to leave, but I would like to leave.
Look, I know I'm supposed to be arrested and everything, but I got places to go.
I know you said I'm supposed to be jailed, but like, could I also just like not be? Asking for a friend.
You know what? I've been to your jail. It's not a good time. I'm really not looking to go back.
I'm gonna write such a scalding letter about what they were doing to me in that jail cell. They were hitting me with the flats of their swords. Hurt.
It was also their fault for leaving you your weapons.
I like to think that Guardia has some underground gladiatorial system. They're going to put Chrono into that, and if he survives, then he just gets his head chopped off anyways.
I think that supervisor was too concerned with his tonic addiction that he just didn't care to frisk you.
Yeah, those, what does he use, katanas?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty easy to hide on your body, too, so it's tough to find.
Just don't ask me to bend over. So here we just take this random time portal, because Marl's like, hey, no matter where this takes us, it's better than what's going on here.
And she's the only one who hasn't committed a felony at this point.
Which, she couldn't really be any more wrong. This is probably the worst thing we could have done. So, will we see it? Another perfect Lab 16? Dang it.
I didn't know that if I was a little high there that he can nab on me.
I didn't think he was going to grab you either. So there are a couple of instances where we're going to keep the text box open, because a fight can't be triggered while a text box is open. Now, if you happen to miss the rat or get hit by it early, you can just go far down to the south and go around. This is just a little bit of a time save. If you run out of tonics, they start stealing money, which, depending on the route you do, can be very detrimental. So here we got a bunch of new weapons for people: the load sword and the load bow. It is interesting to note that Luca and Marl, for their ranged attacks, don't use their strength stat at all. So dumping power tabs into them is completely useless. Their power stats only used for their melee abilities. It's derived from the range is derived from their hit stat. So if you equip something that increases their hit rate, they're going to hit more and they're going to do more damage.
I don't think that their physicals or the melee attacks can actually crit.
I haven't seen them crit.
And I don't think in my life I've seen it.
No, I haven't seen it on the RNG table either.
Anyways, this fight is sick because with the manipulation and a berserk... So we have a berserk Chrono right now, which typically I would not recommend. But because I know what he's going to attack and when, we can get through this. We can actually finish this fight off in a single cycle, instead of having to kill these bits twice.
The bits on the side have 200 HP. Guardian has 1200. While a character is berserked, they will deal 50% more damage and receive 50% less physical damage. And the 50% more damage is really key on this fight, because a lot of these attacks that you're going to see are magical outside of missile. So this is like Bdwed was saying, cycle-based boss. And this is one of the reasons you don't want to come here in an unmanipped Chrono, because you can just end up getting amplifier after amplifier, or if both bits are alive, you end up getting Delta Force.
And that move will almost OHKO our party.
Yeah. So after the bits are dead, you're just holding X. When you see them close to 0, you can kind of play risky with your ATB and get a couple of extra attacks in. But because we were talking about earlier in the jail of making one segment slower to make one faster, killing this guy in a single round saves like 1.5 to 2 minutes. It's kind of nutty.
And it's just because we like just barely kill him before he brings his buddies back. And it's with all of these 50% stronger crits that Chrono's throwing in. And away he goes. So now we get to breathe easy on the RNG shenanigans for a little bit.
Good fight.
Worked out all right.
So funny enough, if you open the menu on this screen, you trigger an event fight with 3 buggers. No one knows why this happens. Runner named Super Handy was like, oh, hey, I forgot to heal up. So he healed up in that room and just instantly got into another fight and died. Because he's like, oh, I'm safe. I just want a little HP for safety.
I keep forgetting, but I want to see if it's in the PC version. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
So if it is still there, then either A, they didn't fix it, or B, they want it to be that way.
It kind of feels like the PC version is just a SNES ROM done through like a very crappy emulator, kind of like a lot of other ports. Because they haven't really changed much. So there we did have to talk to the deceased dude to get the code for the rat. The code never changes. It's just you can't access this portal until you've talked to the rat. Because if we could access that portal, then we could skip that whole Guardian fight.
Okay.
It is worth noting that we gained 2 levels on each character. Hello, Proto 2.
I disagreed with this, but you know what? I am merely a pawn in this game of chess.
Yeah. So, I totally forgot what I was saying.
Me too. Like I said, I'm not too worried about RNG manipulation at this point. There's like 2 fights now that'll probably be a little bit slower, but that they're just kind of garbage fights. And after that, we get a fight that we don't really know what we're gonna get anyways, and then we get to fix it before we go through a cave. That's why we're like not really worried about it.
The next area will always drop RNG, just because one of the battles coming up. So here with this little terminal, we're like, hey, I wonder where to go next. And it's just basically got that giant arrow, and it's like, hey, go here. The Marl's like, what if I start pushing buttons? And we see how this timeline ended up basically a bag of dirt. So in the year 1999, a giant space tick kind of woke up from his 65 million year nap.
I remember this.
And decided to just toast the world. So now instead of like, hey, let's not get arrested and die, now our main goal is, hey, let's save the world.
We've kind of cranked it up to 11.
There's really no in between when it comes to Marl. She's kind of like head down, butt out.
Wherever the wind takes her, that's where we go. And we just kind of go along with it. Chrono's like,
I'm a silent protagonist. I can't say anything against it.
I mean, he does get to say the option to say yes or no here, but when he says no, she's like, oh, come on. And you're like, okay, fine. One of those, but thou must situations. And then Luke is like, well, I don't want to be stuck behind, so I guess I'll join too. Now the party that never actually broke up, but feels like it keeps on rejoining, is on for another adventure.
One thing to mention about practicing your movement through these rooms is the enemies have a fixed movement pattern based on when you enter the room. So it is very easy to just practice your movement. If you feel like you kind of dawdled a little bit too much at the start, you can just enter and exit. And basically everything will be back to being good.
Okay, everything's okay. We got fast bugs. Fast bugs just being you don't have to wait for any of those bugs in that room. It's kind of tough because Chrono's head apparently is really, really big. So you can just trigger stuff off of like the tips of his hair. But only sometimes. So it's a bit of a learning curve. I'm like, oh, I guess I can't do it. And which I think actually happened with that robot dude. I think he kind of hit the side a little bit. I know they have pretty bad hitboxes, but I might have took it a little too much for granted.
Yeah, I think you were threading the needle a little too hard there.
We got a bike key. Now, if only we could find a bike.
I'm sure one will pop up. Maybe
oh, hey,
there's a person that's made into a bike.
No, that is ludicrous. There is no world where a guy would be made to be like a bike.
You know what? That is outlandish.
Oh, hey, a guy made like a bike.
It's the man, the myth, the legend, Johnny.
With 2 N's. Very important to distinguish. He would be one of those guys where you feel like you spell with 1 and he's like, excuse me, there is 2 N's on that.
I didn't hear the extra N, so you're not talking to me. So this fight is scripted. It is kind of not the slowest way, but it is a slower way. If you kind of just dodge around them and use 2 boosts, and then when the rest comes down to about 40, if you use the 3rd boost, you're guaranteed to win. If you have Johnny bonk against you, you do save 8 frames. If you bonk against Johnny, you lose 8 frames. Don't be like some runners in this marathon where they bonk against Johnny 12 times and then have him bonk against them for 12, so it just negates the time save.
And then you may or may not win.
Yes.
I, for one, like consistency.
I like saving 90 frames to instantly lose it. I don't want to get too far ahead on the timer. So this fight is forced. You can't run away from it. This is like one of the few times you'll consistently see Marl and Luca's physical abilities.
Luca doesn't do enough. Actually,
Luca should do 10.
Luca can just sit there and think about stuff.
Fire Whirl or Fire Toss.
Ah, that's too long.
Yeah. So that encounter with the 4 Proto 2s will only trigger if you're running by them. So they're basically just gonna stay powered off for the rest of the run.
Hopefully.
Name Robo Ren. Excellent decision, Trance.
Oh boy. I gotta learn how to type stuff.
It's amazing how hard it is to type stuff when it's not in QWERTY form.
You know, I'm like trying to
Like
think
when you
of,
have to go through the alphabet.
I'm like already thinking like just kind of whereabouts they should be on the screen. I know where it'd be. There's not a lot of characters to name this. I'm like just thinking like there's already only 3 more characters that could be named.
Yeah. It's one of the
Oh.
kind of crappy things.
Ooh.
Is a lot of the naming happens early.
That wasn't too bad. The things were roughly right.
Robo asked. So in this next segment, Ren's like, "Hey, I'll take you to the lab up top. That'll kind of like open up the door because we're out of power." And it's like, all right, which one do we grab? Whether you bring Luca or Marl, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme. Luca is just the top option, and she's the character that will be getting quite a bit of use. So getting any little bit of extra experience on her is the correct way to go.
Because Marl should just be getting 75%, correct?
Yeah.
At this point?
For being in the sub-party.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of mashups on YouTube with Chrono Trigger and the Rick Astley song. If you just Google it, it's very easy to find.
Well, I'm hoping that this fight, if this fight is manipped, this is why it's like it doesn't really matter. But this fight's manipped, it only takes 2 attacks. It might be 2, 3, 4, 5.
12. These acids just have stupidly high defense. And even though Robo's berserked, he can hit for 1 or he can crit for 14. Which makes getting these guys a very big pain in the ass.
I, for one, like it when Chrono Cyclones for 0. Makes me feel like I made a difference in this world. Alright, so those guys we don't care about. Now, the big reason why we don't really care about RNG manip at this point is this next fight is going to have 5 slimes in it. It's frame based on what colors we actually get between greens and reds. Really? I must have been 1 tile.
Yeah.
Usually I just go up at the top of that
like,
door. I didn't realize
you
I was
must have just been on like that really wonky sub-pixel plane.
Okay, that's the manipulation to get 5 greens coming in hot.
So it does kind of suck with the manipulated route. If you get 5 reds, you do have to take an extra encounter. So it's kind of a double stab in the back.
We have a fix for it.
There is a fix for it, but it is a little bit of a time loss. But it also sucks because the reds are the hardest to kill and they give the least amount of EXP. Nice damage, no counterattack.
I'm taking these greens out right now.
As he shoots the red.
Well, Luca's not going to kill the red. The Cyclone's going for... I think he has like 1 HP left.
Yeah, he's not long for this world. I love the double one. As long as Chrono leaves this fight with 8 MP, you can just really just cyclone till the cows come home. If they're within range of each other.
Thanks for the high roll rate at the end, buddy. Appreciate ya.
I am helping.
This is probably one of the, like, 2 times that I bring the battle speed down. You don't have to, but it does give a little bit of variance for this next fight, because otherwise you have to pretty much get inside the menu, like, instantly. If not, then you lose a lot of time and you get attacked a whole bunch extra. So for a little bit of safety, just bump it down a little. Oh, and also for that that door where you have to press in Zabby, if you just hold all the face buttons down, it just puts them all in the proper order. That's one of those, I'm not really sure why, but I'm not going to complain about it either. Super simple. You hear the ding ding, just push down all the buttons, away you go. Frame perfect. Sometimes it is easy.
If you try to put Zabi in for the Leg Crusher 5000, you end up being greatly disappointed.
Hobbs, why?
One thing I didn't mention earlier when talking about battle speed actually matters. So if you're trying to use a manipulated route on any other battle speed than what's said so in the notes, it instantly falls apart. Same thing with, like, if your characters have a couple of extra stats they're not supposed to.
Then yeah, you
which
start
kind of
getting
makes
early kills or late kills, or if speeds will get thrown off, it becomes a whole big mess.
Yeah. So by doing a manipulated run, you're kind of hard committing to BS1.
You know, I've seen Robo's HP. These guys are not doing a lot of damage.
No, they're not. I think they're just giving them the love tickles.
Yeah, it's just brotherly love. You know,
so
just like brothers do. You throw them inside a closet, lock it.
I would give my brother a handful of marbles and then stand in front of a giant window and taunt him. You know what? One of those times, a couple of them landed. Other than that, we got new windows. So we were kind of inching Chrono forward a little bit during that cutscene just to move him closer to where the battle would put him. You want to be really careful not to scroll the screen, or if you walk too far, Chrono kind of gets yeeted to the side. And then Chrono's like, please don't hurt my brothers. So the whole fight plan for this is Cyclone the first row, double Cyclone the back, and then Cyclone the first row. Luca's only job here is to get experience. This game is kind of a quote-unquote easy RPG, just in the terms that whoever is not in your party is getting 75% of the battle experience. So even though they're not in your party, they are going to level up quite efficiently, especially in a casual playthrough where you're going to mostly be fighting a lot of enemies.
There, we got through.
GG's!
So if I remember right, we had 2 green slimes on that fight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Depending on if we have 0 greens, 1 to 2 greens, or 3 or more, it changes a little bit on what we do on the next boss fight. One fun thing to know about RNG manipulation is using items does not push it ahead at all, which is really, really nice for especially this one spot. Because otherwise, those slimes would be a reset point.
I'll have to say the best story arc in the game is not trying to save the world, is the story arc of the friendship between Luca and Robo.
Luca just finds something that she truly understands, and Robo is just happy to be there.
Yeah.
I don't think the dance for everyone was necessary, but it is adorable.
They choreograph that stuff. So this is where the game's kind of plot armor comes into play, where they're like, hey, even though you have 4 characters, you're not really going to be able to use 4 characters. So sadly, Robo's kind of going to be hanging out with old man Gaspar for
A while.
the next little bit. So this is where we find out where it's the end of time. This is where we can kind of go to go peek on Lavos. There's a Master of War behind the door. There's also a nice little healing pot.
So throughout this run, oh sorry, you finished your thing.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, just throughout this run, we follow a tech route. However, up to this point, it doesn't matter because we only have like 1 ability on 2 characters and nothing on Marl right now. We're gonna be learning magic, which is our 3rd ability, and for us to learn our 3rd ability, the game just gives you abilities 1 and 2 for free. But after this, we kind of have to follow that tech route a little bit more.
Yeah, there's something, an exploit, a bug, a glitch, depending on what side of the fence you are on how the game is supposed to operate. The amount of tech points you gain for an ability gets doubled when you learn that ability. So say Chrono needs 50 tech points to learn Spin Cut, and the fight you're in gives 100. Well, 100 tech points goes towards Spin Cut, and then 100 tech points goes towards Lightning 2. So, and that's where like following the tech route from this point forward is very important, because we'll be learning abilities quite quickly, and we'll be learning abilities pretty much right as we need them.
And you also really want to learn those abilities on like high value fights, so you get the most out of your duplication.
Not fighting Specchio. Shake my head.
I was looking through my PB there. I definitely fought Specchio on the 2nd route, and I just had to get nuked by him, which took a long time.
I think I fought him on the first one when we did our race. It's so easy just to like, your mind goes away with the fairies and you're just mashing A.
Yeah. But once I get to Marl, I'm like, or not Marl, once I get to Luca, I'm like, okay, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention.
So these are also the only 3 characters that will be learning magic. Robo has access to every ability off the bat, and a lot of his abilities are considered shadow element. Chrono is lightning, Marl is water, and Luca is fire. So now we kind of start our very long, arduous journey of Luca learning her ultimate attack, her ultimate tech, Flare. So Luca will be pretty much a very hard point in the run. She's going to be consistently in our party. So here with Melchior, if you go downstairs, it saves his text boxes when you're leaving his hut. I don't know if it's just because it's the buying and being on the same screen triggers the conversation.
I think it's because you technically screen transitioned already. They kind of override a screen transition with one that's already happened. That's how I've always thought of it. And it'd be weird to say that as we're going into his basement.
Yeah.
Weird that we're going to his basement already, but...
So, welcome to Magic Cave, where everything is resistant to physical, because the game really wants you to play around with your new abilities. Now, we'll be grabbing a couple ethers, mid-ethers. A lot of these are just to sell. Mid-ethers are 1,000 GP each. So, it's very important to grab a couple of them. Just, thankfully in this run, even in, like, all quests, there's not a lot of big shopping segments. There's only 3 or 4 shops we do in total, and 2 of them are big.
Yeah.
So, but a lot of them, especially unmanipulated, you do want to buy a lot of healing items because you really don't know what's going to be thrown at your face.
Unfortunate, because the shopping is really satisfying to do.
Yeah, the shops and the menus in this are very responsive.
Basically, as fast as you can push the button is how fast it'll go.
Yeah. So you'll see sometimes Bdwed will just hold L and R to run away. Sometimes he'll go into the menu. Because of the RNG manipulation, we know if the enemy is going to get a turn or not. Or there is very, very specific circumstances where we do want the enemy to kind of like kick our ankles or something, just to push RNG slightly forward for the next battle coming up. Welcome to Heckran, everyone's favorite boss. So this guy will kind of do a couple of moves, go into a counterattack phase, and it does give you time to heal up. We are using the dual tech antipode. Normally dual techs and triple techs do give a hidden bonus modifier. Antidote does not. It just takes fire and ice's damage, rolls them independently, then adds them together. But it is much faster in the term of animations.
Yeah, so if we had 3 green slimes, I wouldn't have to do anything. Because we had 2, I'm going to have to throw an ether on Chrono just so that we finish off this fight with a little bit of MP so I can get him set for the next thing. It's not a huge thing at all. I'm not going to do that until the next bit.
So Heckran's in his counterattack phase. This aura whirl is scripted in just because it is a tech and it will advance RNG.
This is the hardest part because you don't mash through it.
We would really like to end this with Chrono having 2 TP at least, and him already on tech. It does make the next segment coming up quite a bit easier. So it is... The game handles mixing elements together very strangely. So any 2 elements that mix together, the game classifies it as shadow. So like Antipode 1, 2, and 3 are considered shadow element. And not just like fire ice, because the game really doesn't do dual element attacks. Some of like Marl and Frog's abilities are considered ice, because even though one character's ice and one character's water, it still falls under the ice elemental weakness.
Boy, I sure got lucky on all that targeting.
Yep. Didn't even need to heal once. So we are starting off with Antipode. Luca and Marl are slightly slower than Chrono. So this just gives them a couple of extra like small ticks of ATB. And that's one thing to mention. If you watch the ATB bars, you'll see that Marl and Luca got a small amount of ATB. This also happens if you're jumping in and out of menus very quickly. So even though you're trying to, in this game, you're trying to be reactive, because the tech boxes will not always open up as soon as they get ATB. So you really have to anticipate for just when they're going to pop up. And popping in and out of one character, waiting for another character to show up, is a very easy way to bleed a third to a quarter to half of ATB bar. For really just no gain. So you kind of have to stop the panicking, so to say.
I like that we kill him while he's in his counterattack phase because it's just a blow. There's a good chunk there when, even doing the manipum, I'd sit there on the last bit, be like, do I actually attack here? Well, I mean, I guess I may as well and see what happens.
Sometimes it paid off, sometimes you got water too and you regretted life.
Then we just get to go back to the fair, which is funny because if we finish that fight, we would still be going back to the fair.
So here we're just gonna make a little pit stop at Luca's house. We have to wait for Taben to start talking to Luca's mom before he'll be downstairs. We're gonna be getting some of like Luca's best equipment in the game. Right now, what we're getting is the Taben vest, and Luca's pretty much gonna be married to this for the next 2.5 hours. It does offer 25% fire resistance, but more importantly, it gives her speed.
It's so slow.
Every stat in this game maxes out at 100 or double star. Speed maxes out at 16. So while going from 23 to 24 strength really isn't that impressive, going from 8 speed to 9 speed is a very big game changer. And because the speed is so low, we will be able to max out a couple of characters extremely easy. So here we're just setting up a little bit of a frame saving technique. After you're done fighting Gato, we're kind of just lowering ourselves to the lowest point possible so we can do the screen transition quicker. Bdwed ended up testing this for like an hour and a half with the videos, and it saved like how many frames did it end up saving?
A handful.
So we're fighting Gato not because we need the 3 tech points, although funny enough, Chrono does need these 3 tech points. This is for the silver points for one of the side quests coming up much later in the game. Yeah, and this is the fastest way to get silver points. Even if you do the Coke, the soda drinking game with Turbo, it's still much slower than just fighting Gato 3 times.
I love that lunch has a little bit of a bigger hitbox than the bench does, and you can get stuck on it.
It's almost like Chrono's like the pixel of his shirt gets caught on it. And it's just a hard stop.
Begging me to take it. So you see, sometimes for those pillars, I'll run into them then back a little bit, just trying to bunch up my characters so that they don't have to watch them do the slow walk as much. You don't want to spend a bunch of time doing it, but if you can get them to be a little bit closer, it's usually a bit of a save. Easy.
Bird skip number 2.
Luckily, the third one doesn't have anything to do with RNG, it's just nice to hit. Hey, on this marathon, I'm going to remember to go to the bridge first.
Oh, yes. Please come back, stream. Please.
We were doing Questing for Glory, and I was starting to make my way this way, and then Dine's like, did you go to the bridge? Nope. Gonna go to the bridge now.
So you have to go to the bridge to trigger the flag for the next story point to enter. Which really kind of sucks, because in your mind, you're just like, need to talk to the chef, need to talk to the chef. You get to the chef, and you're like, oh. It's not a small time loss either. It's a good minute or so.
I think it was about a minute that I lost on that.
So here you're going to see Bdwed kind of walk up and down an arbitrary point. What this does is this puts you far enough away from the chef where the game's like, all right, you're too far away to hear him talk. But then you go back into the range for the next text box to flag. It just stops the text boxes from being drawn. And you don't want to leave the basement until he finishes that final text box with the pipe down, what do you know? If you leave before that, you just got to go down and talk to him again, because it won't flag to give you the jerky or the power tab.
And that is once it's completely closed, not as it's closing, as we have learned.
Yes, we've all tried to cheat the frames, and it just not work out in our favor.
Cheat the frames and lose the seconds.
So, this must be just a really big piece of jerky, or Gardena has lost a lot of troops. Because they're not holding this bridge too well.
Well, if they brought even just like one bag of jerky and there's 5 of us sitting there, I'm like, oh, this isn't gonna cut it, boys.
Do you get the gold helm from this guy?
No, we talked about it. It ended up being not worth it.
Alright.
It was like either for a little bit of extra money, didn't need the defense onyx, we ended up grabbing something else instead. But it was one of our reroute talks.
I remember the talk of it. I don't know if it made the cut or... So the good old Aussie fight. If you attack Aussie 3 times, the spell is dropped over the deceased. Funny enough, the game still counts it as you killed the skeleton, so you get full experience and TP. And just at this point, it's faster to hit Aussie than it is to try to kill the skeletons. We're still down 4 or 5 levels of what the game expects you to be at.
Fun fact, Aussie can cast lightning, and I didn't know that until the PC version.
I didn't know that either.
I honestly thought he just sat there and did nothing. Anyways, it turns out that if you do the exact same thing twice in a row, and you get the same outcome... He wasn't expecting the same outcome, but he...
No. So we are going to be switching Robo in. We're going to be healing up, giving Luca Plasma Gun, Taven Vest for that extra speed. Luca is primarily going to be ingesting all magic and speed tabs. Luca's just base magic power is extremely good, even though she's just very slow.
So is Robo.
Yeah.
Good thing they're in our final party, haha. Actually, I don't even know what to call our final party anymore because there's the Hundo final party.
I'd say the Hundo final party, and then like AE final parties like Chrono, Luca, and then Marl.
Yeah.
So if you were not manipulating this fight, you would do Cyclones until Berserk Ren hit the bottom 3 times. Once again, a crit does count as 2 attacks. You really want the head to die very quickly. It has a devastating AoE move called Doom Doom Doom. It'll deal about 100 damage to everyone. And when you only have 140 HP, that's a lot of damage. So you would Cyclone and then attack as needed. But because of the RNG manipulation, we know where Robo's going to hit and how much he's going to hit for. That juicy 250.
It's so good. Also, he doesn't do Doom 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 when he's all up in her jammy.
Yeah. I forgot he basically just like makes home camp with you.
Except for that one time, so there's a little bit of a sub-pixel thing that can happen, or if your characters aren't in the right spot, where you can do all of this properly, but he'll come up to here, and then he just changes it up a little bit. He jumps back, and then he Doom Doom Dooms you, as I have learned. There you go, pretty decent segment. Speaking of one of our shops, this is one of the few shops that we actually do.
There we're going to sell the ethers, mid-ethers, a lot of weapons except the air gun. Gonna buy 10 shelters, 21 revives, 10 heals, and then spend the rest on mid potions pretty much. Even though we did buy 58 of them, we'll never use all of them in a manipulator run. And a non-manipulated, yeah, it's very easy to go through them all. And if you go through them all, you know you've had a bad time.
When you go up to Mud Imp and you find out you have no revives, you're like, ah, we had that sort of Magus, did we?
I didn't think Nizbel 2 went that horrible.
So sometimes I'll you can fall off a manipulation here, there, and wherever. I've written down some events that happen on some of these little scrap fights. Just written them down so I can be like, okay, if it looks like, because there's a bit of spots where the RNG will just funnel itself down into specific windows. And you can kind of be like, okay, it looks like we managed to fall back onto it again. What happens More than I deserve at the very least. I can admit that there's been a bunch where I've been bailed out of it, especially like heading to Nizbel or something. You're like, you know what, this looks right, we may as well send it, then it works out, and you're like, alright, cool. Yeah, so it's nice to write down the small little scrap things where it's pretty hard to mess it up, but just nice to know what's supposed to happen.
And at Darrow Mountains, the first dungeon where it's got some very tricky encounter skips. This is the first point where you're probably going to be frustrated for the first little bit, but once you start remembering where to go, it becomes very satisfying.
Go behind that ladder. Cool.
So even though it looks like he's doing wonky movement, this is all to skip encounters. This room especially sucks. It's very easy to just default and hold up left. If you hold up left, it's a gauntlet of 5 battles that are unrunnable. Ooh, the swag slide.
You got the shimmy.
So this is the one room you actively just have to remind yourself to hold up. And you want to hold up to basically where Bdwed did. If you go higher, it's just a bonus. That silver earring you would normally skip in a serious PB attempt for a manipulator run. But here for a marathon, it is a nice backup.
In the event that
if we happen if we happen to fall off, then there are some bosses that are routed very scarily.
If you fall off of manipulated Magus without that silver earring, you cannot finish.
No, you just outright die.
So for this fight, there is a little bit of... Should be okay, I think. We'll find out. There's a bit of a pixel setup thing where if you're off by like a pixel or so, just standing inside here, your subpixel gets mixed up a little bit. And then you get a slightly different, just the finish of this fight, which actually throws off the Nizbel a little bit, which is a little annoying, but it is what it is. And you don't get to find out until the end. So we do have a Berserk Robo. Typically, again, it's kind of scary for this first little bit, but because we know he's always going to attack the one on the right, should be quite alright. And since he is Berserk, he takes 50% less in damage, physical at the very least. And that's gonna, well, doesn't actually help too much for the next bit, because we basically have Masamune manipulated to only do like 3 attacks or something. Which is also really nice, 'cause that's the biggest time loss is having to heal on that fight, so if you don't have to heal, kinda nice.
Yeah, he does kind of the good just dance around. He's like, do I hit red? Do I hit the girl with the glasses? Do I hit red? Do I hit the girl with the glasses?
Guy in the middle looks kind of, nah, maybe the guy on the other side. Nah, well, I just can't make up my mind.
So many selections.
Like
there
when
is
I'm in the
one
candy aisle.
Oh yeah, bulk barn. You're just like, what do I get? There is like one very specific sub-pixel setup you're looking to get in a non-manip run. For some reason, Masa just walks completely to the bottom of the screen and then can't walk up because he gets stuck on Chrono. So he's kind of just playing peekaboo at the bottom of the screen as you're just pelting him with fire punches and attacks.
That's the god RNG, and I've never got it, but I'm kind of happy with it because I would just not be a goal I'd want to go against.
No, you save like 40 to 50 seconds on that fight, and once you get that fight, you dread coming here in your next speed run.
One more PB so I don't have to go against it, please.
It just sucks because there's no consistent setup for it.
Again, the big thing here is because Robo's doing that 50% extra damage, we're basically trying to manipulate it so he gets some juicy crits like he's throwing out right now.
A Berserk character will advance RNG more than a regular character, which does make it a little bit rougher to route around. And then once Masamune gets to that 50% HP threshold, or about 1800 damage done, his attack power doubles. So normally he'll be hitting for 40, now he's going to be hitting for 90, and this is where the big point of the Berserk comes into play, because instead of Robo taking 90, he's only going to take like 45. And Robo's already got a very massive HP pool compared to everyone else.
Well, I don't know what happened on my PB, but do you know what I'm about to save versus PB?
Like a minute and a half?
3 minutes.
Holy cripes!
I don't remember what I know I fell off of a nip because of Zombo or something. We just managed to make it through that. Then I looked at the Masamune and I'm like, oh yes, I do remember mentioning that there was a lot of time to save in this spot particularly. I just don't remember why. Or that much. I thought it was like a minute and a half or something. Looked up.
Yeah,
like 3 minutes.
Thought like... Oh, did you maybe like trigger the gauntlet?
No, I think I just had a really bad fight and I was healing a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the time save I had with grabbing that silver earring, which I didn't do in that run. Which is like, that silver earring's about a 20-second or so loss.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is world record's free.
Oh, yeah. You just gotta fight Lavos. Well, when we were routing this, we were in a voice call and we were just throwing ideas together. And we're like, man, this route's gonna be so amazing. This is gonna be awesome. And then we did the first run. And like after about, like, we didn't even think about fighting Lavos 12 times. And like after about the 4th Lavos fight, we're like, this is kind of balls. We're like, how many more of these is left?
Oh, we still have another 6 to do? Dang.
We made mistakes.
It loses its luster after you're going in for another Lavos fight, I will say.
Yeah. So we made it to the top of Danadaro Mountain. We found the broken blade of the Masamune, which is supposed to be a holy sword that was supposed to help defeat the big boss guy that we don't know about. And we noticed that little Froggy here is also holding the hilt, but we need to fix the sword. So now we're going to go check out our good friend Melchior and see if he can do something with it, because for some reason his name's inscribed into the hilt.
Backwards. It's our dear friend Roy Clem.
Roy Clem. There's a monster called a New. It's basically a pot roast with toothpicks for legs. Just very round blue enemy. If you see it, some people think your run is blessed, some people think your run is cursed, and some people just don't care. It has a 25% chance to spawn as you're walking to Frog, and a 33% chance to spawn as you're leaving Frog. We didn't see him here, but we do have 2 more chances. Bdwed, what camp are you in?
I always had just the worst Maguses when he showed up, so he is absolutely cursed. Like, that was the one time when I pushed him not having a single fire lightning barrier. And then I ran out of the revives on the way to Mud Imp, and I'm like, alright, I blame the New. Surely this isn't my fault.
No, never.
The beauty of playing an RPG, it's never my fault that we're finished or ended. So we have a lot of story triggers. I keep cutting you off, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
So we have a bunch of story triggers that we need to hit here, and talking to Melchior, we have to do a couple of times. And it's really easy to skip over because you're just like, want to get to the next bit, want to get to the next bit. But no, we have to pop over here, talk to him. After we finish our next bit, we have to come here, talk to him, and then carry on. And it's really easy to just forget. You're already thinking like, oh, the next menu, the next boss fight, that's what we got to do. You don't think about going to talk to the old man, but you need to.
Yeah, if you skip talking to him the first time, it's about a 2-minute time loss. If you skip talking to him the next time, it's like close to 4. And every runner's done it at one point or another. You just, like Bdwed said, you just get in your mind, you're like, all right, I gotta go to 65 mil and find the Dreamstone, because that's what Melchior made the sword out of. And then you drop down, and you're like, where's the fight?
Well, it's basically as soon as you get there, you're like, oh no. So this fight is incredibly awkward, so we need to get to Robo on tech as fast as possible. He is the slowest and not on tech.
This is the first time since Ren's been in our party that he hasn't been berserked.
He gets options now.
Yeah. So thankfully the dinos are weak to shadow magic, which is what Ren's laser spin is. This is one form of the manipulation you can do. Another one is if you close the text box before that first fight at a very specific point, you can do this fight with Chrono, Marl, and Luca. And you use antipode and slashes. Both of them are valid. We kind of changed Ash. One is the creator of the manipulated route for the glitchless 100%. And then Bdwed, Hobbs, and myself kind of just modified it to our liking in certain spots.
The split that we're on is Dine's piece de resistance.
Yes, this is my baby. So everyone that runs a manipulated run pretty much uses Ashes as a baseline, which huge shout outs to Ash worked on this for a good like 3 or 4 months. She put a lot of work into it, because this does differ quite a bit from the glitched runs. In the glitched runs, you can do something called the unequip glitch.
And the boss
so if you
skips.
unequip, yeah, the boss skips too. Like you would skip Yakra, Guardian, Heckran, Zombor. So you would skip a lot of fights in between. But with the unequip glitch, if you unequip Chrono's helmet, he gets an extra 10 magic. And he gets 75 or 50% resistance to every element except fire. And then if you unequip his helmet and body armor, it goes up to 20 magic, and he only takes 15% damage from everything except fire. This glitch is only present in the North American version. For some reason, I don't know if it was a translation that caused the glitch to happen, or but it's not present in the Japanese version. But giving like Chrono, or especially Luca, 20 extra magic power just makes them the destroyer of worlds.
That was when we all need to get up and dance with Robo.
Yeah.
Not Luca, and definitely not Marl. We make sure to bring Robo here because he takes a whole lot less time than Marl does. Marl's like a good minute something, I think. Like, come dance
Marl...
with me, and you're like, I don't want to.
I just want to get drunk.
Was Robo actually eating the food?
I think Robo's just sitting there looking at it.
Taking
looking
some tests?
disappointed it's not a can of WD-40. Oh, they're getting slow on the mash.
I know, I was losing it at the end there.
Yeah, Ayla's catching up. It is kind of funny if you do this with Turbo. Because you just put the controller down, you just absolutely destroy Ayla.
Didn't even have to break a sweat.
Yeah. So we wake up and we're like, oh, my head and my stomach hurt. Hey, we're kind of missing a very important item. So we're like, hey, let's go talk to the village chief.
She handles hangovers quite well.
Yep.
She's like, holy, I can barely move. Wait, Ethan got stolen? Let's go fight some stuff.
So to many people's disappointment, Ayla does not have a tail. It's just her scarf when she runs. We have broken the heart of one of our mutual viewers by informing him of that.
Then I followed up with the, why would she be the only one with a tail anyways? Silence.
He's just saying.
But it turns out Kino sold us out because Kino doesn't like that Ayla made friends, I guess. Totally not the jealous type, though.
So for the next round, we will be having Robo and Ayla berserked. Which seems very counterproductive. This is the strat for manipulated and non-manipulated. You can equip them at different times, but this just seems to work out for the swaggiest kill.
And why is it so swaggy?
So when I was trying to figure out, because we were talking about with Ash's manipulated run, you would use Antipode to kill. And because none of us knew how to do that setup, we kind of wanted something for Nisbel 1, because killing him in 2 cycles is very, very nice. So I went and I manipulated this, and Nisbel has 4,200 HP. So I made him a nip, and it killed with like 4,220, and I was like, I can do better. So I ran through this with the Berserker on both characters, and we kill with exact damage. Which then I just stopped because everything peaked.
Back damage, and Chrono survives at one point with like 6.
Yeah.
It has everything.
It has Chrono almost dead. It was one of the things where it's like, if you fell off Manip, definitely equip the Silver Earring. Because you're not going to have a good time. It's kind of funny that both Nisbel fights we kill with exact damage.
It's really cool until you're no longer on it anymore, and you're like, alright, where do I get this extra damage?
Yep. So the Megasaur, the whole like kind of hint for the next boss coming up is like, hey, some dinosaurs defense lower when you hit them with lightning. So you're like, oh, okay, cool. Until like you just try to just gun the Megasaur down anyways without lightning, because you're like, I don't know why this guy's so tanky.
I don't like that they moved, but I don't think it matters if I remember right.
Oh, we're about to find out.
It'll be fine. The big thing with this fight, in however you do it, is you want to do your lightning, weaken him up, after he does his first attack. Because I believe he just goes on a timer for this fight for,
I believe it's
releases the
turn-based.
Kraken.
I think it's 2 turns or like 2 ATB bars after the lightning.
Well, this one's so... Well, I mean, we'll be able to see here. There's a little bit of a wait in here that we do. Which is always a little bit awkward.
So what you're looking for here is at least 2 Ayla crits. 2 Robo crits kind of equal an Ayla crit. At this point, because Ayla's the newest party member with a bunch of extra levels, she just outputs dummy amounts of damage. You're looking for 2 crits by about the end of this second cycle. And then you can kind of full send. If not, you do have to spend another round and just heal up. Robo or Ren is scripted to die in this fight. There's just no way to keep 3 people healed up during the discharge cycles, which it's routed into the tech route, so it doesn't matter much anyways. It's just kind of sad that he goes down.
He tried his best.
Yeah. You can see Chrono even being lightning and Nate, how much damage he's taking from the discharge. So here we just kind of hold X, let Ayla do her thing.
There he go. And Ayla learns her first ability and is no longer in our party.
So this does kind of mean we're down 1 Berserk, but it's the most time efficient way is having Ayla Berserk for this whole fight. That extra 50% damage is just so large on that character.
But with all those crits and stuff that we had, we killed with perfect damage. And we probably would have had like maybe one more cycle of attacks before he let off another discharge, and then we would have had to do a whole other round again.
We got the fabled Dreamstone. Now the next trek is go back to Melchior and have him reforge the Masamune.
This is the piece that a lot of people forget.
Yeah. Because you're like, all right, we got the thing. Now time to go visit Frog. And Frog's like, oh, I wish the sword was put back together.
You're telling me all this time is a night and you haven't learned how to forge?
What have you been doing with your time? Instead of self-wallowing.
I mean, maybe a forge in a forest probably isn't the smartest of ideas either.
He knows what. He knows water magic. Oh.
Oh, right.
Right. Yeah, maybe you're onto something.
I'm sure the new that's there sometimes. I think he has like a rain attack of some sort. Might be like acid rain or something.
He can headbutt the fire.
You can headbutt the fire. What more does the guy need?
Yep.
It's my corner whenever I go here.
So you can kind of speed this cutscene up a little bit. Anytime one of the either Melchior or Luca are standing still, if you kind of just run into them, it pushes their AI script forward for whatever reason. I don't think any of us really know why.
I usually don't know which one when. There's times when they're like moving and stuff.
Yeah.
Bob said he's gonna teach me.
That's only because Hobbs needs to figure it out first.
Dang it, Hobbs! Hobbs was like my arch nemesis running through this for the longest time. We were first going for like the sub 6 hour, then like basically 10-minute increments. We're just banging away at it. He beat me to him like 75% of the time. But I found out that if I just run the game longer than he does, I can come out ahead eventually.
Persistence is key.
Ah, I see. I, the one who has more free time and less obligations, will come out ahead on this.
You enjoy going out with your friends and stuff.
I will be here with my pixels. Fun fact about the, we tried to do the RNG manipulation on the Japanese version of the game. It doesn't work out because apparently it takes an extra frame or two to open up the tech menu, which actually throws everything into complete disarray. I had no faith
Yeah,
in
it
that
mocks
tap.
everything up real good. And that is the last bird skip of the run.
That is a 3 for 3. That is 2 better than, I think, the Question for Glory one.
Everyone, let's get a round of applause.
Yay! Harder than it looks, I swear.
It's always the stuff that looks the easiest is the hardest to do. But we kind of give Frog the sword. He's all happy. And then we're kind of just... We're stuck in a good amount of cutscenes for this next section. The Japanese version needs a different manipulation. Because you have to account for the extra lag for the menu opening. Because while the menu is opening, ATB is still being generated. So you end up falling off a lot of the scripts pretty easily because the enemies end up getting a fifth to a quarter of an ATB bar every time. And it may not look like it. A lot of these enemies are very fast. A lot of the bosses, especially that we've come into, have close to max speed. It's just that their ATB bars are so big that they don't get a lot of actions.
Glenn is such a scrawny dude.
I know, right? But
Speaking
he's
as
the
a
best
scrawny
swordsman
dude.
in the kingdom.
And he follows Cyrus, and I don't think he has anything with him. I'll
I think
punch
he
these
just
things.
headbutts.
I watched a new do this. I can do it too.
So here we kind of get a little bit of a backstory about Glenn's past. Cyrus says that Glenn's just a much better swordsman, but Glenn doesn't like the idea of hurting people. So there's been this evil that had kind of come to the land in the name of Magus. So Cyrus makes his way up to Denadaro Mountain, fights Masamune to win the sword because he proved himself to be worthy. And as soon as he leaves the cave, he runs into Magus. So he's like, my whole life quest has been to get this sword to defeat evil. And as soon as he gets the sword, it breaks.
And he fails miserably.
Yep. So, GG's, I guess. So instead of Magus killing Glenn, he ends up casting a curse on him and turning him into a frog.
I guess for the
this is
lulz.
Yeah, like... I don't even think the lore knows why. They're like, yeah, this character looks good.
Send him back and be like, tell the people what I have done.
So originally, the Masamune was supposed to deal double damage against magical beings. For some reason, that just doesn't work in this game. But if it did take effect, the Masamune would just destroy the next segment of the game very, very easily.
It still does what we needed to do.
Yep. If you bring, you get little bits of different scenes depending on what characters you bring. I always thought it was really cute that Luca was sleeping on Robo while Frog was living out his past. I thought that was like just a nice little touch for the cutscene.
Robo is her puppy.
Yep. So normally the game's like, hey, maybe you should bring Frog back to the end of time, teach him magic. Spoilers, Frog is never going to learn magic. 90% of the time we use Frog, he's just going to be a berserk bot.
And when he isn't, he's an item chucker.
Yeah.
I did find he actually has useful damage rounding attacks. I was not rescripting, but redoing up some of the fights this morning just with the old calculator and being like, I think this would work and probably save on like an animation or two. So we'll see what actually happens, but he does get to be in a Lavos fight.
Yeah, the Masamune at this point gives him such a large attack spike. Even though you can give him the Hero's Medal for an extra 10% crit, the Masamune has a base crit rate of 26. But we really care about that extra damage from the Berserk. So that ends up trumping the hero's medal.
I think the only time I've actually equipped the hero's medal is just to make sure that he doesn't have the Berserker on.
Yeah.
And it was just the first thing I saw. I'm like, this'll work. Maybe Frog just needs to learn that the magic is just inside of us all along. Okay, so I don't know what his dead sprite is. I don't know what it is. It sends me every time.
I think it's the tongue sticking out.
Tongue sticking out and butt up. He's just slumped right out.
Oh yeah.
And for probably the most serious character in the game, gets like the goofiest one. I think I saw some art of him not too long ago where he had like, he kind of looked like one of the Battletoads basically, with like big body, big shoulders, and like tiny head type thing going on. But
really?
like HD'd up, and I'm like, this is an interesting perspective.
I liked Frog casually. I kind of wish the speedrun gave him a little more time, but there's no way to squeeze him in, even as like a joke character.
Hey, we managed to get Umaro into a speedrun. We'll manage to get Frog into one too.
Yeah, except for that, we don't have to worry about a tech route. If you don't mind doing Rust Tyrano with no haste. So this is where Frog's like, hey, where'd you guys learn that spiffy magic? We're like, oh, Specchio at the end of time. Maybe if you talk to him, you can get magic too. And we're like, okay, cool.
Game wasn't anticipating me to run away because I haven't used magic. I don't know what he's talking about.
Frog hasn't learned Slurp Cut yet. So we will be doing a save and reset. This is I believe, a mash reload.
This one is a bright. They're pretty much bright for the rest of it now.
Yeah. So what a bright reload means is you load the save as soon as the save screen becomes the brightest it'll ever get. So there's several types of reloads. There's a mash, where you just mash A as fast as you can. A bright, which is what we just did. And then there's a double bright. So you wait twice as long to load the save. And then you have the 8, 10, 12, 14 counts, like Bdwed was mentioning. A lot of the community will use the Ayla dancing gif from Falcon Strike. Or the Ayla like moving her glasses up and down.
Oh, I haven't heard about that one.
Yeah. I think Ash uses the Luca glasses. Ash and Jerry used to. So here, Magus' castle, we just have to kind of poke into both wings. We notice really nothing much is going on.
Look, all the people we know and love are here.
Hey, Mom.
Totally not weird.
I like the kids ominously looking over the treasure chest.
You never did that with your friends?
I couldn't find a treasure chest.
I couldn't find friends.
Was gonna go there, I didn't have the balls.
You set it up perfectly so I could.
Yeah.
We get to use a cool move here, and this is the only time we actually use it. Rocket roll! I think they actually use this in the glitched runs on Magus. They got a lot of shadows. It's sick looking.
A lot of Robo and Chrono's dual attacks are nice. Some of them are just very like situational. We built the city on rocket roll. So this isn't coming up next. This whole castle is just one giant perk of manipulation and kind of praying you land on it without it. Coming up next, we kind of have a nice little AI abuse we're going to be doing. This chest we're going to take for a barrier. This will reduce all magic damage that character takes by 33% for a set amount of time. This will be used in the boss fight coming up.
Bought so many mid-tonics, may as well use them.
So we're actively avoiding healing Frog coming up for the Flea fight. We're going to take great abuse of Flea's AI script. So it's the matter of Flea won't be doing much of anything in this fight because Frog is the lowest HP character, and since he's berserked, Flea can't find a target for her next attack. So she kind of just sits there and laughs as Frog just crits to the heavens.
I will also be I'll be doing about as much as Flea is.
Yeah, I was about to say, in the manipulated fight, it's a lot of counting, and really that's about it. And then for the second half of the fight, we're actively avoiding RNG values, which would give us the stair counterattack. So if 3 characters are alive, after you get her down to half HP, which is about 2060, anyone that attacks her, it has a chance for her to possess that character and attack everyone in the team. It does about 60 damage. It's quite harmful. The PC run especially has a very good chance to die here if you're not counting damage.
And keeping track of mostly where Frog's ATB is. Because usually his attack is the stair that does you in.
So Frog's going to attack 7 times. Flea's going to do the stair counterattack to let us know we're at half HP. Frog's going to do 8 more attacks. Chrono's going to do an attack. Robo will cure beam, and then Frog's going to end the fight.
So you see here we have it so that Frog still has less HP than Chrono does. Which you kind of have to pay attention to depending on how many attacks the hench get at the beginning and all that other fun stuff. Sometimes it's okay if their HPs are tied. I have learned that. I also always use my fingers for this fight because sometimes your mind wanders and you're like, wait, what number was that one?
Yeah, the Chrono attack and Robo cure beam is very important. Because this pushes Frog to an RNG value where he can crit. And this crit is needed to finish off the fight. And that's Flea in a bag, in a sack.
Flea's the easy one, though.
Yeah, let's see. Now we went through the easy boss. The next boss is easy, but we're not exaggerating when we're saying the next boss is Slash. His AI script is a complete page. Flea is kind of just sit there and let Frog do his thing. Slash, everyone's doing something at some point. Thankfully, it's mostly like when an animation's going off, but it is extremely easy to get lost in the script between Chrono mid-tonic, Chrono attack, Chrono use Slash.
A lot of things are like close to the same, but also just a little bit different. Like, hey, what part am I actually at? And if you just lose your spot for a little bit, it's not GG's. You just better hope you know where you are.
A lot of us, when Hobbs, Bdwed, and I were running this, we would, because you have audio cues of what's going on, a lot of us would just look at the notes and then react accordingly. There is, if you want to get technical, there's 105 monsters in this castle, not counting respawnables. So probably not a lot of talking is going to go on during this fight, because it's more of let's see if this fight actually goes through as planned.
I like put my mouse beside the part that I'm on,
Yeah.
so that I'm like, okay, that's the one that I did.
This is probably the most involved RNG script of any fight we'll do in the speedrun.
Magus is like kind of up there, but his is more, not for length it's that bad, but just for tightness. Because his RNG and ATB scripting worked a little differently than most other things in this game, which is awesome. Luckily, phase 1 isn't the crazy part. It kind of is, but it's not that bad. It's the part after the first part. Fun fact, if you accidentally put a power scarf instead of a power glove on Robo, you finish this fight one turn early, which sounds like it'd be a good thing, except everything goes to crap afterwards. So it's actually a really bad thing. Because you overkill by like 6 HP or something.
Yeah. Alright, now we get into the crazy.
There's gonna be a lot of like, wow, good thing he healed at the time that he did, otherwise bad things would have happened.
And once again, we're not only just manipulating the battle, we're also manipulating where the enemies move. Which in the slash fight's really nice, because he can camp in one of the corners. Which you're just going to lose animation time trying to like run up to him consistently, because he can either hang out by the treasure chest, or he can hang out a lot in the bottom right corner, and if he decides to use slash, all of a sudden you're dealing wind or lightning damage to all 3 characters. Instead of him just being like, I wonder what's up here.
Getting to the tail end of the fight now, luckily. Good thing I healed.
How did you know? So this is the fight we're also actively looking for Ren to die on. In a non-manipulated fight, he would die against Flea to prevent the stair counterattacks. He does need to lose out on the tech points from one of these fights to keep the optimal tech route intact.
Good thing I healed.
How did you know?
There, we win it.
Yay! Alright. We can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Well, I don't feel like I can.
So here we're kind of done with Ren for the next little bit. Robo will not be berserked. It's because we need him to actually do attacks or techs.
And also not just do unnecessary attacks.
Yes.
Mostly me just putting a leash on him at this point.
So we will be taking some fights. We're basically going to run away from every fight we can.
There's like 3 total we take.
Which actually works. We're roughly 28 TP away from Chrono learning Spin Cut, which will give him the dual tech Fire Sword, which is what we need for the Magus fight coming up. This will be our big carry in the fight.
Also, basically the... Oh yeah, you did. My brain caught up. We almost just got to hear the exact same information twice in a row.
It's different wording though, so it goes over fine. Yeah, sadly, there's no way to like skip the encounters because the event tiles to trigger them span the whole screen. If this was a glitched run, you might be able to do some save anywhere shenanigans.
However, it is not.
Nope. Depending on what fence you are, the manipulation is a glitch. Like really comes down to a talk because, like coming up for the Magus fight, he has 6 RNG exits. So the crane or the crane arm will give you 6 damage values, and those damage values will dictate how the Magus fights goes. And for anyone that's ran the game for long enough, it's very easy to be like, okay, I got a 133. My Magus fight's going to go amazing, compared to a 128 where it's my Magus fight is going to suck. And that's just from running the game and from the game just being so lazy with how it handles RNG.
I hate
nice.
that. Nice.
I know. You never know if you're going to be like that 1 pixel over and then get caught.
The best is when you see Chrono starfish, and even his starfished foot isn't even touching it, and you're like, come on. What? I disagree, game.
Oh. So what's supposed to happen there is you end up using Frog's hitbox to kind of push that outlaw away from where you want him to go. But fortunately, he just didn't travel down far enough.
That is the weirdest path that Chrono took.
He's just like looping around Frog.
This is why we picked up the silver earring in the event that I get something I don't want.
So because the RNG exits are so condensed, even though we took that fight that we weren't supposed to, we might still end up on a good value. So we won't know, like I said, until the chain fight. But because those 16 windows are getting condensed down to 6, there is quite a bit of overlap between everything.
The best part is, this is the best part is that if you're off by just that little bit, you go from like our favorite one to our worst Magus fight. So it's kind of like, maybe I'll just try and push ahead a little extra yet. Just to get something not that one.
For this fight, we're going to be using Luca's Hypno Wave. Even though it doesn't inflict damage, it does turn these jugglers to magic resistance high, where their physical defense is low. And then X-Slashes will... We only use X-Slash because it's a guaranteed one-shot kill. We're just not near any good RNG values where we can have, like, Frog crit. And once again, it comes back to also, even if we did, it does influence the Magus fight. Because Berserk attacks push RNG more than regular attacks. So you do a little bit of slow to go a lot of fast later.
You remember the, like, weekend that we spent trying to just, like, We'll manipulate every type of Magus just to see.
I remember us. It was like 128. We spent like 5 hours trying to make that into a good fight. We're like, you know what? I'm just gonna reset.
Yeah, we're just. It's not worth it.
So a 133 chain is a 6 barrier.
Yeah.
And a 128 ended up being something like 15. It was just ungodly long, and there's just nothing you could do to make it worth good. Sadly, you also can't introduce any kind of resets here, because then you're kind of throwing that 6 windows out the window, and there's just no good reset values, unless you're going to wait for just something absurdly long.
Just waiting to see what we get.
Yep.
Okay.
132. That's a good Magus fight.
Thought we had stuff written down for that.
Yeah, I guess we don't.
All right. We'll go with the old strat then. Welcome everyone to Hope and Pray.
Yep. So the Magus fight probably is going to be the second fight you really struggle with, just because a lot of new runners want to push the fight as fast as you can, and Magus is just one of those fights you have to react to what he's doing. If Magus wants to spread the fight out for 9 minutes, he's going to spread the fight out for 9 minutes. You can try to play risky and force barriers early, but 99% of the times you're just going to end up going back to the Millennium Fair. So for the first 2,000 damage, Magus will flip back and forth every time someone hits him with an attack that doesn't remove his barrier. He'll change barriers between fire, ice, shadow, and lightning. And those are the magical properties he becomes weak to. And this is where seeing a lot of fire barriers really come in handy, because Spin Cut is 2 times attack damage. That gets a 25% boost, and then Luca's fire attack also gets a 25% damage boost. So it ends up dealing about 540 damage. We're starting this fight with a barrier on Chrono just to reduce the amount of magic damage he takes. Alright, good start.
That's the only one that I know of for this bit.
Yeah. So we want Frog to hit first, because the Masamune will remove the barrier, which gives him the 33% magic damage decrease. Magus renews this every time he picks a new barrier. So, funny enough, he does have 6,666 HP. And then once we get past this initial first phase, we're kind of laughing.
Until then, we are very much not laughing.
Yes. So, funny enough, this battle goes on long enough. Frog's chip damage can actually push him into phase 2. So right now he's a water element, so we're just going to take a round to heal up. And then Luca will end up pushing. Nice.
I'm trying to think of... I think the 132 one was the one where, like... We didn't need the Minion Fork, so you can just do it, but I'm like, oh, I never, like, did it quote-unquote properly.
We got 3 fires. If we get one more, this fight's looking in a pretty good spot. That attack is Not too good.
Okay, this will probably push.
Oh, nice. Lightning will deal less damage, but at least you're dealing some kind of damage.
Yes, I think it'll push.
You should be close. If Frog crits here, you might push. Normally you would do this fight without the silver earring, so Chrono would be sitting at a lot less HP, which is quite a bit scary for the second phase when he starts doing dark matter. Alright, so now we're into the second phase. We know this because the barrier didn't change. So when you get into the second phase, there is something that'll happen if you push with a fire barrier we call it the juicer. So until Magus gets a turn, he's now physically weak and magically weak to fire. So if we can get a fire sword off in that small window, it deals about 800 damage, which is pretty much 1/9 of his HP pool. We're not worried about healing up Frog or Luca. They're guaranteed to die to dark matter. So Magus is now scripted to do barrier, doing his ultimate attack, and then dark matter, and he'll repeat this cycle until the end of the fight. So at this point, you're kind of sitting pretty. Just if you feel like you bled a little bit of ATB, take it slow.
I know in PC I've pushed this, but I don't trust myself. For like just a 2-cycle?
Yeah. I think you'd be okay.
It becomes dependent on frog crits. That's the part that scares me.
And another thing is, like, a lot of people have tried to approach this fight without a Berserk Frog, but once you get into that second phase, his Berserk crits is doing pretty comparable damage compared to the Flame Sword. So it's really hard to make an argument for just controlling Frog as is, because you are losing out on a very big chunk of damage. Oh, Riri!
Said it becomes dependent on frog crits.
Yep. He has to be under 100 HP.
Thanks for the frog crit.
GG's.
That was a thing.
Yep. Way to overkill. The best kind of kill.
I actually want to know how close he was to that. Because he actually opened up that second phase with the big crit in there too.
Yep.
Actually, one thing I never pay attention to is... Or does Magic Barrier affect that crit damage at all, or is it always like 300 and something?
It's always.
Okay.
Barrier is only magic damage, where Frog Sword just doesn't care about it.
So I just wasn't sure if there's a weird property.
You can get like that weird thing we kind of encountered, where like he goes into the second phase, but his defense doesn't drop. So instead of Frog doing like 360 damage, he does like 50.
Yeah, we actually changed up the fight just a little bit so that you actually avoid that.
So we've defeated Magus. We ended up going into a time portal that kind of shoots everyone to different spots. We do have this little weird dream sequence where Chrono and Marl are married and living in Chrono's mom's house. Chrono just being a big sleepyhead and not wanting to get up, getting judged by not only his wife, but his cat.
Cat's like, come on, dude, I'm the cat and I think you're being lazy.
You sleep more than I do. So, somehow we end up in 65 mil BC and we're found by Ayla.
She wants to eat frog.
I mean, he does look delicious.
You found a talking frog. Does that make him more tasty?
I'd say yes.
Gonna have to find a talking frog and eat it.
The philosophical questions that keep me awake at night. I never noticed how Frog and Luca changed beds during the cutscene.
Yeah, they're just crazy sleepers.
Yeah. Like, I don't like the way this bear skin feels.
But this one's too soft. This one's too bristly. This one's just right.
Right. So we found out the Ioka village has been invaded by the Reptites and burnt down. Here, the old man elder is blaming Ayla. So Ayla's like, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'll take the fight to them.
By myself.
Yeah, she's like, just let me use the dactyls. And he's like, all right, fine. So we're like, she just runs by us, not even noticing. We're like, all right, maybe we'll lend her a hand.
So for some reason, this is one of those fights where like it's not skippable, but like everything points to where it should be skippable. You can walk right past him, you can get there without being seen, but as soon as you make it to this little cove, all of a sudden he's like, hang on, someone's trying to get past me.
He is the wall.
This place actually has two pixel perfect skips. One I find a little more annoying than the other to try and set up. Mostly because you have to walk 2 pixels, and for some reason seem to always get 1 and 3.
This fight is one of the pixel perfect skips. You can run against the wall to kind of put yourself at the right spot, and then you want to go 1 pixel to the left, and you kind of just shimmy around the rock. Don't skip that mezzo meal. I'm sorry, Hobbs. This one, you're just looking to line up Chrono's foot with a dirt patch, and you end up skipping through the encounter.
Finds the type of router that's like, I want to route out that meso mail. I'm like, why? He's like, so then we don't have to pick it up. Like, you literally just whole days you're running past it. It doesn't slow you down at all.
So Hobbs is like, I like this idea. And Chrono has a very good piece of equipment that we need later on. So Hobbs lost a PB run because he didn't have that piece of equipment. Because I can't think past the one instance.
I believe we have all screwed each other out of a PB at some point off of
Oh,
our
we have.
quote-unquote expertise. Oh yeah,
We've
no, you should be able to live this. Dies. Oh no, you should be able to skip that. Can't finish.
I think the best is like, it's always been the, oh yeah, you should totally live this. And it's not like we die by 10 or 15 HP. It's like 130. It's like we had
Not
no
close.
chance in living.
The bad that I still want to try and do Nisbel 2 without the earring. And half the time I do it off of manipulation, it works out quote unquote okay.
These next 3, for some reason, these guys are supposed to be guarding the Ioka prisoners, but if you start a battle and run away from them, they just peace out. They're like, we're not paid enough for this. We're gone.
Like, well, I tried. Going home.
So a little bit of the lore. The Reptites were the first sentient people to live in the 65 mil, and then humans came around later. So there's always been a pretty big power struggle between the Reptites and the humans, and they've pretty much just coexisted in their own areas for a long time. But the Reptite leader Azala has kind of just been like, you know what? Now is the time I think we can crush the humans. So they ended up burning down the village, capturing a bunch of them to try to just make the overall populace weaker. But they didn't expect Ayla and a bunch of people from another time zone to come in and give a hand.
I don't even know if they knew about the dactyls or not, to be honest.
I don't think they did.
They'd just be like, how are they even going to make it over here?
Yep. Which is another question. How did they make it off the island?
They can swim through lava.
Fair enough.
This is one of those places that has just a ton of skips. There's
Yeah.
so many encounters along the way. Usually, this is a little nerve-wracking because usually you don't just get one.
Yeah, a lot of the fights in this area, if you skip an encounters, if you mess up an encounter skip, it leads into 2 or 3 encounters.
This room, for some reason, is tougher than it needs to be.
Yes, to hit that switch.
That one, and then just the swoop. I always try to like imagine that I'm like running along an invisible bridge, and you're not allowed to step off of that bridge. But it's a very wavy bridge at the same time. To skip all those encounters, and it's... If you run into one, you can avoid the next one, but because the game always puts you in a spot you don't really want to be in, you're like, do I go backwards, or does that bring me into the next one? Do I go up or down? So it's usually that moment of hesitation.
This is definitely the second shortest grind segment of the run. We'll be taking 7 of these fights. We're looking for Ayla to learn Cat Attack, which will enable the dual tech Volt Bite. This is just a hard necessity for the run. It is kind of nice because we do get an extra couple of levels, which will also increase our damage depending on what abilities we're using. But Volt Bite pays for itself in the next fight coming up tenfold. The next fight is Buns if you're using just lightning and physicals.
It's Buns anyways.
Yeah, it's Buns without it.
Yeah, so we do 7 of these. I'm usually pretty bad at paying attention. I honestly have no idea. This is probably like number 4 or something. I just pay attention until we learn Cat Attack. Then we're good to go.
In the PC version, initiating this grind is a very big bag, just because they shrunk Chrono's hitbox down, so you end up just running through the door and running over the trigger. So you have to do some like run to the right and then hug the left door frame for it to trigger, where thankfully in this version everything just works as it's supposed to. You can just hold up without any fancy setups.
And if you're doing, well, the old any percent at least, I haven't tested this for SNES any percent, but you'll be here for a long time with the grind. Beat the game the fastest.
You grind this for about 27 minutes.
I feel like it's longer. I feel like that's about how long it was on PC.
Which it sucks because this is, up till this point, the most efficient way to get TP. Because the enemies pretty much just kill themselves. In the any percent speed run, Ayla's Dino Tail is the big carry. And since this is by far the most efficient place to grind, this is where you get a lot of Ayla's tech points to learn towards Dino Tail. Dino Tail is a max damage versus max HP versus current HP move, and it deals about 2,000 damage. So it's not like you're killing the bosses quickly, but it's still your most damaging move available to you.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
because in any percent, there's no reason to do Death Peak. There's very little reason to do optional side quests. It's pretty much as soon as you got the chance, go beat Lavos.
That's what we like to call leakage.
That was a lot of leakage. So Nisbel 2 has an interesting AI script. When he's hit with a lightning attack, his defense decreases. But if he's hit with anything else, his defense will increase. So you see Volt Bite does 800 damage because it's hitting the elemental weakness and the physical resistance going down. And this number just goes up. So Volt Bite will deal 800, 1000, and then 1200. Where if you're doing other moves, you'll hit like 200, 200, 150. And he's scripted to use Discharge after 3 attacks. So a big RNG variance comes for this is whether he does the AoE ram around or
goes
just
on a
the
cycle.
single target. Oh, it does?
Yeah. You only learn this if you get stuck on trying to revive people, but yeah, it goes on a cycle.
So, and it's another reason why you want to do your first Volt Bite after Nisbel has done an action, because that just allows you, you know where his ATB's at, and then it allows you just a little bit of extra leeway in case things go wrong. So here, pretty much Luca's going to be on healing duty. We are kind of hoping he does a single attack at this moment against Ayla, because our HP is quite low. Nope. Unlucky.
So yeah, that's where I should have just not even bothered with the. I thought I was going to be quick enough to heal him, but nah.
So a little bit of damage control going on.
It should only be my second.
So we'll do another round of heals. Most of the time, you want people sitting around 220 HP. Chrono can kind of get away with 160.
That exact damage?
Exact damage
I
kill.
thought so.
It's how you can see how just one fight gets out of control very, very quickly. And it's not even really from the ATB leakage at the start. This is just bad RNG cycles.
Should be good now, though. Because as long as everyone's above 220 HP, Chrono can actually be, I think it's like 200, then everyone loves this.
How many hits? That Volt Bite, and then we'll kill with a Fire Sword to set us up for the next boss fight.
But yeah.
It kind of sucks that usually the battle, it starts to go sideways right before you kill them.
It's basically I need everyone to be at this HP or else we will die.
Yeah.
So you're like, I got through the first 2/3 of this fight really easily, and this last third of the fight has taken me a minute and a half.
We're giving Chrono the Ruby Vest to decrease fire damage. Sheltering, because everyone needs to be healed up. No, this encounter skip like leaving, especially this one. There is a visual setup for it, but it's hard to tell if you're like on that last pixel. And this is one of the really damning ones, because if you end up failing it, it's 2 fights. And they're not easy enemies.
It costs you about 2 minutes, because that's what I have on my PB to save.
So a lot of the fights are with the Megasaurs, which are very tanky, and you have to start opening with lightnings to lower their defense. and they're unrunnable too. So it's either you reload the save and try again, or
You cry.
you just try to like fight through it.
Either way, you're gonna cry.
Yeah.
That's not even
Either
like
way, you're
manip
just in a
specific.
bad time.
That's just what it is.
Yeah, this fight's static no matter what you do, outside of just Hypno Wave putting Azala to sleep. This fight pretty much goes the same way no matter what. RNG Manip will just guarantee that Hypno Wave puts him to sleep.
Fun fact,
now-
if you do a mash reload, it takes 3 Hypno Waves to land.
Oh, baby. So you could go and like try to kill Azala, but putting him to sleep, he'll stay asleep forever until someone does a physical ability against him. And Black Tyrano, thankfully, is the first target. So unless you hit a left or right input for some reason, there's no way you'll ever hit him. So he'll go through 6 attacks, 4 fires, and 2 chomps. We will be mid-tonicking the people that get chomped, just to have them a little healthier for the next wave. So now he'll lower his defense, and this is where we're just going to go in with cat attacks and flame swords until the timer hits 0. When he roars, it does inflict a sap ability, which our HP will slowly go down 1 tick at a time. And this is kind of what this boss fight's long for no reason other than you're just sitting there waiting for the defense to drop.
And he's a tanky boy.
Yeah, he's got 10,000 HP. This is by far the most HP fueled boss we've encountered to then. For specs, Nisbel 2 only had 6,500.
And I have no idea how much health Azala has because it never matters.
Yep. I think it's like 3,000 or something. Azala's a pretty tanky.
Okay, yeah. For the amount that we put out, that's also quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we basically just do this until he counts down to 0. This fight basically has 3 phases. Phase 1 and Phase 2 are the exact same thing. This is what I would call Phase 1. Phase 2 is his defense is up, but still goes kind of attack crazy. But we kind of go into survive mode and a little bit of chip damage.
So hit 0, he'll do this party wide fire attack. Ayla's just got HP for days.
Which is good, she takes the most.
Yep. We will be doing 3 or 4 flame kicks depending on your comfort level, just to kind of get in a little bit of extra damage before the start of the next cycle. This round we won't be healing people from chomps because they'll die, and we'll just leave them at very low HP. One reason is we want to be low HP leaving this fight, and the second is if we heal people up, Black Tyrano's just going to recover more HP. So it does look a little scary having everyone at like potentially 50 HP, but this is where if you're feeling a little iffy, you can throw in a couple of extra flame kicks. You can realistically flame kick most of this and then throw an ether or a mid ether on Ayla.
But also, just make sure you don't boom yourself.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't chomp Luca, I'm a happy boy.
So Chrono's got the red vest, which will reduce fire damage. Luca is fire innate, but also has the Taban's vest. Ayla, you're just hoping for the best.
9 to 10 odds that 9 out of 10 odds Luca gets chomped here, though. He always seems to on the last one. Oh! What do I know?
Or Ayla.
Ayla looking she's a tasty snack today.
He only has eyes for her. Ayla's also fire innate. Really? Today I learned.
Makes sense. She's in like the hottest time zone.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe she's the one swimming across the lava. Or it's Slash dropping the knowledge bombs.
I love, just a little side note, I love how responsive the buttons are in this game.
Yeah. If only the tech menus were this responsive. So pretty much this should be the last fire sword we do. We do one leaf here with at least 2 MP.
Oh yeah, I guess. There's that one run where I did just end up, because I didn't do the save before coming into here, and then I got those Mesosaur fights and I just fought it out.
Yeah.
And I finished this fight with 0 MP and I'm like, huh, just enough. Then I got to the next, I'm like, ready for crit? Got a crit. I'm like, yay!
Fireballs of Doom, please. So here, this is where we find out Ayla has basically been praying to the giant space tick in the sky, Lavos, and this is how he ends up coming to Earth. The timeline kind of gets branched off a little bit after the Magus fight. It's kind of like what was supposed to be and what is.
We kind of screwed it up a little.
Yeah. So Lavos was supposed to be the Repite's ability to finally overthrow the humans. But instead it just kind of like, it renovates the castle for him. Renovates as it just gets rid of it.
It does the best part of renovations.
The demolition.
Oh, everyone loves the demo.
Yeah, it came in like the Kool-Aid Man. So here, Ayla's like actually trying to save Azala, and then Azala's like, you know what? I don't want to be saved by you filthy humans. Just leave me here. And they're like, all right. He's like, you know, with this defeat, the Reptites have no future. So he threw in the towel real easy.
Yeah. Oh, I got hit with some adversity. Nah, I don't want to do this no more. Ayla's like, we can get you, like, this thing's falling on top of you. We can take you and save it. No, it's not worth it. No, we can do it. No! Just leave me here. Let me get crushed.
I want to be one with Lavos.
Is Azala or any of Azala's descendants in Chrono Cross? I know that's a very, like, probably minute detail.
I want to say no because I don't remember any Reptites being in Chrono Cross.
They have Dinopolis.
They got Dinopolis, but there's not really like dinosaurs there.
Oh.
But like, Azal is not a Tyrannosaurus.
Not with that attitude.
Yep. But like, there's like descendants of what's going on with the Reptites, but like Azala itself, I believe, just goes to dust. I don't know, I try to learn the Chrono Cross lore. A lot of it's just, my brain just does not want to comprehend it.
You didn't want to get that PhD?
No, I tried, man. AG Deets has like an amazing 1.5 hour video of like the lore of Chrono Cross. I watch it and I'm like, I remember nothing, man.
Every time I watch it, I remember 3 new facts.
1, I still don't know.
Luckily, there's no part in this run like yesterday where I'm going to have to Google interesting facts that you can't believe are real. I was definitely looking those up as we're like, after like 5 minutes looking for Doom Gaze. I'm like, all right, it's time.
Yep. Oh, don't worry. We'll definitely have that during the Cracker grind.
Oh, wait. Yeah, there is the Cracker. Dang. Okay, yep, you're right.
Yep. So we will pop into Kajar for a speed tab. We're pretty much whoring ourselves out for speed tabs. We grab pretty much all of them the game has kicking around.
Speed is
It's
just the most busted stat.
It's too good of a stat.
You get so much control off of just being able to start a fight. It's crazy. Like, it actually feels weird for you to not be the first one to go most of the time. And then you'll be like, oh, why don't I get to go? Why does this thing get to go first?
You, sir, have cheated the line somewhere. I kind of wish Antiquity had more going on with it, because it's such, I don't know, it's one of my favorite time zones.
I mean, there's that one island that you can't access, but you see the little pyramid thingy.
I tried so much as a casual player to get there, because I was like, I know it's got good items in 1000, it's got to have good items here.
And after you go and you search around forever and always, you're sitting there being like, sigh, I guess not.
Yep. I guess I'll never know what was in there.
I remember there was one, where did I read it? It was a thread somewhere way deep in the old internet. It was one of those, like, if you leave your GameCube on for Melee for a full week, you get Sonic type things.
Oh, yeah.
But it was like, yeah, if you sit there and you do all these super convoluted things, you can get over there. Turns out that was in fact false.
Yeah. It's like an FF6 where it's like, if you defeat 10,000 Tyrannosauruses, you fight the Omega Tyrannosaur, which will allow you to revive General Leo. And you just couldn't revive General Leo, but you had everyone maxed out on levels anyways.
Well, why else would they have that slot there? Obviously to get Leo.
Yeah.
I must have cheated my run yesterday. Never picked up Leo.
You know what? It's okay. You grabbed Alexander. That's a
the
lot
real
harder
test.
of a thing to do. Yeah.
Totally right. That is, if you talk to Janice, he'll give you a promotion, and I'm like, whoa, wait, I want a promotion?
Yeah. So this boss is the reason we want to be low HP. We'll be using Chrono's slash attack, just because it's got a faster animation. And then because the Golem will counterattack whatever element you hit it with, we end up just getting party-wide nuked. You can kill this casually if you want. You just get experience and tech points, but the ending is still the same. You still get booted out of Zeal.
Yeah, it's basically, you won, but you're still gonna lose. So GG's on that, and you're like, oh, wow. Okay. I'm drinking in very, very small increments.
I've been holding it in the last little bit.
There will be times throughout this run, especially during some endings, where we'll need to stretch, hit the old bathroom break or whatever. Because, oh, I guess we didn't super mention this. For this run, you have to watch the ending all the way through till, like, it says the end, and, like, it's different stuff for each one, but it's like, wait until all the snow is done falling, or wait until the end falls down or whatever, then you can carry on. So that's kind of your moment to go and take some breaks. Some of them are longer than others. The programmer ending doesn't really give you much time.
No.
Now we got kicked out. For good. They've never seen that thing before, but they know how to get a perfect little seal around it.
The bad ending is not one of the endings considered by the game. So it's basically just all the endings from beating Lavos.
was gonna say all the good endings, but there's definitely a couple of them that aren't
that good.
super good. Yeah, they're not bad, just not good. Some of them are serious. Some of them are kind of zany. There's one that's completely nonsensical.
I find it funny that we end the meme run on the meme ending.
Ah, yes. I think we tried to. We were like, "Is there a way to do this?" And it just kind of worked out. And we're like, "Yes."
Yep. So now we're like, oh hey, man, we got kicked out. We got kicked out the time zone we need to be in. How do we get back there? And then we have memories of a place we've never been to in 2300 AD. We're like, maybe that place has something. It's kind of nice.
Eventually.
It's nice the game actually tells you that, because
otherwise you'd be gone.
Yeah, you'd be lost.
Well, so we are going to do dumb little me as a kid. I was like, I wouldn't have remembered about the doors.
No, like at that point, I was 20 hours later. I remembered nothing about the future. So we are doing a short little detour. This is something I never thought doing as a kid. And it aggravates me now. So you get the choice of two options. One of them, the safe helm, a very good defensive piece that gives you shield, which will reduce physical damage by 33%. Or you get the swallow, which has a massive attack power. It also gives you +3 to speed for Chrono. So we're definitely picking the helmet.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get hit hard.
No. I don't want him to get turns faster. So it is kind of nutty, because we've only thrown 2 or 3 speed tabs onto Chrono at this point. So with the swallow and the bandana, Chrono's now at max speed. Which you'll see in just a moment how nutty that is when it comes to encounters. You basically start with a full ATB bar instantly.
It's sick.
And the swallow is going to put in a lot of work coming up as soon as we find a way back to 2300 AD. It's going to be the hard carry for the next leg of the run.
So these are the guys I'm hopefully not going to wake up.
Stay asleep, stay asleep, stay asleep. So I'm kind of sad we get to run into the man, the myth, the legend himself. But sadly, it's faster just to run through Lab 32 than it is to race him again. We will be taking 2 of the 3 encounters just because you can't avoid them.
And that is the instant ATB. Now running away from stuff it's too easy.
Easy.
It almost be illegal how easy it is.
Much like any RPG, speed is usually king.
And he beat us over here anyways.
What a man. We should have just rode him. So this is an area you're supposed to visit, like, on your first way through, but... So the enemies here are pretty weak.
They're incredibly weak.
Yeah.
Fun little bit about this section that I didn't learn about. A little bit of a lore thing. You know, what's his nuts? Pierre? Is that the guy that we saved from the...
Yep.
Yeah. If you save Pierre, you get the little piece of paper that says, you know, these things they're so tough to fight that I'd rather scrape the gums off of or out of my mouth or whatever. But if you don't save him, that piece of paper doesn't show up. So apparently it was a descendant of that boy.
Oh, that's neat. I did not know that. So this room is just one giant debate after another. If you make any kind of noise, also that cheese is not real. Love you, Hobbs. If you trigger any of those things, if you kick the can into the garbage can, if you try to eat the cheese, even if you step on the save point, they all trigger encounters.
And I don't want that. They're slow.
No. They're slow, they're annoying. So Crawley, we're gonna flame kick, and that's the end of everything. Like I said, like we're supposed to be here much earlier in the game. You can do flame kick or fire sword. Flame kick just sets you up nicer for the next boss coming up, which is a large part of like really any RPG, is just having your characters set up on the ability or item they need before they need it. Because it's really nice to go into battles and just mash A. Especially during downtime, like a boss death animation or another character getting an animation in.
We also don't want to hang out in it too much, because you actually cause a little bit of lag if you're sitting inside just the tech menu. Item 1 seems to be okay, but that tech menu just slows things down a lot more than you think it would too, so that's why we try not to sit in it much. There's a couple of attacks where it's like very obvious.
You don't want the cheese? It is not Swiss. I have nothing but disgust for it.
So here we have the Epoch.
Tupac.
Also, apparently it's supposed to be pronounced epic, but not a single person pronounces it epic.
Yep. Oh, cool. Fancy bathtub. So Balthazar put his memories into the new. So he's like, hey, I worked on this time machine that you can use to traverse through time. Unfortunately, I couldn't put wings on it.
You didn't really put the space in there for it either.
No. But right now, story-wise, it's our only way back to 1200 BC. So here coming up is a couple of just encounters that really aren't much worth mentioning. We will be doing a save and reset to get us back onto RNG. We'll be doing another bright load. This boss is probably up on like Magus levels of annoyances. Which sucks because it's got very low amounts of HP, but it just takes forever to kill. So the beasts, we're just going to flame sword and then Rolo kick. These enemies have a very interesting script where every time you attack them, their attack power goes up. So thankfully we kill them before they're able to do anything.
And this isn't any different than like non-RNG manip for these little fights. It's just the best way to take care of them.
Yeah.
Also, just when I was doing PC runs and the fact that it's got, oh, what was it called? It wasn't armadillo kick, was it? Roundillo kick, maybe? I don't know.
Rondalo kick or something like that. It's something that throws you for a loop.
Yeah. Especially when you play the SNES stuff enough, and then you go into the proper translations, and you're like, what the heck is this thing?
We pretty much do them as soon as we unlock them. Ending 2 and 1 will be done in New Game, and then the rest of them will be done in New Game Plus as we progress through the story. So it's basically just a first come, first serve.
A fun thing is you can wake up people with the kiss spell, which not a lot of people know, but it makes this a whole lot easier because you can heal and get that status effect off at the same time.
Yeah. So in a non-manipulated run, Chrono would be doing lightning, and Ayla and Luca will be doing flame kick. It just works out this way with manipulation, where you wait for Mudib to do an attack, you do flame sword and an attack, and it keeps them pretty docile. Normally you're supposed to kill both beasts, which would lower Mudimp's HP. Mudimp only has 1200 HP, but while both the beasts are alive, he's got pretty tanky defenses. So Flame Kick would deal about 150, Lightning would deal about 70, and he heals for about 150, which he can use quite frequently. So you're basically, every heal animation is just removing a Flame Kick damage. It does end up being the fastest way to kill him, but you're definitely... there are some fights where you can lose a minute and a half to this fight, so he can just sit there and heal himself 8-9 times. Then you're just kind of chipping him away with like Chrono's lightnings outside of healing from like the red beast attacking.
I think I got one line ahead of myself there. Yeah. That's cool. Okay, now it's less cool.
Yay!
Counting's hard.
Manip impossible.
No way.
That's the second time Luca has died with exact damage.
I know. I'm starting to feel bad for her. The silly thing is he's like right on the cusp.
Nice. Mudimps up on a little stage telling jokes. Oh, you think you're gonna get through me quick, eh? You think your run's gonna continue, eh?
Well, this isn't gonna do what I want it to do, but I'm sure it'll be fun.
So this is where the TP duplication, we're really gonna get our bang for the buck. This fight, Ayla is going to learn Rock Throw, which enables the dual tech Falcon hit. And I hope you guys like Falcon hit, because we're going to be seeing a lot of it. So that one fight, since Luca earned an ability, technically she got 200 TP from it. 100 for Rock Throw, and then 100 for Charm.
They don't give the greatest for experience. Like, it's decent experience, but that's not, like, point of the Robo.
No.
This area has a few, like, pretty interesting little skips and stuff, like where Kind of depends which way you're facing in junk. Yeah, you're still right.
Oh, you forgot the menu. This menu always just feels awkward.
Yeah, that's one I've never been a huge fan of. Just doesn't quite feel right. There's no flow to it.
No. It just feels like you're all over the place consistently. How do you one-shot that rock? The swallow with the berserker.
And a crit.
And a crit.
And you too can get, well, you can get free tech points on the first one at least, guaranteed. Ones after that, good luck.
So here we're going to run through. We are going to grab a couple of items. We're going to grab the time hat just for purely selling purpose. It's worth 15,000. These guys, even without Berserk, Chrono handles them pretty good. The Swallow is just such an offensive increase.
It's too good.
Yeah. Even though, like, by the game standards, we are still pretty low level.
Let me know what level we are right now.
21.
Okay. Oh, that's plenty of level. If you can survive 2 attacks, you're over leveled. If you can survive 1 attack, you're just the proper level.
Yep. So, welcome to Giga Gaia, the happiest boss you'll ever see in a video game. He is just ecstatic to be a part of the game.
For the longest time, I thought that his nose was a mustache.
Can't say what I want to say, but that's definitely not what I'm thinking.
I know, I'm trying to diverge. So the hands start with 2,000 HP. When they come back with 1,000 HP. Oh, look at that! We do more than 1,000 HP. Or damage, I should say.
The opening is very time sensitive. They'll open up with the double blaster. The left arm will heal, and then the right arm will go instantly into an AoE ability again. So since we both have Chrono and Ayla both set up on Falcon Hit, now it's just a spamathon. Just keep going Falcon hits. When the arms regenerate, we'll kill them with a Falcon hit, and then just keep going back to the head. Falcon Hit's just too good of an ability. It's cost 4 MP from Chrono and Ayla. It attacks in a very large line, and it also just does stupid amounts of damage.
Hello, arms. And these arms are going to be gone now. They had a nice little appearance, though.
You guys tried. Luca's just here for moral support. Ayla's just having a nice little dance-off.
She's just having the big cheering on the side there. You can do it! One more in that. So it also turns out we have just enough MP.
Goodbye, little buddy. We'll miss you.
Goodbye, big buddy. I'll miss you.
Old swoon.
Yeah, because of the levels that we have, it's not uncommon to be gaining levels on bosses. Mostly because that's 90% of what we fight. Aside from, like, you have to fight this, and we go, okay. You say so. Oh, we saved Melchior, but not the Melchior we know, it's a different Melchior. Totally not confusing. And now apparently because we beat the big bad on the top and saved our buddy, the big floating rock has discovered gravity. Which poses more of a problem than not.
Look, my pet rock just wanted to go for a walk off the leash.
You need to train your pet rock a little better.
Yeah. I kind of been neglecting that. So here we free Melchior. We kind of learn about Zeal's plan to become immortal by harvesting Lavos' energy. So Melchior, Belshazzar, and Gaspar made a machine called the Mammon machine, which has kind of fueled a lot of Zeal. A lot of the other parts that have fueled Zeal is finding the Sunstone. So the Sunstone kind of differentiated between the homebound people that live in the snowy place that can't use magic to the Antiquians, the people that can use magic. And this kind of started fueling Zeal's lust for getting more power at really like any risk. So we're like, hey, the nice girl, her crazy mom is trying to take over the world. So Dalton, one of Zeal's elite guard or whatever, the comic relief, has kidnapped Shala, and now it's our goal to try to go save her. Melchior will give us the ruby knife, which was made out of the Dreamstone and the same material as the mammoth machine. Surely it will not be a plot equipment later on.
Definitely wouldn't be. Now we basically get put on a robot assassination assignment here. It's got to get through all the security, get past the queen, take this tiny little knife and stab it in the machine.
Easy.
You know what's funny is after that they never do and then this will be your escape route. They're just like, I just do that. Everyone's like, oh,
it's
okay.
Easy. Chrono equips a ruby knife. Ayla throws Chrono at the machine. Profit.
But yeah, we have to do this whole walk all the way through again, because this is... They haven't really set the place... Wait, so I guess the people that are in Hassa never get to really go over, unless they use these to get over to Hajar. But they seem like they're a little too good to be using these.
Yeah.
You walk over there? I'm happy I remember those places' names. And which one was which? One of the questions that I had, because I'm starting to play a little bit of the Flames of Eternity ROM hack, was what color are the walls inside in Hassa? I'm like,
oh yeah.
I got it right, but it was a straight up wild guess. There was no knowledge in that.
Nope. It was like, I know it's not red. So there we took a little visit to step on a healing pad. And also to set the flag for one of the side quests for Fiona's Desert. If you don't set it there, you can set it in the Village Commons after you get back to the Epoch. It's just more time efficient to get it here. Dalton will counterattack anyone that does damage to him with Iron Ball. So by initiating a dual attack with Chrono and then Ayla, we're kind of just spreading out that 50% Iron Ball damage. Because Luca will do a fire, and then the next Falcon hit will kill.
The best part about this is the only fight where a boss goes, go ahead, do your thing. Being like, I'm going to counterattack you, and we just go like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. This is one of those moments where it actually matters that, well, not as much now as it does in PC version all endings, but Chrono living here actually kind of matters a little bit more.
Yeah, that 30 tech points is quite a bit. And if he dies here, he dies. There's nothing you can do about it.
Sometimes you just get the high roll.
Yep. But the all quest route, as soon as Chrono learns Lightning 2, we really don't care about him anymore. Where in this run, because there's a whole lot of run after we beat the game the first time, any little bit of extra TP we can get on Chrono just makes the New Game Plus grind that much easier. So here we see a vision of the Mammon machine and how Zeal, how Shala's, you can see how it's taken the toll on her, and Zeal just doesn't care. He's just like, give it more power. Out of the dungeons, though, this Ocean Palace has to be one of my favorites.
It looks
It's
good.
got good, yeah,
It
got good
sounds
movement.
good. The movement's good. There's like a few spots, like this room that we're doing right now, your speed actually matters for not having those blue guys get in your way on your round back trip.
Yeah, a lot of those like scouters, like the little imp enemies, are deceptively strong.
Especially when you get 3 of them of different colors together.
Yep, and you're like, all right, I guess I just die.
Who doesn't know Delta Force in this game?
It's hand them out at the local fair.
That was a pattern.
So this, oh, nice desync. So as you can see there, if you wait for them to jump in the air, you can just kind of safely run underneath of them, which ends up saving you a counter. The route on PC, PC kind of has its own route, but it's fundamentally the same until you beat the game, because the PC version has the extra content with the dimensional vortex, which gives you a lot of broken equipment. The Master's Crown, which stacks with the Prism specs, which gives you an 88% damage increase. Robo gets an item called the Apocalypse Arm, where if it crits, it does 9,999 damage, no matter the enemy's resistance. And then there's a relic called the Dragon's Tear, which will increase crit rate by 10%. So the Apoc Arm has a 15%, Dragon Tear will boost it to 25. So a lot of the PC after that is you're hoping Robo crits, because the highest boss pool in the game is, I think, 30,000.
Yeah.
So Robo dealing a third of that in one attack just completely speeds things up.
And it doesn't care about defense.
Yep, and it's a fixed 9999 no matter what.
So you can kill the Lavos, like inner Lavos, you can kill the center of it before you actually get the arms killed. It's off of 2 attacks and some tick damage. It's stupid.
Bdwed's first all endings run, he got to Magus, and he was asking Red Slash, a very prominent member of the community, he was asking about resistance. Robo crit, fight ended.
Yep.
You turn a 4-minute fight into 12 seconds. It's actually kind of goofy. Unfortunately, we don't get any of that busted equipment. So, but like the first, because PC is vastly faster than SNES, up until I'd say all of New Game is fundamentally the same. And then after you've killed Lavos the second time, the routes really diverge.
We're doing this fight twice just to make sure that Luca gets Fire 2. And then after that, she gets kicked out of the party for a little bit. We need to have Robo in the party so that he can learn Robo Tackle. That we can learn a dual tech of Boogie. Boogie, woogie, woogie.
And this also sets Robo up for learning Fire Tackle a little bit later on.
And it keeps him on, he's kind of on a bit of a tech road too. He doesn't get to his final ability, but he does learn his second last ability.
I think Square is scared, personally, to redo this game, just for the fact this is the only port that they've actually fixed when it comes to the PC port. Because when the PC port came out, for the first 6 months, it was pretty much unplayable. And then with enough outcry, they actually fixed it, where with a lot of pixel remaster games, or like the Radical Dreamers edition of Chrono Cross, they kind of just left it a buggy mess and didn't care.
Sound a little salty there.
A little bit. A little bit.
I know how suffering there with ya.
So, Radical Dreamers finally got a patch 9 months after release to correct the frame rate from the crappy emulator they used. Because the Radical Dreamers edition is just an emulator running a PS1 ISO. And it had large frame rate inconsistency and crashes. So it took them about 9 months, and they finally brought out a patch. It doesn't fix a lot of the crashes, but it fixes some of them.
There we go, Robo Tackle. One more fight to go. We always have a fixed amount of fights on this elevator. So we have to kind of use our MP properly, because as you can see, I have enough for one more of these, and now we have no MP. Luckily, we used it all up, and we're done.
This elevator is also one thing where you run into a very rare instance. Because people are learning abilities, your memory cursor doesn't stay on Falcon hit. So if you end up, once Ayla learns Charm, Chrono's memory cursor goes back up to Cyclone, which we've all done at one point or another, where you just end up mashing A, Chrono does a Cyclone, and you're like, well, I didn't want to do a Falcon hit anyways.
Alright, Falcon hits. We've done too many of them. Just change it up a little bit.
So this little scout skip is kind of impressive and deceptively harder than what it looks like. Because it's very easy for...
strictly left or right for a little bit, and then go a little bit further than you think, because if you start running, your hair gets stuck on the scouts that haven't even fully made their way out yet, and then you have to take the fight anyways.
Yeah. Thankfully they're runnable, but...
And it's easy to practice because they just respawn.
Yeah. So coming up is the good old Golem twins. So the big ability we wanted to learn was Boogie. Boogie has a chance to inflict stop on every enemy on the screen. If it lands, then they don't do an action and they take 25% more damage. The big issue is if it lands or not. So here we'll be starting off with Chrono's Lightning 2. This is just to manipulate their AI a little bit. Nice double orb on Ayla.
Yeah, I don't have to throw any tonics now.
So if Boogie doesn't land on one of them, Chrono will do Lightning 2 again, if he can. And then we'll just go right into 5 Falcon hits and the fight's over.
Why have enemy do attack when enemy can just not do attack?
Yeah. So this is an instance where if Robo got hit with an iron orb, we would have to heal him. Robo's the only one we really care about living through this. Ayla's learned Charm. We don't need her to really have any more abilities. Chrono's nice to live in this category, but if you're doing an old quests, if he dies here, it's not a big deal.
And that's the fight.
This is another fight where just RNG can kind of screw you and you end up losing a minute, minute and a half. Either from like reloading or trying to salvage a fight. And like this fight's not small peanuts. Like 70 tech points is quite large.
Yeah.
And it's very hard. That's one thing. A lot of bosses don't give a lot of tech points, and then there's some deceptive bosses that just give massive amounts of tech points.
Like I think the most you get in one fight is 120.
20 from the Lavos spawn.
Yeah. But like 70 is a lot.
Yeah, and that's probably like even with the content coming up, that's a good 2 or 3 fights.
So normally if this was a all quests hundo run, I'd be saying this is basically close to when the run starts. However, we're a little over, what, a quarter of the way through?
Yep. So here, the ruby knife we end up throwing into the Mammon machine ends up turning into the Masamune. And this is where it's supposedly supposed to deal 2 times damage to magical enemies. Makes more sense, because the Dreamstone, and more extent to that, the ruby knife in the Mammon machine, the whole purpose of the redstone or ruby stone is to absorb magical power. Which is why in the Magus fight it dispels his barrier. Don't worry, we got this. First ending coming up.
Yeah.
You know what? We gave it a try.
Who wanted the game over ending again?
So funny enough with that Lavos fight, it has 3 times the HP and double the stats of every other Lavos fight. The game really didn't want you to beat it early. So surely you can grind to a high enough level and probably beat it, but you're still going to be in a world of hurt. So here Magus unveils himself for not being the prophet. And this is where Queen's is kind of like, screw all of you, I found my new husband. In the form of the Lavos spawn.
What's that thing called when there's 2 of you in the same time spot? I know there's a name for it.
A remnant?
No, that wasn't the word I was looking for. I don't know what the word I was looking for, but I thought it would like trigger it properly. Anyways, Magus basically is just doing that right now.
Yeah. Because there's Magus and then there's baby Janice. Both of them are the same person. So here, because we don't know how to stop Lavos from doing his Hoover move against Shala, Chrono's just like, I got it. I'll run up to the giant thing. And then Chrono died as he lived. 1 giant speed tab. So this to me is like kind of where the game starts. Mainly because now we get full customizable control over who's in the party. We will be reviving Chrono because that is one of the quests from the Guru of Time. But we push it off for quite a bit. Look how big that speed tab is. That's got to be +3 to speed. Magus, just yoink it up and give it to Robo.
I'm technically trying to Google this right now, to be perfectly honest, because now it's bothering me.
No.
I'm finding possibly the grandfather paradox. OCD, everybody. I know I'm not going to be able to rest until I find this out.
So because
Oh, I don't think that's
Zeal ended up awakening Lavos, it ends up destroying Antiquity. This is kind of the downfall of basically the whole time period.
Okay, I made a note of it because I need to look at this tomorrow. Mostly it bothers. I think they brought it up in the Flames of Eternity thing is when I read it and I was like, oh, I just read this. I can't believe anybody likes us in this time zone after we've caused 2 things to fall from the sky now.
Oh, right. Now Woe and now Antiquity.
Boy, I sure hope we don't take anything else down.
I'm sure we can't mess anything else up more than what we did.
Heroes of Time and Disturbers of the Peace. So everyone was happy before, well, maybe not everyone, but most of the people were happy before we showed up. Now we're just here and we're just messing it all up. So now we actually get to make up our own custom parties. We are no longer forced to have Chrono in there, which is kind of nice. So what we're going to be doing is making sure Ayla's in a Ayla's the big thing.
Yeah, we'll be rocking Ayla, Robo, and Luca for the next little bit.
PC
So we will
version
be
of
doing.
this menu is super laggy, by the way. That bothers me
Yeah.
every time.
It's like the game's adjusting to Chrono not being there. So this is kind of the second biggest shop.
We bought 3 things.
Yep. Oh, you still got a lot of money left.
I got 11 shelters, 21 revives, and I got like 40 something.
Oh yeah, you got like 5K kicking.
Yeah, that's just the if I wanted to hold up for a little bit more, but eh.
Yeah. So we basically just want to deplete what money is on us.
We're gonna
So
become broke
now,
boys.
so Dalton's kind of just taken over. He's like, mass destruction? I got this. So we dodged this one fireball pretty easy, but we weren't expecting the triple attack.
We got hit with the hey, what's that behind you?
Yep.
Also, I do like that Luca does like the golf swing. Like, get that out of here. But now we're on this would be like a really big reveal if we went around and talked to people and stuff. But for pure speedrun stuff, we'd be like, Blackbird? The heck's the Blackbird? But it's kind of the big thing that the gurus have been working on creating. Along with the Mammoth. They've been working on a lot of stuff. They're busy guys.
Balthazar, Melchior, and Gaspar they've been putting in a lot of overtime apparently.
Everyone else is sleeping. They're the only ones working.
So the big gimmick of this area is all of our equipment, all of our inventory, and all of our money have been stolen from us. They're actually good jailers, unlike Gardena. But thankfully they haven't chopped off Ayla's hands. So Ayla is the only person that's going to be getting ATB because she's the only one technically with a weapon. Luca and Robo are positioned where they are because the bashers can't get to Ayla to do an attack, so they kind of just rub against her and just don't do anything. Because they don't have a weapon, they're not technically considered part of the battle.
But they're still actively on the battle.
Yeah. So this chest, it will give us just basically our inventory back, which is all that we're looking for. It's one of the reasons we didn't sell the air gun.
Now Luca can fight. Maybe not well, but she can. It's not like I was gonna use her for physicals anyways.
Yeah, it's not like Luca is really going to be much of a physical attacker until much later on.
And even then, you just hope she's a physical attacker.
Yeah.
Oh man, another golem? Starting to get sick of these guys.
And he's the boss?
I'm gonna wait for him to do his big powerful attack and then we'll...
Just wait to see what he does.
Yeah, it's a reactionary fight. This is good for my reaction time.
Yep.
I did it.
GG. So this is just kind of a joke fight where you just kind of do a stare down. He realizes he's afraid of heights, then he bounces. Which is good, because this is the first fight where it'll actually update Luca and Robo to learn their dual tech Robo Tackle, or Fire Tackle, sorry.
Yeah, you still get credit for actually quote-unquote winning the fight. It doesn't give you anything for it, but you still get credits, so you still get to learn techs. Well, dual techs. And there we have the Arrow Dalton Imperial flying around the sky. Bit of a mouthful, but it looks good.
The ADI.
I am happy that Zeal does understand color scheming, and they like kept the color scheme the same.
Can you imagine if the wings were like bright blue?
Yeah, they just like, this is the best we had. I don't know. We just took pieces off the
Make it
Blackbird.
like make it a smaller Blackbird. So Dalton's another deceptively easy fight that can go drastically wrong. If you hit him with any element, he counterattacks with the opposite element. So because we hit him with fire, he's going to counterattack with ice too. Ayla's going to throw a Lapis, which is a 200 HP heal for the entire party. So it'll be Fire Tackle, Lapis, Rock Throw, Fire Tackle, and the fight's pretty much over at this point.
Unless you auto battle.
Yep. Unless you auto battle and lose a minute and a half here, and subsequently world record, then you're just sad.
Yeah, that's the fight. And that's actually the last time we see Dalton today.
Dalton's such a mean boss, but he does it so well.
He wears it incredibly well.
Yep.
You know, considering I haven't even done PC in a while, it still makes me second guess what buttons to hit here because they're different than there. Like this last one's like mash the A button, but this one I have to hit X.
I like how the Epoch has lasers, and this is the only time they get used.
There's absolutely no other spot throughout this entire game where they would possibly be useful.
Never.
Now we get into the all questing section, which I guess is required to actually get this ending.
So when you, because we didn't grab everything on the Black Omen. Thankfully, the game just gives us everything except the money back. So we're going to sell Red Katana, Time Hat, and Kaiser Arm. This will give us 30,000 GP, and this is pretty much all we need for the rest of the game in terms of money.
But we have those three. Can't believe the Red Katana actually still sells for... I mean, it's a pretty expensive thing, but we get it so early. We've been carrying that thing around with us since Heckran's cave.
Yeah.
And we just get rid of it like it didn't even matter.
You did us good, buddy. Now time to go to the scrap heap. So this kind of explains on how the three wise men, Gaspar, Melchior, and Balthazar, kind of got thrown to their own time zones. And then how baby Janus ended up at 600 AD under the care of Uncle Aussie. But I still say Gaspar got the raw end of the deal. He went to the end of time and built himself a nice little hut out of nothing.
I like to think it's one of those things where it's like you need to be able to build it with your mind. Or else just magic. I don't know. Magic's the answer when you don't know.
So here's the turning point. We do need to recruit Magus. Magus is just dummy strong. He starts about 10 levels higher than us. And he comes with Lightning 2, Fire 2, and Ice 2. And his spells use a different damage formula than Chrono, Luca, and Marl. So he's just a better mage all around in every instance. Plus, if we wanted to fight him, Frog just doesn't have the levels for it. Even with the Berserker, he goes down like a chump pretty good.
Gonna be
Yes,
today.
us. So it's so hard not to... Or it's so hard to route Magus out of this just for the fact that recruiting him is just a couple of text boxes.
He has good stats. He comes in at a high level and gets even better stuff later on. Plus a few broken strats literally just built around one of his pieces of gear.
Yeah.
He does way too much.
Yeah, Magus is by far the hard carry for a good chunk of this. I'd say like middle game.
Yeah, he heavy lifts for like a good hour and a half.
So a lot of this, after we realize the existence of the Black Omen, a lot of it is just side quest setup. We'll be flying. It kind of works out where it's like, oh look, we kind of end up near this area of 600 AD where we can start the Northern Ruin side quest. And then by going to the end of time and going back to 1000, it puts us closer to Tabin's spot to get better gear for Luca. The sad thing about if you fight Magus, Frog does become human in the endings, but it only happens in the ending, which I always found like a little cheap. Because if Frog got turned to a human after you finish the fight, I feel it's more worthwhile. Just seeing Dragon Ball Z Vegeta.
Flames of Eternity, they make them hunky.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We were looking at, like, they have, like, statues of them all in, like, the Millennial Fair. And then we were looking at this one, we're like, who the heck is this guy? Is this supposed to be Frog, or what is this? Then you eventually see him a little while later, and he has, like, flowing locks, big old hunk of a man. I'm like, oh, baby. I've just put a couple hours into it, but so far it's been fun. Fun little fan-made thing. If you want more Dalton in your life, that's the way to go. We have officially got the Chrono Trigger. Flip it and ship it. We're going home, boys. We've got the title.
Only took 3 hours, but we did it.
Today, I think we're going to try and not go to 1999.
Oh, you got to keep the tradition. It never fails. Anytime you're warping to 2300 or 1000, one of us always ends up going to 1999. One of us have done it for like every marathon show off that's happened. And it's not even like we're doing it on purpose. It just
happens.
You hit up a couple of times, the game eats an input, and you're like, well, I guess we're watching a 3-minute cutscene. So we could have went back to Tabin earlier to get one of the pieces of the Tabin suit, but like going there just for the helm really wouldn't change much of anything. And this is just how much of a speed tab whore we are.
Because the only reason to go here, Robin.
Yeah.
The lowest of the low. If I see a granny crossing the street and she has one, I'm knocking her down.
Just football tackle.
Yup. If he gets caught by me, that speed tab wasn't doing much for her anyways. So the first thing we're going to be doing is Frog's little side quest. Which is funny because he doesn't get a lot out of it, but we're in the area. Finish this one up really quick. We get some pretty good experience and checkpoints out of it, actually.
Yeah, the sentries are insanely good.
And this guy's nice because both times that you talk to him, you just need to get the text box started and the flag's already been triggered. So we just leave talking to him twice while he's in the middle of the conversation. And it's important to have not anybody dying here. We did do a save reset, so we should have a bit of a manipulated side quests bit. This is also assuming things go properly and all that. But Fire 2... Is it just because it has a stronger base to it? Because I don't think they're... Are they weak?
I think they're weak to fire.
Yeah, that is an obscene amount of damage. One of those things I've never really thought about it. Oh, okay, just use Fire 2.
Yeah, because Ice would not, because if they were weak, if that was base, then Fire would deal like 2600 damage against like a weak enemy, which would just be disgusting this early.
But the thing that we manipulate here is we only get 3 counters, I believe, total. And we don't have to do any healing.
Normally, any after either Grudge or MP Buster, you would heal either HP or MP respectively. This fight, however, can give you the gears. So it is possible to get 4 counterattacks. The worst would end up being triple Grudge on Magus, which would end up killing him. And after that, you do lose out on a very good chunk of experience. We do need him to hit a certain level point for an area coming up.
But everything's good in the hood.
Who would have guessed?
One of the small menuing things that I have a lot of fun with is how you can consistently make people be in the same spot. That's one of the things that can be variable if you mess it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But I know Hobbs and I spent a while being like, okay, if we put person here and here, how many inputs is it for us to go like this? And I'm like, oh yes, this is my type of menuing. That's most of what I did with the 6-2 is like, this could save an input. Just have to do things a little bit funky. But if you get that into the muscle memory, I can save an input or two.
It sounds
back
silly,
in here.
but if you can save 20, 30 inputs, it's a good couple of seconds. Or more if you end up like just randomly fumbling. So we took Magus out of the party for two reasons. One, it saves us 2 text boxes. And 2, this is the party we're going to use for the next section. So the Masamune does get a very nice upgrade into the Masamune 2 that you can only get during story triggers. So Berserk Froggy going to be back at it again.
For a whole 2 fights.
Yep. And then he's kind of going to be forgotten about.
For a whole many hours. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Because he is kind of gets put into the regular story bits again. Frog, hero in our hearts. Warmer on my bench. He's kind of like the water boy on my team.
Yeah.
You definitely need him, but it's not like you actually, like, need him, you know? My dog has finally got off of my foot, and I'm starting to get feeling back in my toes.
Let's say they're starting to get cold.
Well, I'm sure they'll be cold once I can feel it. Alright, so now we've had that nice little heartfelt thing. Frog feels like he needs to go flex on some old friends.
Yep.
And it just turns out, in a very short amount of time, Aussie has created his own fort. Actually, this part I don't... Do you know, was this fort just, like, always around, or was it just popped up recently?
This popped up because of the time divergence.
Oh, that would make sense, yes.
So we won't be finishing this part of the side quest. We're just here because it's got insanely good gear for Magus coming up, and it sets us up very nicely for a rather unorthodox battle strategy that works out quite well. So this, we're hoping for Frog to crit, and then we're just going to be doing fire tackles to kill. I like how Flea's just laughing until Robo just linebackers her.
I don't know how I just noticed this, but I like how Flea's fire attack goes in the shape of a heart.
Ooh, I did not notice that.
I just kind of looked at it now and I'm like, hang on. It starts at the bottom and it kind of wraps up around the top. I'm like, I think that's supposed to be a heart. This is one of the toughest fights in the boss fight, just below Golem Twin.
Yep.
Because I don't even get ATBs to play with.
I don't even get to do an option.
I've also had a sneeze tickling me in the corner of my nose for a little while.
Oh, that's what you've been doing.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to sneeze into the mic, so I'm like, get down. That fight is literally as optimal as it's gonna get. Literally cannot be better. I'm pretty sure Luca's the one that gets slashed here.
No crit. Unrunnable.
It's okay. I can fix this.
Alright.
I'm gonna pull the most 5-head play move and juke this axe.
Oh, baby.
So, the word juke is different in many different cultures. I'll figure out one where that one matches up with that.
Went exactly as planned.
So I just can't PC brain this next menu and remember Magus is not in the top. Or else we're gonna lose about 1.5 minutes just over random stuff. As I have learned.
We'll come back to obviously finish up this area. It's just at the moment, there's no efficient way to finish the Aussie / and Flea fight. We just don't have any means in a time efficient manner.
We just really wanted Magus's ultimate gear.
Yeah. But the Doomsicle, the Gloom Cape, and the Gloom Cap, Magus is pretty much going to be glued to for the rest of the run. There'll be an odd time where the Gloom Cap comes off, but it's just extremely good pieces of a gear for him.
That fight is so awful. Just to try and get what I think of what I want. Follow the kitty! In case you think this place looks familiar, it is. This is the same place where we lost a good chunk of time with me doing whatever it was I was doing against Nisbel 2.
We'll be taking this fight twice. We will be swapping Ren out for Marl. We are looking for Marl to gain a couple of abilities to help out with the next fight. Well, mainly one ability that takes us a little bit to get there. So taking these fights is also important because it gets Magus a level, which increases his hit chance by, I think it's 12 or 14. It's a pretty very noticeable level for Magus.
It's his coming of age level.
So in this chest here is the blue rock. It's an item we'll be using in about an hour, hour and a half. It enables the triple tech Omega Flare with Magus, Luca, and Robo.
That's an all Indians diversion right there.
Yeah, that Zodiac cape is just a very good piece of gear that has +10 to magic defense. Menu.
So we typically don't pick up that Zodiac cape, but we're going to be needing that later on. And I also need to be aware that I have it because it actually changes up a very important manip menu later on as well. Because it overrides the tab invest.
Oh, really?
Yep, so you can't match through it. I have learned that the hard way.
Say goodbye to 2-speed.
I think this is a 5-attack fight.
This just shows you like the nice TP dupe that's going to happen. Marl learned Cure last, and so in 2 fights she ends up learning 2 abilities. And Haste is the ability we're really looking for. So Haste obviously increases your speed by 50%, which on a character that has very high speed, just kind of breaks the game a little bit. So this strat works only because of the boss's lackadaisical AI script. So we grabbed that mid-ether in Aussie's fort and got hit by the axe, which reduced those 3 party members to 1 HP. And Magus has the Doomsicle equipped. For every party member that dies, he gets his attack power goes up by 100%. So we are looking to have Ayla charm a Ruby Vest off this. We do get 2 attacks if you're lucky, or 2 chances if you're lucky. Nice.
Luckily, the manip actually guarantees it.
So
Yep.
because of the roar inflicting sap, Ayla and Marl are going to go down pretty quick. And then you're going to see Magus's attacks just skyrocket. You go from 500 to 1500. Even though this boss has 20,000 HP, 25,000,
Yeah.
he just gets so many turns off in between he does one roar. And this is the only way the strat works. Really, it's just there's a very long period where it does absolutely nothing.
It is so fast. The one thing I do want to look into is seeing if we can get a little bit better of a nip for more crits in this. But
That
that's pretty
second
much it.
Rubble fight might be hurting you too,
Yeah.
with having those 4 or 3 misses.
Felt like I couldn't complain too much because the other one is a 2-hit and we're out. So that's like 1.5 misses per.
Yeah.
And that's the fight.
So tough.
If you didn't get that steal, we're going to be getting to Guardia Castle, and there is a backup in there. It takes about 20-30 seconds to get, but it's better than not having, especially since the next boss we're going to do is literally all about fire.
There is something nice we're going to show off. If you hold a direction while either dashing or walking, Magus will continually do it during this cutscene. So normally he's just supposed to stand there all stoic, but instead it looks like he's just trying to walk up to the king and can't get anywhere.
When he walks up, I like to think it looks like he's just wiping his shoes on the carpet.
Yeah.
Got all that dino poo on it. Also, this is
Cool.
nice because it puts us right beside another speed tab. Everyone we can find that's feasible to get and doesn't take forever is one we're going to be getting. And we're actually going to have to grab more in this route than we do in just a regular hundo. Yep.
So here we're just setting up some more side quests. This is the Sunstone that we're going to be starting right now. And it also just kind of works where it's like, what are we close by? Oh, we're close by this and this. All right, so we'll do this next.
That one. This is kind of experimental still.
So this is the fight. If you're doing it off manip, you don't want to swerve left and right because it changes Luca's starting position. So this fight, you don't actually deal damage to the actual main boss part. You have to guess which one of the 5 flames. Oh, so lucky.
So lucky.
Which one of the 5 flames will inflict damage, and you need to attack it 10 times. In the non-manipped run, you would have Luke on the left, and you would flame toss the lower 2 flames and the one to the right. And whichever one didn't counterattack, that's the flame you need to go for. And if none of them counterattack, you guess between the top and top left. But because we're using RNG manip, we know which flame is going to be what.
Now, usually I do the save reset before this, so this is somewhat experimental to make sure that this part works out. Yay.
Huzzah!
Fun fact, this manip still works if Luca has an extra speed and Magus is down a speed.
Yeah, this fight's not pretty like action dependent.
Oh man, he died.
No, us. You were the Elmer's glue that held us together.
That's the fight. It's nice when you don't have to guess.
Level ups. So now we're going to be just going about our merry way to charge up this stone for about 65 million years. It's important to do this side quest before doing the one in 1000 AD Gardena Castle, because then you can kind of reap all the rewards at one time.
We get some good stuff out of that.
Yeah, you get some high tier equipment from it.
Small detail that I like that they actually did is just the land shifting.
Yeah, as you go through the time zones, the sunspot shifts a couple of pixels.
Like, it probably should be shifting more, but you don't want to like completely redo a map or anything, but it's a little bit of something. But it looks like
I want to know how
took
the rich.
this.
I want to know how the rich guy got there to take it. You know, it was probably that bastard Toma.
He probably just paid for that boat. Like, hey, I just want to go on my own little merry way. And they're like, okay. Like, it's sitting right there. Then they came across that thing. He's like, ah, let's go take a look, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, so warm.
This place definitely gets snowed in during winter, though. There's a big old hole at the top for the sun to get in.
Where's my super suit?
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the Zodiac cape is a better piece of gear, but if you put it on Luca for that, she ends up dying from the flares.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, that's why you want to make sure you don't put it on. You put it on and be like, why is she almost dead? And you're like, something's not right here. I think that was the first all endings run, which I mean, it's probably only like my 4th one I've done. But
Yeah, this is a category that's kind of balls to grind.
Especially since like the first half of that really is just what you're already running. Then the other half is watching. Now we're gonna use those points that we talked about a long, long time ago.
Remember, why is laughter?
Why is laughter?
So we won't be doing this little charade to completion. We'll be getting 4 correct answers. And then failing. This lowers the doll's cost from 60,000 to 30,000. I think to do it completion is 12, which is what the any percent would do.
It's gotta be way more than 12. I figured it was like
12,
close to 20.
16. Oh, I didn't think it was that much.
I don't know, I feel like I'm in there for a long time and they're kind of coming fast and furious at the end.
Fair enough.
There's like a weird bug thing where like it costs 60 for doing nothing, but it still says 30. I think there's something weird with like, or maybe after only like 1 or 2 of them or something, where it's like supposed to be 40k or whatever. I know the numbers don't actually line up properly. That was when I was looking into if I can cut that out or not.
You can kind of get debated by the game with that Chrono doll if you end up leaving too soon. It gives you the sound like you've taken the doll, but then you get the death peak, and it's like, I guess you don't have it.
Oh no. Fuck. Other bee thing.
Alright, I successfully know I'm 2 seconds behind you.
I've been trying to give like little hints.
Yeah, cause that's it. It'll say, like, it's worth 60,000, but it'll really take 30,000 from you.
Or other way around.
Or 10 or 5 or...
Or like it'll say it's only 30 and then you look and be like, I lost way more than that. 6 has a thing like that too in that sealed cave. And you're like,
Yep.
oh look, there's a thing here that says I got X amount of money. Then you look and it's like a tenth of that. Actually, I think out of that whole buried section thing, only one of the, 4 or 5 things is actually labeled properly.
Yeah, there's like one item. I think it's the Invisa-Skeen.
Yeah. I don't think there ever was a real Chancellor. I think that's just a lineage of Yakras. It has to be. Or if you're looking at it this way, they're like the closest to having power without actually having any power, and those are the people who usually get really greedy with it. You want to like psychoanalysis it.
So this is kind of cool because you get to see how getting the rainbow shell in 600 AD has changed the castle in 1000 AD. Because they made this extra staircase with the basement.
I also love that they call those snakes Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah.
Do you know if they kept that in PC version at all?
I don't know. It's usually just let turbo go burr.
Yeah, words go by too fast.
I like how the game actively shows you that they're trying to set up the king.
Yeah. And it's like not like she walks right up to the guy in the courtroom is like, was that pretty good?
Did I earn my money?
Pretty sure there's a way to get past those guys without having to stop, but we're
It always feels like a game of peekaboo.
yeah. And I can't even use my diagonals to slow me down here.
Nope.
Diagonals go zoom. I don't know exactly how we got a shard off of this for how hard it's supposed to be, but details.
Marl just punched it with her oven mitts. Like they're gonna wrongfully convict my father. I mean, she jumps through a stained glass window and doesn't get hurt, so.
She's actually injure-proof.
Yep.
The type of chick to make you do something really dangerous. You come out with a broken arm, she's like, "Woo, let's do that again."
I want to ride the Tyrano. I don't.
So we always say the best thing to do for this whole cutscene is just keep your eye on the judge. He pulls the bestest of magic tricks.
He might be Lavos incarnated.
He's the one been pulling the strings the whole time. I mean, look how happy she is, just jumping through the stained glass. She knows what she's doing.
But I like how they're like, yeah, he stole the rainbow shell, and then but no one went into the basement to check.
Yeah.
They're just like, the Chancellor said it, it must be true.
Ekans and Arbok were keeping people from going in.
Goodbye, Judge.
Just
He hit the emergency escape.
eject now!
So this is another fight where we're just gonna haste Magus, and then just let him do his thing. Yakra is just another one of the AI scripts where he just does nothing for a very long chunk of time. Sadly, we can't use this strat more in the run.
The best part about the manipulation here is kill Frog on first turn, good. Kill Marl after she gets haste, good. Magus goes ahead and gets a few crits in here and there. Good.
Yeah. The Yakra 13 has 18,000 HP, so if you get a crit for 3,000, that's a good chunk of his HP already gone.
And we're cruising on him on ATB versus what he's getting. I believe we actually kill him before he does his actual weaknesses thing too.
And that's Yakra 13.
Very tough. Honestly, the toughest part is making sure that you get haste out quick enough.
Yeah, it is a very tight window.
Huh, we got a Mega Elixir from the fight. Today I learned.
Father comes back in. Barl's like, Daddy's, the fight's done. You can come out now.
Marl's getting a nice little reconnection with her dad before maybe going off to her death to save the world.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna
everyone's
fight
just here
this.
to watch.
I'm gonna fight this giant magical being that destroyed a city 12,000 years ago. But don't worry, everything will be fine.
You might be holding together the entire fabric of reality as we know it, but I need to kill him.
I might be late for dinner.
And you
I
can come
like how the
back
real
into there to grab that item too. I just don't remember what it is.
That's the key for the Chancellor chest.
Oh. Yeah, I'll be sure to do that one.
He's in that unopenable chest, and I believe it's the right wing.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. It's one of the wings.
You can't be late for dinner. You have a time machine. Look, if the Flash can be late, we can be late.
Now that we've got this and Melchior's all like, ooh, I want to play around with this thing, we get some pretty good gear. First off, we're going to be getting 3 Prism Helms, which unfortunately is not the top option. Then we got Prism Specs and the Rainbow. I think that's it.
We got a lot of really good items in a very short amount of time. The Wonder Shot for Luca that can either be Ace or Buns. Sunshades that universally increase all damage done by 25%. The Prison Helms are just an extremely good defensive piece of equipment. They also have status resistance on them. The Rainbow, strongest katana for Chrono with a 70% crit rate. And the Prism Specs, which universally boost all damage by 50%. So combining that, especially if a dual or triple tech also gives a 25 or 50% damage boost, they stack on top of it as well. So we're sitting very pretty right now.
I've decided I like doing this menu here. Then I can listen to good music instead of depressing music.
That works.
And it's one of those where, like, it doesn't matter where you do it as long as you just get it done before.
Yeah.
May as well do it where the music's nice.
So now we're going to embark on our side quest to not revive Chrono. So this is the first real deviation from an all quests run to an all endings run. We're going to be here. This is going to give us the gold stud, which reduces MP costs by 75%. And we get a nice little magic tab for issues as well. And then we will be going up Death Peak, but we won't be completing it because one of the endings involves beating the game without Chrono. Now, we still do Death Peak just because it offers us an absurd amount of tech points in a very, very short amount of time.
It's so hard to route around it.
So to throw out some numbers, Robo gets 678 tech points for 7 minutes on Death Peak. Luca gets 592. Magus gets 400. Because of learning techs when fighting enemies, especially the Lavos spawns that give 120 tech points naturally. Each one of those for Robo and Luca are going to be worth 240 tech points. And it's just, you can't find that amount of tech points that quickly anywhere else. It does kind of suck to have to do Death Peak twice, or realistically 3 times in this run, but there's just no other way to amount that amount very quickly.
I did it.
Are you gonna be a monster? Are you gonna be a monster? Aww.
After the flack you gave me the other day.
Effing right. If you don't turn him off, you're a monster. He's been a good boy. He deserves to sleep. Especially since you taunted us with it.
That's okay, I did all the other extras.
Yep. This tree always feels like a little wonky, because if you're not close to dead center, you kind of shift off to the left or the right.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
And the wind's not exactly forgiving. Right through the middle.
So this is one of the fights where it's actually better just to not attack immediately, but wait on ATBs a little bit. You can queue stuff up while stuff is going on, which just seems to make it go by naturally a little bit faster.
Yeah, this is just going to be Magus attacks, fire tackle, repeat, and you want to make sure you really hit the head. So if you end up hitting the body, it does the AoE needle counterattack.
And as you can tell, it really messed me up.
Yeah, it hurts bad.
I just looked at our party name. Ah, us. Ren.
Ren.
We are all Ren now.
The party is sentient. We learn Mega Bomb and Heal Beam. Our main goal is for Luca to learn Flare, and that's when we can finally use Omega Flare. And then life's pretty much complete there for the next little bit.
Another small deviation. We had to grab that Brave Sword. Normally we wouldn't, but better than what Frog is going to have at that point in time.
Thankfully, when we revisit Death Peak, all these triggers stay open. So we don't have to go and run around to reopen doors and stuff like that. This Lavos spawn, for whatever reason, doesn't have a no run flag.
Now here is, we're going to be very comfortable with this place and all after our second ending, after our first ending. This is the death grinding spot.
Yeah. This gives you the slightly less experience than the conveyor, but it gives you more tech points. And By slightly less, we're talking 100 to 200 difference. But the amount of time just spent going through this, because once you get the setup down, you can consistently get 6 of these crackers, which is worth 48 tech points. Where the conveyor, you're kind of stuck on like a form of an auto scroller, and like you start off with 2 enemies, and then the parties grow over time.
So on a per minute basis, your TP money and experience gain is so much faster.
And the factory, you're stuck to having a Robo in the party, which drastically slows things down because Magus is the only one at the moment that can reliably kill a full screen of enemies no matter where they are with his Ice 2.
We're just doing this
now
until we learn Magic Wall, which should be on the next one.
Yeah. Now we could have fought the Lavos spawn and then fought less crackers, but that messes with the EXP route. So we are looking for Magus to get to level 46.
Yes.
And then Luca to level 40. Now, if we lose a little bit of those levels, our damage also goes down by a couple hundred. So even though the Lavos spawn would be fastest for bulk tech, we would still need to make up the experience somewhere.
That couple hundred matters. Because
Yes.
we're like, just very, well, most of these bosses have like numerals of 5,000 or 10,000 for the most part, and we're hitting in increments of like just barely over 5,000. So if you're hitting 4,900 for everything, well, you gotta do an extra turn now, and that extra turn just seems to be when things get a little nasty. Oh, I actually did the, just checking all my splits and stuff. The difference from here and watching the ending bit is about 30-ish seconds. It's faster to just leave by 30 seconds. Based off of my split times, that is. Now that we're this close to saving Chrono. Bye, Chrono.
Goodbye!
Now, this is one of the more awkward spots. Running back up.
You're used to running down it. You're not really used to running up it.
And usually when you're running down it, big schwack of enemies is already gone.
Don't worry, Dominion. We'll be reviving Chrono just at a little bit of a later date. Now we're just Trigger.
Welcome to my Trigger All Endings run.
My Chrono-less run.
These are skips that you don't normally do this way.
What?
They're super awkward.
Wow.
I thought I actually got that one.
I thought you did too. That looked like you should not have got hit.
You practice it a lot the one way. The other way, though.
Everything just falls apart the other way.
Okay, never mind. It might actually be like a minute faster. Off a little bit, because normally you go to the end of time. But usually, because after you save Chrono, you go to the end of time, and you know, away you go with the fairies. You come back to 2300 AD and whatever else. So when you're so used to that, and you're like, you don't do anything. You just go right.
Yeah.
The wheels were spinning.
Even though these enemies are weak to lightning, if Ice 2 can outright kill, we'll always prefer that spell just because it's got the fastest animation. So this factory is pretty much an ice to a thon.
So yeah, this is the technically more grind. It doesn't actually. Once we actually take out that little bit with the cutscenes, like, more grinding. Yeah, we're just getting a whole bunch right now. Now it makes sense why we power spike quite a bit.
Yeah. That little visit to Death Peak, and then this gives us quite the damage increase.
Yeah, really the only thing that's like worth taking at the end of this here is basically the last 2 fights. Everything else is just peanuts for experience, checkpoints, money. And then if you want to do it all again, you have to go through a shoot, start the beginning of it all over, and you need Robo in the party, so that's why the crackers are just so much better. How many tries for this do you think?
1. You got this. It's in the bag.
I don't know, I did that thing like what I did with Fishman Nip where I practiced before I started going the first try. I'm like, alright, we feel good. And that's always when I fail Fishman Nip. So now it's like we never practice Fishman Nip the day of the run.
We went to the right to trigger a possible, what we call conveyor skip. Now you can go through an extra room, take an extra fight, and then reverse the way the conveyor's going. But if you have ace movement, then you can manage to end up getting from the charge terminal to that the door without needing to reverse the conveyor. But you only have I think it's like 14 or 15 frames to play with. So if you end up like Zamboniing off a corner, or if you take something a little too wide, you can definitely find yourself in a rough spot. Glitchy robot.
I love glitchy robot. And so there'll be some where you're like, alright, the movement there was pretty good, but you probably didn't realize that like you lost a few frames when you're transitioning onto the conveyor or something. And then you won't make it. And then there'll be somewhere like you bonked, but your transition was just a little bit better, but it didn't feel like it. And you'll make it, and you'll be like, this skip doesn't make sense. Out of like, sometimes it's out of 3 tries. The third one was the worst one, it felt like, but that was the one that worked.
Yeah, it's nonsensical.
Corner was a little greasy.
And here he is, rounding the corner. Rounding the other corner. Hit the conveyor. Will the judges give it to him? Aww.
But I know that one corner was little on the grease side. A little much of a... Scrapes are bad, but you want to hold your diagonals. Hey. I'll take it too.
Nicely done.
Now this guy's a little annoying to try and bring along. He gets stuck on like everything.
Except those little light up pillars.
Yeah.
They don't have a collision box.
He'll get stuck on parts of the wall where you're just sitting there getting super confused about it. He'll get stuck on your own characters, but you know that block that's in the middle of nowhere that we can't run through? Nah, he just cruises right on through that.
Oh, hello, little friend.
Like, I'll be bunching up my characters so that he's just not getting stuck on them.
And that saves just like walking the dog all the way around, which can be quite stressful. So here we're just removing the prism specs from Magus. We're going to be giving them to our lovely little robot. Robo is going to get his first taste of some speed tabs.
This is where getting having the extra relics kind of throws me off a little bit. Now I can't wrap around my relic menu by hitting up. I just actually have to scroll down them. And Magus learns Dark Mist, which is good because we're going to need Magus to use Dark Mist very soon. It's almost like it was routed in so we can get stuff right before we need to use it. It's almost like set up like a Zelda game. Hey, we just got said item. Now we will use said item a whole bunch. Robo's just having a bit of domestic issues with his old girlfriend. Something about her wanting to kill all of his friends and he's just not about it. Mother Brain has done something to her circuits. And the best way to fix this is Uzi Punch.
She looks kind of jokerish. She's just sitting there laughing.
She's having a good time. I think she cries when you hit her, though.
Yep.
Oh, I think Robo does too, technically. Or like that's supposed to be like oil or something coming out of their eyes. Never actually understood what it's supposed to be, but that's what I always figured it was.
So yeah, just 5 Uzi Punch. You even manipped or not manipped, you come extremely close to dying in this fight. You usually end it in 50 or so HP. What Robo's HP ends in is something we're going to be greatly concerned about for some parts of the run. Looking good so far. We do want it to be a 7, 8, or 9. Right now we're at a 9. But there is going to be 2 more attacks.
It'll be okay. Usually this last attack is like a flat 50 or 60 or whatever. We got the 9, that's even better!
Nice!
It gave it to me.
The game actually playing nice?
Now I have to see what I did differently as far as the RNG string to see what gave me those damage.
Yeah, because if you can keep that... Oh... The running into the 2 encounters that you normally wouldn't probably has something to do with it.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. That menu feels like it's so much more now that I have to like scroll instead of just hit up or whatever.
Yeah.
While being in different spots. I can't rely on my muscle memory anymore.
And that does mess with you like quite a bit because you get so no-brained because you've done a menu for so long. It's like, all right, A, L, A, and you're good to go. And all of a sudden you're like, wait a second.
But whenever I accidentally equip something I'm not supposed to, and then you just quickly swap it right away, it ends up in a different spot. And now you're like, oh, now it's like, now my sunshades and everything always go to the bottom instead of at the top, and it's so annoying. Mother Brain.
All right. Here we meet definitely not a Super Metroid boss.
Super Metroid boss wishes she looked this good.
That's true. Each of the panels have 1 HP. So Magus's Dark Mist is the same spell power as his Dark Bomb, but it's AoE. So this fight's pretty much just Dark Mist, Uzi Punch, Megaton Bomb, Dark Mist, and you're away with the fairies. Mega Bomb is surprisingly strong for just a solo tech.
The animation is a little bit longer than I thought it was. I was playing around with the idea of like using that instead of flares on like final Lavos fight or something, but I think it's still not gonna be worth it.
No. Flare's just got such a stupid attack power. If you could do like double bomb, it would be comparable damage because it's only like 1,000 less. Not Metroid, Metrovania. So we get one very good arm and an arm. The Crisis arm is unique, and if you can exploit it, it's very good. So when it's equipped, it'll take the first digit of Robo's HP and multiply it by 0.5, and that's its attack power. So that was one of the reasons coming up we wanted Robo's HP to be a 7, 8, or 9. Because a 7 is 3.5 times attack power, a 8 is a 4 times attack power, and a 9 is a 4.5. And naturally, it does also stack with Prism specs. So by giving Robo the Crisis arm and then the Prism specs, he's going to be dealing about 3,800 against this next boss coming up. Now, if you don't happen to get that, you can rock with a 5. It's just a little bit of extra healing and a couple of extra Uzi punches.
Maybe Luca takes up on some heavy lifting.
Yeah. Maybe if Luca's not a blunder, we'll be okay. So the Wonder Shot is also another interesting weapon. It's every 10 seconds. That is like the first digit in the in-game clock is the damage multiplier for Luca's Wonder Shot. So if it's 3, 4, 5, or 6, you get normal damage. 7 and 8 is double damage. A 9 is 3 times. 0 is 1/10. And 1 and 2 is half damage. So you're purely guessing by the in-game clock on the values you can't see because the game only shows hours and minutes. But it's funny because Wonder Shot can either do 50 damage or it can do 3,600 damage. So we're really hoping if Luca gets a couple of rolls, she can save us an Uzi Punch. An Uzi Punch or 2.
Track of some HP values.
This fight is just a lot of mental gymnastics because you do also need to kill the core either just slightly before or slightly after you kill the upper part. Because the core is what's worth the bulk of the TP we need from this fight. If it runs away, you're down about 60 TP.
Oh, nice, Luca.
Nice.
That thing only has 1,000 HP, and she just basically nuked most of it, so that made me feel good.
Don't worry, she's blowing it all early.
Oh, no. That's about as good as that fight's gonna get.
Yeah. You could have maybe thrown in a couple of Wonder Shots during the Uzi punches and hoped for good damage, but... So Luca learned Flare, finally. Which will allow us now to use Omega Flare. And welcome to another Spamathon. Omega Flare we're going to pretty much be using until the end of ending 1 and 2. It combines Robo's Laser Spin, Magus's Dark Bomb, and Luca's Flare. And with all the magic tabs we've been pumping into Flare, it's going to be the vast majority of the damage. Luca has the Prism specs, which is a 50% damage boost. Also, Omega Flare inherently gives each tech a 25% damage increase.
It does a heart.
Aww.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's some damage, though.
Yeah, so there's just no other way to do full screen AoE damage. And it's pretty cheap for the other two characters. Luca is definitely the hard carry with it.
Don't forget the dash ring, because we're going to be playing some really slow characters, and it gives you a plus 3, which is like almost 1/5 of the total speed that you need to max out. Little heads up, even after that sucky first doing whatever hours, I'm like 4.5 ahead right now.
I'll say, like, outside of, like, Magus was still very kind, though not being manipped. Nisbel 2 was probably, like, the biggest bag. Other than that, though, like, so far this run's been going pretty decent.
Yeah. It's been going alright. I mean, there's definitely things I can really nitpick, but
oh yeah,
for the most part, I'm not going to be mad about it. Looking at it now, I'm like, oh, definitely going to have to do one of these before I start getting back to work, just to get that sub 11 at the very least. We won't worry about the sub 1050. That's require a few too many things.
Yeah.
Although I guess with the golds that I've been getting to, it might actually be not that bad.
I have a couple ideas how to optimize Death Peak.
Oh boy. Oh, you're getting ideas now too?
Well, no, because like we run away from that second Lavos spawn, but Magus needs 200 TP to learn Magic Wall. So we could fight that, do the 4 crackers, and then that saves us, and we can move that Lavos spawn to a Chrono fight with Marl, or sorry, a later on fight.
Ooh, I see. I see.
To save that little bit of travel.
Yep. I like.
And then potentially you might be able to learn Omega Flare earlier, and then use it on Ret Knight. I don't know if Ret Knight does anything with Shadow or not. I'll have to look at like his resistance table.
So the best part about this route is when we get to this very beautiful campfire scene. Chrono isn't there, which sounds sad, but now I don't have to run around Chrono, and it saves me like a second and a half trying not to run around his sleepy body. I know it sounds very small, but it makes me happy. Because trying to run out of this area when you're doing a regular hundo is just bonk city. This is also one of the pictures I thought about getting to hang on my wall. When I saw the one with the box art cover, and I'm like, ooh, I want that one. Yeah, there's basically contemplating, well, over the 400 years that Robo was working, he's like, you know, I've been thinking about Lavos a lot. Such a short run. Every second matters.
Yep. Hey, you make the run short enough, it actually is kind of sensible to do in a day.
If I get it below 11 hours, are you going to grind it?
No.
You've got technically smaller fish to fry.
I like
shorter fish.
I like the run for like a one-off.
Yeah.
But it's so much monotony of the same thing over and over again that like really detours from it. At least with the PC, you can kind of like hoot and holler at Robo just to muck stuff up.
Yeah, I will say, for as much as I'm SNES pilled for most of the stuff that I play and run, I think the all endings for PC is a better run.
Yeah, it's varied enough where it's interesting, where with this you're kind of just stuck with Antipode 3 and Confuse.
Yeah, that...
As soon as you do one, dude, as soon as you do a run, I'll do a run.
I don't say that anymore because I'm scared someone's just going to do one.
I know they're not going to. They're all talk.
So with the extra ending, the PC version of this is like almost 3 hours shorter. Oop, not the person. One. A little bit different with no Chrono in there.
Have you seen Cord's notes, dude? They're not notes, it's a spreadsheet.
Let's just
Or
do
a strategy guide.
That sounds less than fun.
Yeah, I asked him for his Chrono Cross 100% notes, and it was just a spreadsheet of things to grab, and then a link to the Bradley game guide. He was like, have fun! Some spell names are different in SNES compared to like DS and PC.
DS still has like the Athenian water too, right?
Yeah.
That
Instead
one
of
threw me off for a
revives.
while. I saw Andy playing. I'm like, what the heck is an Athenian water?
I know when when he first started running it, I was like, where are your revives? He's like, they're the Athenian waters. I'm like, how did that translation happen?
I haven't really seen anyone run this on even DS. Let
Yeah,
alone
no one's.
iOS.
There was someone that was doing an all bosses task for the DS. iOS and Android would just be inherently slower than PC. So it would be hard to... I don't know, like you could do it, but probably wouldn't be the best of times. Especially since the game doesn't have controller support, to the best of my knowledge. So like, imagine trying to do Death Peak with the joystick on the phone.
Ugh.
So yeah, Omega Flare. This boss is kind of like a big wall, where it's like, if you don't have status resistance, it's kind of like, hey man, you're really not supposed to be here right now. Thankfully, we're not going to do this in every time zone. There's no benefit, and the side quest is technically considered completed after you just finish the Black Omen once. That is true, cause there was someone that got Radiant in Valorant using a tablet. So anything is possible if you put enough time into it.
And crazy enough to do so.
Yeah.
I was watching JRL do like iOS FF7, and he was like,
oh,
we're done. Gold ear. So we are going to have a bit of a route divergence here. Normally we only steal 2 speed tabs in this whole area. We're going to steal like 5 or 6 total. So we're kind of like RNG's, please be with us.
So that item we stole from the Synchrite is the gold earring, which increases max HP by 50%. This is going to be tossed onto Robo to just guarantee, because it'll boost his max HP to 999. Just to help us manipulate his crisis arm damage. The kind of crappy thing about Robo is a lot of his HP ends up in 5. On a 5 until like level like 50 or 60. The game like actively tried to stop you from just naturally abusing it. I don't think you can, Drutalu. I don't think you can connect a Bluetooth mouse, but I've never had the balls to try or the ambition. All this stuff I've just read from forums and what like other people have talked about during like their experiences with it.
Okay, so both of the first steals went well. Let's see if this second steal goes okay.
Adding in these extra speed tabs really suck, because a lot of the times the panels do end up getting actions off, and they're not fast actions either.
Yeah, if they do the missile thing, it's kind of like, oh, okay, that's not terrible. If they do the big shark or shock, oh, I'm stroking out, dude. They do the shock thing, you're kind of like, oh, okay, I see.
Especially if you end up missing like 2 or 3 steals. You're like, come on, Ayla. You got this.
I don't know how many door attempts it takes for it to be quote-unquote not worth it anymore.
Honestly, I keep forgetting this room is after the panels. So, like, I just run forward, and if I get an encounter, I do, and if not, oh well. There's a bunch of rooms in, like, Black Omen, I just totally forget what's one after another.
These speed tabs, the extra speed tabs we're getting are going to be for Chrono and Marl later on, because they have to do a solo fight. Or a duo fight, I guess, technically. I don't use too many of these.
How many times do you need to play through the game? 1.5. No, we'll be playing up until the first time we get to 12,000 AD and the run's done. Until then, there's a lot of endings to get through. So coming up, these elevators can give you a random amount of counters, anywhere between 0 to 3. We are kind of looking for at least, ooh, baby.
Looking for one, but on the second one, ideally.
Yeah. We're looking to at least get at least one encounter. This will get Magus and Luca their appropriate levels.
We'll be getting the programmer ending.
Dev room is in OG. The dev room ending is the one you get, the one you beat it at the very beginning with just Chrono and Marl before going to 600 AD.
So they're mad that you beat the game.
Yeah. Didn't we do a shop here for Mega Elixirs at one point?
Yeah, you don't really need to though.
No.
Because all the Mega Elixirs we have, we just keep on carrying over.
Yeah, we just dupe over and over.
I grabbed the extra one. I thought about grabbing the extra one in, what dome is that?
Oh, like, Genodome?
Yeah.
Trandome?
I'm gonna say Trandome, but that's the one where we went and got the gold stud from.
The something dome.
Yeah. One of the domes. We do need to go and... We can't skip this fight because I need to grab this second Zodiac cape. This is also a little bit of a deviation. Zodiac capes are pretty good.
If you can beat Lavos in the Ocean Palace with 3 times HP and double the stats, that's a sight to be seen in a speedrun setting. That boss is not meant to be beaten properly.
He's a tough cookie.
Yeah.
I've had the... Wouldn't it be better for any percentage to just grind and kill him there? And I'd be like, why wouldn't I just take the bucket then?
Yeah, in the new game it does give the dev ending if you want to be like an absolute mad lad and grind for... I don't even know if grinding would work. Because I don't know if you'd get enough magic defense to reduce it to a good spot.
For the dev ending on a regular new game?
Yeah.
You don't have the access to do so.
Well, no, like you could grind Tyrano Lair for 40 hours.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But I don't know if like the natural stat gain will get you to that point where it's going to mitigate damage that much.
Right,
And then
yeah.
another issue you're going to run into is full party heals against like Inner Lavos and Lavos Core. Yeah, and like you have no status protect. Oh, you got the amulet, which I think comes on Magus, so never mind. Yeah, there's a lot of like what ifs.
It wouldn't be pretty.
No.
grab that, but that's actually going to be quite useful for this run just because we spam a lot of elixirs.
Yeah, thankfully with how the endings and the saves work, we turn 6 mega elixirs into about 90.
Takes everything in me not to use those.
I know, because you're so used to just speed tabbing until out, and you're like, wait a second, I have to hold on to these.
So this guy is twice as hard as the last boss fight. I have to do
Only
2
because
Omega
it
Flares. And he also gets like 3 attacks off regardless of what happens.
Yeah, the top gets 2, and then the bottom does the little, like, shuriken throwy thingy.
I'm gonna say like a minute 20 on this split.
Oh my god.
Just looking at him like, oh, yeah, sure. I mean, the steals were pretty decent for what you actually need, and then a 0 encounter elevator, and...
So one interesting note about the haste helm, it does give the character auto haste, but it doesn't actually click into effect until the character's next turn. So Robo's first turn, he's at his natural base speed, and then every turn after that, it will be hasted speed. This also applies for if you have to revive Robo, and I think if you have to cure him of status effects too.
That one I don't know.
I thought we talked about it, but I wasn't sure.
That's one of those where like it sounds familiar, but I can't say definitely.
Yeah. Alright, so we got our 1 encounter. Rumigators are actually probably one of the best enemies.
Yeah, they pop in the quickest. Maybe the Zybot things would be a little bit better.
Yeah.
That's okay, we'll get both of them.
Oh!
I got the first encounter pretty quick. I was like, oh, okay, well. We're definitely not getting... But there's definitely a chance of us getting 2 or 3.
I feel like you shouldn't get any more after this.
Yeah, that last one was a little bit late.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I still need to drop a mid-ether. We threw a Prism Helm on Magus just to drop his speed down a little bit, because him and Luca right now are speed tied. And with him being a little bit slower, I can just smash through and flare everything, because that's what I need to do to kill everything. Actually, that second fight might not be a bad thing, just because Magus will not be in for the last panel fight. Or the next one coming up here. Oh no, wait, I just take Robo out. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I need to steal 2 more speed tabs. I don't know if... Well, we'll kill is the issue. Like, if I steal from 1, do I manage to kill it or something? Just so it's not attacking if I'm having issues. Try that again. Alright, so we need 2 more speed tabs. No, Ayla. We need 2 more speed tabs.
Stop shaking your head at me. This panel section is definitely the crappiest one to try and get speed tabs from.
It is. I just couldn't find any other better spots.
I wonder if it might be worth it to try a Dark Bomb to kill 2 of the panels.
Oh, Mega Bomb. Oops. Oh,
maybe yeah, even Mega Bomb. Like...
The answer's no, by the way.
Alright, Dark Bomb. come on, us. You can do this.
But even if I can just take out 2, so I only have 2 attacking, that'd be much ideal.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't.
Are they at least dead? I don't have audio, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they're dead.
Oh, nice.
That Mega Bomb was actually not the best idea because I was 1 MP short of being able to play. Overall, I think that actually still wasn't terrible.
Don't you? Oh, yeah.
2 speed tabs taken.
Oh, that Mega Bomb didn't miss the kill by much.
No, I knew I was going to be weak. I didn't think I was going to be that weak.
Yeah. Get on the save point, Magus. Do
There's
a
a
little
thing where
shuffle.
you can hear the ding, but if you open up the menu, like, as the ding is happening, the game hasn't actually recognized that you're on save point yet, which is awesome. I just learned I never get all my ATBs up for the first bit. I know for PC I was like pushing it so hard, I'm like, come on, but no, you just don't. Just like Magus is always a little bit slow on this one. Oh, I'm a little bit slow on that one.
Nope. You were a lot of slow on that one.
Listen, it's a speed-ish run.
Yes. If it comes to casual playthrough and we start doing the endings.
Oh no, my secrets!
We're just gonna heal everyone up. Robo... Oh, Robo's lead after this. So this fight, we're gonna be doing Uzi Punch and Wonder Shots. Magus is pretty much on heal duty. Unless he takes damage, then he's gonna be chipping in a little bit of damage. But Magus's main priority is to keep Robo's HP at a 9. Oh!
I was gonna start bad talking her. Oh. Actually, no, listen.
Yeah, 8's still good. All right, Luca. One more Wonder Shot. You can do it, girl.
I was talking about how in this fight it seems like he gets stuck on a bit of a cycle. I think that fight is basically set up.
You went from a 9 to an 8 in like the in-game timer.
Yeah. Like, it seems like
you
that
were
fight is
very
actually quite consistent for being on the same-ish number for the most part.
Yeah.
The only problem is I don't know what to do if I'm on a bad number.
It's hard because, like, the game pauses the timer before you assume it would. So you're just like, it's up to guessing. We're gonna give Magus back the Gloom Helm to give him that +1 to speed. And then this last speed tab will bring Magus to max speed. So Magus is at 16, Luca's at 14, and Robo's sitting around close to 11. But he's got the haste helm, so he'll kind of keep up with everyone else.
First he's the slowest, and then he's just the fastest. He's like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah. The overclock kicks in. Zeal is a pretty scripted fight. You're gonna Omega Flare 3 times, call it a day. She'll do Halation, and then she'll do a move that will absorb a small amount of MP from a character and give it to her. And then because the second Omega Flare is going to push an HP threshold. She's going to end up doing Halation again. So this does look like kind of scary of a fight.
Sometimes you can skip one of the last 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Sometimes. That's the key word. Yeah, I believe 4 speed tabs is what we want at the end of this. That seems correct. So a bunch of these fights are quite scripted, manipped or not. You just kind of do the thing and then the good will happen. This guy, so instead of Omega Flaring 3 times like we did on the last one, get this. We're gonna Omega Flare 4 times. Crazy.
This fight's a little scarier because it is made from the Dreamstone. We are actually powering it up quite a bit before it wants to do an action.
Yeah, if you bleed a little too much and then he gets an attack off before your last Omega Flare, you're like, ooh, that hurt quite a bit. And I bled a little bit at the beginning, so I was actually a little scared. I wasn't scared of anything at all. Same thing with this fight. This fight is quite scripted as well. This is actually one of the fights when I was talking about how if you're sitting inside a tech menu, you can leg down some attacks quite a bit. There is a move called Skygate in this, and when you're in your menu, it goes like half the speed. It's crazy. Now, on the other hand, when you're doing the PC version and you're auto-battling it, that thing sounds like a dubstep song. What do we get in Grand Dream? Well, what do you actually need for Grand Dream?
Magus with Dark Matter is the big one.
Well, we got Dark Matter. We never get to see it, but we do get Dark Matter just by proxy.
But it's also a HP based triple tech.
Or are you thinking Frog Flare? Frog Flare is the big frog one. Gonna be a little tough to get Frog Flare when Frog only knows slurp and slurp cut. But I think Frog Flare is the one that does the most.
I was thinking of Dark Eternal, sorry, yeah. Grand Dreams with Frog Drop, Heal Beam, and Marl Arise. Yeah, so it's maximum HP versus current HP, and then stamina, and then 25 out of 280. So it can do a lot of damage. You're just gonna need to get Frog to 9999 with good stamina. There was a manipulated route Ash worked on where he tried to substitute Omega Flare for Frog Squash, and using the dual attack Frog Flare, and it sadly it didn't cut it just because we didn't have the stats for it. Like, Grand Dream's good if your characters are like level 70 and beyond and quite well boosted. There are no stamina tabs. It's only you only get stamina via either accessories or by level ups. And because stamina plays a more important part, or just as important as the missing HP, it is rough.
We're like on pace for like a 525-ish
Damn,
kill.
that's not bad at all.
Oh,
No, that's very good for the first leg of the run.
yeah. And all those extra, like the little variations and stuff that we had to do.
Yeah.
I was actually looking at, obviously this is going to require like things to go well and whatever else for another 6 hours or so, but we could potentially sub 11.
And then goal done.
Okay, so
So
this
here
one's
we'll-
actually going to be a little awkward. We don't have the people that we usually have.
So normally we would have Chrono and Ayla for fight 1, 2, and 4 to do Falcon hit. But Chrono's still living his best life as a speed tab. So we kind of have to do some improvising here. Oh, Luca is on point with these wonder shots. Jesus.
He's like, I won't do it for you in hundo runs.
Nope.
But in this one, sure, why not?
I know I let you down at questing for glory, but I'm here to make it up.
Luca, you just need to do 4,000 damage with however many shots you want to do. Nope, we're just gonna keep hitting 50s and 200s and thanks.
Hey, you know what? Even that was enough to kill. I don't know if I'd call it a blunder shot. It still did what we needed it to do.
If the thing dies, it's good enough for me.
Yeah. Like anything more than that 200 would just be superfluous damage.
Oh, aha! I think this
It was
happened.
the blunder shot that killed. I don't make the rules.
So I was sitting here, and I remember doing the same thing when I was doing my first all endings run, and I just kind of slapped this in there for PC. I'm like, I don't like that I throw an omega or a mega elixir here. That seems silly. And then I see the MP puster going. I'm like, oh, never mind. This is a great idea.
Might be worth it to trade Robo out for Ayla and have her get the MP buster. If you can manage it.
I see. Just need to figure out a way for... Yeah, no, I see where you're going with that. I have ideas going in my head now. It's like, just swap Ayla out for Robo now. Magus can still do his ice 2-ing stuff early on, and then she just, like...
does cleanup duty.
does, like, the round kick or something on the head of the Zombor, and away we go. Alright, here comes my favorite part. We get to do the mega shenanigans again. Ideally, he gives us Shadow. Second, ideally, he gives us Fire. Okay, so I'm not going to say it's an RNG manip, but I have noticed whenever Robo crits there, it seems to be a Shadow. And this time I actually have my equips proper, so it's actually going to do what I need it to do. Hey, it's I know! Streamer, are you sure you're going to be able to get all the endings done in the next 6 hours? It's been 5 hours now, and you haven't got one yet. Slack and...
Bad early game. Very bad early game. So this time we are going to nuke Robo Azella. Because this instantly causes the defense to drop.
Oh, instantly-ish.
Yeah. On its next turn.
Yeah. Just make sure you don't queue up Omega Player right off the hop, or else you just be like, ah, I wasted a bunch of time and a bunch of MP. And everybody does it.
I went from dealing 4,000 damage to 500. Beautiful.
I think it's even worse than that. It's like 100 or so. You just look at it and you're like, yeah, that ain't right.
I will say Chrono Trigger definitely feels like it's got better damage pacing than some other RPGs. Because a lot of times if you hit over like 6,000 with an ability, you're like, oh baby, this is it.
Yeah. Whereas with like FF6, we can get to max damage with, I'm not going to say ease, but kind of with ease.
Relative ease.
So because we have to watch these guys do their things anyways, I can throw an ether on her, and that's the last little bit of ethering that I need to do on Luca. And we can get through the rest of the shell without having to worry about it. Also, getting damage cap is crazy damage just because most of the, this boss fight right here only has 10,000 damage, or HP. The ones inside has, 8, 12, and 20,000, and then, basically the same thing with, 30,000 and 10,000.
Yeah.
Try to keep Magus on item if I can. Makes my life a little bit easier later on.
Yes, once again, it's just having a character set up on something before you need them. Now, it will be very important for the first round of Inner Lavos, because if you're kind of scavenging around a little bit, trying to find his item menu, especially if his menu didn't pop up, that's one fight you don't want to bleed really any ATB on if you can help it.
Alright, let's see how this goes.
Don't forget to make the save.
Luckily, because I do this, I won't.
Oh yeah. This is still a bright?
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of one of those weird sub-window things where the first little bit is slightly different, but then it kind of equates to being the same thing. But because Magus isn't going to get his ATB bar up right away, so that's why I want him to be on item, so that I can actually get into there nice and quick afterwards.
Nipple lasers!
So now, every item that I use, it doesn't really matter if I use it or not, because we're gonna have it back later. And I think that's beautiful.
Yeah. That made the routing for this quite enjoyable, because we didn't have to worry about buying a bunch of superfluous items or not. It's kind of like, oh yeah, we could just keep milking these to the end of time.
What do you need to be
Zero
done?
endings have been done so far. We're about to get to our first ending, which is ending number 2.
Which is basically the Hundo ending, but with no Chrono.
So this fight, we're looking to do 2 Omega Flares and then flame tackle the right arm. And if we can get to it before the head activates, we're in a very good spot. Magus is going to elixir Luca just because she's going to need more MP for more Omega Flares.
And then we
so now
mash
we're
A
looking-
here, right?
Yep. So now we fire tackle the body. So now that he's on obstacle, his defense is lowered. This is where kind of killing that arm fast is important, because if not, he'll remove status immunity on one of the characters. So obstacle is usually either poison, which will decrease the damage you do by 25% and involve a lot of slow ticks, or worse, confusion.
Shadow, or the poison also sucks.
Yeah. If you get poison on Robo, it's not the biggest thing, because laser spin doesn't do a lot of damage, but if it's on Luca, you lose a good 1,000 damage in Omega Flare. And as Bdwed was mentioning, this guy's got 20,000 HP, and we're dealing just north of 5,000. So it's not like you got a lot of damage to play with.
But there you go, that's the fight. For anyone that's curious, Omega Flare takes 8 seconds to go through every single time, but still, the amount of damage that it does is just way too good.
Yeah, it's... A bunch of us have tried to route different ways to go about it, but Omega Flare just deals so much damage in a small amount of time, it's hard to deviate. The only thing that would really come close is Double Bomb, but sadly, that depends on Robo's position to the enemy. Omega Flare is the strongest attack that doesn't care about Frog's HP.
Which is good because none of the runners care about Frog.
Yep. We actively get sad when we have Frog.
So, the final battle for the first time.
So that Magus is throwing a barrier. That's a big question mark. I don't know too much about this manipulated fight.
Have to react to what damage. Okay. We're good.
Jesus, Luca. She's really trying to make up for the last marathon run.
He really is. That's all she needed to do last time, and it would have been just hunky-dory. The only bad thing about this manipulation, this bit, is it's based off of Luca's shot, and I don't know what the damage counter is, or what the time's sitting at.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just get like a 54, and you're like, alrighty. So that thing didn't die, and now we're just kind of going for it.
As long as Luca deals over 500, you're generally okay. Ren's Uzi Punch will deal about 1,500. So the left bit's got 2,000 HP. And then once the defense goes down, 2 Omega Flares will kill the middle. But spoilers, the actual boss is the bit on the right. So once it goes down, we're kind of out of the woods for a lot of like scary attacks happening. The right bit will just revive the middle and the left, raise its defense, and that's about it. So here, just Mega Elixir, because we do need to do 4 more Omega Flares.
And there's nothing really going on at this point. The bits are going to come back regardless, and it's better to do it now than it is when the bits are here.
So now that Lavos has been respawned, his AI script starts over again. So we don't have to worry about him doing the time zone specific move. He'll just start a new time zone or go to no time zone, which is infinitely scarier.
Yeah, when he starts doing the slapping and the Heaven's Cry, people die.
Yeah.
There's very few, like if he slaps Robo or does the magic on, I think maybe Luca? I don't know. The magic thing seems to just nuke pretty much anyone unless you put a barrier on Magus. It hits hard.
You can definitely do double bomb for the right bit. The issue with that is then trying to figure out how to deal with the center bit. If you can get Magus to do comparable damage, it would kind of work out to be the same. Omega double bomb's only about 1,000 less damage than Omega Flare.
How's a 524.33?
Damn.
Yay!
So
not bad.
So for anyone that doesn't know, that's 7 minutes behind world record with having to do extra stuff on Death Peak, bailing out, and then like especially with that stuff on Nisbel and everything else, like this is a very good start to actually doing what we need to.
Now we get the sad ending. Because Chrono is dead.
So now we actually start to get into the endings chunks of the game. We'll be doing 3 of them relatively quickly. This one, or I guess not quickly, but we got this one and then a long grind. The game has no ways on SNES to track which endings you've done.
PC, I guess, has achievements the first time you do it.
Yeah, I think it's got a screen on the movies because you could watch all the endings.
Okay. Yeah, basically we just need to follow. I just say follow the route and away we go.
Yeah. Like a lot of us that run it, I say a lot of us, it's Bdwed, Jericandra, and myself. We'll just have like ending whatever in our splits, and then for leaderboard moderation, that's their problem.
So usually, like this bits that we go through, it doesn't really matter because the run's done and away you go. But for this, it actually matters to like get through this somewhat optimally, which is weird and stuff that you don't really do.
So an ending is counted when you get to the end of the ending. So either if the end screen pops up, or in some of them, when the snow stops falling.
This one we're waiting for Marl to walk off the screen way off. We got like another 5-6 minutes at least.
So the one kind of nice thing about this run is you do actually get to watch the endings in their full entirety.
Which we basically just took off of the one glitch red slash run. Like, alright, this is what we gotta do. Which, that one with glitches and stuff is still shorter than PC.
Yep.
That back in time glitch is nutty.
Yeah, the glitch run does something called the back in time glitch. So it involves the switch in the Proto Dome. And after you set that, you basically reset all the plot flags, but you still keep the epoch. So you just need to do the next flag in the game data that allows the ending. So you basically just beat the game and then just fly around to all the extra points. Instead of us who do it the noob way and actually have to play through the game. The dev room ending works if you kill the Lavos fight in Antiquity in New Game, or if you defeat Lavos with just Chrono and Marl before going to 600 AD. Since doing it in your first playthrough requires quite a bit of grinding, we'll be doing it at the very beginning of the New Game Plus playthrough. So like we'll go to Millennium Fair, we'll give Marl back her necklace, and then we'll go right to the telepod and fight Lavos.
And remembering to save before each moment so that we can continue on from there. That's a very important piece. Just like you're not... Actually, there's some spots where we'll actually do a save and then do the backtrack so that when we actually reload that save, it cuts off like half of the walking. That was some of like the fun parts of the routing. Like if we save here, then walk back, then at least we save all the walking back that we normally would have to do. Or you think you'd have to do. That's our back in time glitch. It's just it's logic. That's all it is. So here we go. Ending number 1. I believe this is called Reunion? Or 1 and 2
ending
called
number
Reunion?
2.
I usually end up pulling the wiki up just to make sure. Oh, one is called Beyond Time. Ah, I see. That's where I get mixed up. And there's like a whole bunch of like small variations. We don't count that as like different endings. It's just the overall ending that basically the wiki gives you. Is a good way to put it, I guess.
Yeah, because number one's got a bunch of conditions where it's like, if you killed Magus, then Glenn will show as a human. If Luca's mom survived the Leg Crusher 6000, she's not sitting on the fountain and she's bugging Tabin to dance. If you save Pierre in the jail, then he'll be there.
Ending 1 has all the variations, and then like the other ones are like meh.
Yep.
But I guess they're all kind of, well, other than like 1 and 2, they're all kind of Easter eggs anyways. Yeah, good start to the first bit. Now as long as the little bits of changes I've done to the fights, whatever else after the next ending work out well. So we're going to be having like a good 20-minute or so grind session. It's going to be fun. It's going to be amazing. Because right now, well, we're going to do that one ending with Chrono and Marl. They don't really have any text. They don't really have much levels. They need to be able to survive a whole fight. Let alone actually, well, Chrono needs to be able to basically solo it, and Marl's is kind of there to help.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where Chrono is basically going to be mandatory in the party for the rest of the 10 endings we do in New Game Plus.
You show me where Dream Devourer is in this game, I will go fight it.
It's on SNES with this one ROM hack that also blows up your SNES.
I for one hate my SNES. Yeah, basically the whole premise of this ending is party decides to go and see if they can save Chrono now that they have nothing else to do. But they also forgot the egg at the end of time. And then this one kind of is left up for interpretation. She makes her way back up to Death Peak. That's that tree. I guess we haven't seen the tree yet. That's the tree at the top of Death Peak. Also, make sure that you guys write down every single one of these names. You will see them 12 times, and there will be a test at the end of the stream.
And whoever gets it right, really longathon will grant you a 6-month sub. First come, first serve.
Okay, so when Marl walks off screen. Sounds good. I think there's also a
The name
DM.
in the credits list refused to change.
That should be it.
Yeah.
Now that we've done that, that was fun.
All right. If you have anything to do, now is the time to do it.
It takes 5 minutes. Go save Chrono.
If you have anything to do in 6 minutes. So now we're going to go save Chrono proper. But also, we will be commencing about a 23-24 minute grind. As Bdwed was mentioning, Chrono and Marl both need experience. They both need techs. So it just happened to work out with Magus with the gold stud. When Magus runs out of MP at 2 MP a cast, We're basically done the grind. Experience works with people on the bench is they'll get 75% of the in-battle EXP. One of the kind of issues is Chrono hasn't really been on the bench.
It's been kind of that whole dead thing.
Yeah. Marl's been getting a lot of like phantom experience, which has been nice, but she's still lacking a large amount of tech points. We did get her up to haste. And really anything past that is superfluous. Ice 2 is nice. Cure 2 is really nice in a pinch.
Yeah, if you don't want to waste an elixir because you want it for MP, then you can just be like, Cure 2 well, at least.
Yeah.
That was a little... But because we already killed the Lavos spawn, his carcass is still just sitting here.
You're not gonna do the hug?
I can do the hug.
We are doing some more crackering. It's still by far the best grinding spot.
I guess the only thing that Marl really needs to learn is Ice 2.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the one thing that... Well, the two things Chrono needs to learn is Confuse and Luminaire. Those happen to be his last spells.
His 9th and 10th tech.
So I think this hug with Marl... What did I say from Question for Glory? I think it was like about 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Whereas if you have Frog, you save that 30 seconds, but it's just too cute. I mean, if someone ran around me really, really fast and started bopping me on the head, I'd be confused too. I'm not gonna lie, when Jericho was asking me stuff about like Frenzy and stuff, I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what Frenzy is.
Yeah. When I was running PC, everyone was asking me about translated names, and I'm like, I don't know what that ability is. They're like, you're literally using it right now. And I'm like, oh!
Cool. I just know what location it's supposed to be in. Look, he's back now. Everyone can be happy. Except for the people that have to be here for the entire grind. Aww. Kind of funny. Her and Luca like do the hug. Frog just stands there like, "What's up, bro?"
Why does no one love me?
I golded that with the hug.
What did you do in your PB?
I was. Oh, that's not the one. I was young. I was unpracticed. I wasn't the man I am today, you know?
Even though we do want, like, Luca will be in the vast majority of our endings team, there's just no efficient way to kill the crackers. Marl kind of sucks as a mage. Fire spells don't outright kill. So you can do something like Fire 2, Lightning 2, but then you're costing a lot of time over 40 plus fights.
You could use Flare, but then your MP is just gonna tank.
Yeah, like Flare, you'd have to buy a bunch of extra. You might be able to do it with the Gold Stud.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need the Prism Specs for it to kill.
Yeah. Luminaire is the strongest magic spell in the game. It just sucks that Chrono doesn't have the magic stat for it. Its battle power is pretty comparable to Dark Matter, because Flare's only an 18.6 times modifier off the magic, where Luminaire's 20.8.
There you go.
So Chrono, like, has the tools there to be a good mage. It's just, he's got no stats to fucking do it.
Anyways, this is gonna be us for 20 or so minutes. We have... Oh. Dang, I thought I set him. I guess it didn't quite take at the end of that one fight. Buttons are in fact being pushed. Okay, we're back in business. So as you can see, we have 91 MP right now, and we're just barely killing with this heist too. 91 MP divided by 2. Actually, it was 93 when we first started. That's how many fights we're gonna do.
You liar.
It's a lot of fights is what it is.
Yeah.
But for getting
And naturally,
2200 experience and 48 tech points per, tough to beat that. I can say without a doubt that all endings is the reason why I am as consistent at this stupid grind as I am.
Chrono gets like 25 levels from this grind. It's not just for tech points, because a lot of techs also influence your level into the damage formula. So Luminaire is level plus magic. So it's not really as much of a side bonus as it is, hey, this is necessary damage to kill the things we need to kill. We also need the HP for survivability from Nipple Laser, or if we get like Grand Dream from 65 million BC on Inner Lavos. That's what makes the Cracker grind so good, is it's a very nice balance of levels we need for damage and survivability, and techs we need to kill the thing we need to kill.
You know, if I swapped Marl and Chrono around, the names would say uses and it'd be cool because it ends in a Z. These are the things that you look and think about as you're doing this grind. Like one of the things, did you hear when I was starting to read some of the facts yesterday looking for Doomgaze?
Yeah.
Did you guys know that if an animal, the only way it gives birth is with eggs and such, they don't have belly buttons? And then at first I was like, oh, that's kind of cool to think about. Then I started thinking about it the other way, thinking about the stuff that actually does have a belly button I never thought about. Like an elephant. You ever thought about what an elephant belly button would look like? These are the things that cross my mind as I sit here and just mash. At least I get to do a little bit something here. Looking for Doomgaze is just...
Yeah, your brain goes on a vacation.
And for the levels that we hit for this, like, some of the fights I have to change it up a little bit from what I would want to do. Because we're like, well, I was telling Dine, there's a few of them where I'm like, we're under killing by like 200-300 damage. But if you can fix that by instead of just going like confuse, 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 or confuse, antiquote, antiquote, or whatever, throw in like confuse, confuse, ice sword, then it does just that little extra damage.
Yeah, the one really nice thing about Chrono Trigger's battle formula is you don't have like a large swing of damage variance. Even when you're getting up into the abilities that do 4,000 or 5,000 damage, the variance is still quite small. Unlike some games like FF4 where you have 50% to 100%, where you're like, this white spell might do max damage or it might do 5,200.
That's still the saddest thing. You go to Zeromus, you're feeling good.
Oh yeah.
You're like, all right, I just need this to not low roll. And then you see like 6,500, and you're like, well.
I know Rivers, when he was doing this sub 3 grind, like at the end, he's like, if this does max damage, it dies. If it doesn't do max damage, I die.
Either way, something's dying.
Yeah. Thankfully, it did max damage, but it was just one of those funny moments.
Were you with me that day when I was busy actually calculating this between conveyor? The only reason I know is because of this route. Being like, okay, what's better if we go to the conveyor or if we go to here? And then I spent a while, we wrapped around the one, like, okay, that was, well, I basically based it off of the conveyor because it's supposed to be a certain amount of time because you have to go through it, whatever. Be like, okay, now let's equate it to the crackers, and the crackers came out so far ahead.
It's also nice because Robo would also occupy a slot, which is, I don't think, something we thought about at the time.
Robo occupying a spot would be inconsequential, not used for anything.
Yeah.
And I don't think he'd have anything to offer.
Max Shock.
That's just more MP I have to try and fill up. Hey, dark matter! Not gonna use it, but we learn it. And that's the important thing.
Alright, new route.
At 67? 65 after this? Okay.
Should route Frog in. Get him to this grind, he can learn Frog Squash.
That's a well and good idea, and I'm with ya. But what do I do for the first 4 Lavos fights where I don't have Frog?
That's a problem for you to figure out.
An accurate damage formula reference.
Xena, a Chrono Cross runner, and Tasser. Kinda dug into the damage formula. And he came up with some numbers that will correspond with pretty close to what you would normally get.
I was gonna say, I just looked at my last VOD. That's my damage calculator. So you'll see after all of this grinding, the fights go by quick, but it's also, again, one of those where, we're just barely killing. And, the right arm on Inner Lavos, if he's alive for too long, takes away he takes away your status lock, which is really annoying. So what I try to do is, okay, how can I make it so we kill these guys at the same time while still just outputting damage as fast as possible, I guess. It's a whole DPS thing essentially. And I had to redo a whole bunch of it this morning because for some reason I thought that the right arm had 10,000, but he actually has 12,000. And I remember that after finishing up Chrono and Marl solo, and I was looking at Chrono Marl Luca with making a part ways through, and I'm like, this doesn't seem right. Go and look at it, I'm like, oh, yeah, never mind, I messed up. Back to the drawing board.
It's kind of interesting, but it's not at the same time, Scythe, because no one's really done like a deep dive, and no one's like reverse engineered the game to like that extent. Like even though it is a like very beloved game of like everyone's childhood, even trying to find like damage potency of abilities in that are very, very difficult to find. And like the Chrono Compendium was doing a lot of work for a very long time on it. That's where like Bdwed and I got very spoiled, because FF6 is like super well documented in pretty much everything. And then coming to like Chrono Trigger, where it's like there are a good chunk of stuff that's documented, but it's scattered over 30 different websites, and you got to kind of piece it together.
I remember when I found that boss scripting site.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, where'd you find this? I think it was like a Neo Seeker thing or something. I don't know. I was just Googling boss scripts because I was salty about what happened on Flea, and I wanted to find out what happened. Because that's what I did in 6 a whole bunch, is you die on something like, okay, what happened? I need to know.
Yep. I think it's just no one's really taken on the act of actually going through it and documenting, or if it's been documented, they just haven't shared it publicly. But like nothing's to saying like they have to. If they decide to throw stuff out, then like it's a kudos to them. I always view stuff like that like speedrunners sharing notes. A lot of people are very hesitant on sharing notes, and after speedrunning for quite a few years, I completely understand why now. Because people will not put the effort into like
understanding the notes.
Trying to help themselves, but they'll be the first people to complain if there's a typo somewhere. And for someone that's ran the game for months, even years, you're not really going to care about those typos. But someone will complain about it, but they won't come to you and to tell you that's wrong. So then you get like, you hand it out to 5 or 6 people, one person's happy with them and 5 person are complaining because you didn't go more in depth with this spot because a scripted fight went wrong. And it's like, I don't know the backup for this.
Do the scripted fight.
Yep, just do the scripted fight.
You thought about not falling off this one?
Yep.
I think we're in the back end now. Got 20 more fights to go.
Oh, baby. But like, I don't know, like thinking because the game is old and it's short that it's been tore apart, I think is a bad mentality, because I know there's a lot of games that haven't been like 100% completely torn apart. Although like it is nice for the little stuff about that, but at the end of the day, a lot of it, like it'll solve like little curiosities and things, which I love doing, but it doesn't ultimately like change things unless you're in like one very specific circumstance.
I can tell you I learned a lot about boss scriptings and PR with the FF6.
Oh yeah.
But that's because they just started going like, you know what? What's a boss script? Just do what you want to do, bro. And you're like, oh, okay, so that's what we're doing now. Okay.
You do you, boo.
Well, those have also gotten to a point where they're not scripted, but definitely a lot more manageable and a lot less hectic.
Yeah. Although, finding out Atma doesn't have any HP gates for attacks was fun.
What do you mean you're using Quake already?
I haven't done anything. What do you mean you're opening up Blaze?
You don't want to like warm up a little bit?
How about a nice little like physical or flare against the person with reflect?
As
Let's
far
get
as
to
when
know
we
each other first.
used to have 2 people that were reflected for that fight. And then he'd
Yeah,
just
and
be
it
like,
still
ah,
targeted
medio.
Yakra. I like how the reflect is only for flare too.
I like how in my past 2 all endings, or all characters in Esper's run, he did flare on the one person that's reflected. I'm like, alright, cool. And the one, it actually mattered for the kill. $15 more. Then we can play the game.
Yeah, with FF4, wasn't a lot of their discoveries because of Axiodin? Like, from my understanding, I could greatly be wrong. Like, he was the one person to really come out and like start digging through the game and start making a bunch of tools for the community. So it's like it's all it takes is that like 1 or 2 people with the time and like the time and effort for it. But like without Axiodin, FF4 could very possibly still be in the same spot as like Chrono Trigger, or like I know for FF6, like Assassin 17 did a lot of the dissecting. Like he was one of the first people to do it, along with like Master Zed. So like without those 2, like FF6 might not be at the point it is as well.
Anyways, I haven't
Yeah,
failed any of these.
I
think
mean, you
have,
shouldn't.
like,
You've already done it 90 times.
I don't know, I think I've had a variance of like you're allowed to fail 2 or 3, and it doesn't really matter. Where like you get the 5 because you just don't want to take the time to reset it. And I still have 12 more to go, but
Question for commentary. How did you get tricked into commentating this? You can't let a brother go 11 hours by himself.
he thought about it. He was like, "Hey, that'd be pretty funny." Then he was
Yeah.
like, "Ah, stupid conscience."
Yeah, I gave him the good old fake out 2 days ago. He was like, "Are you ready for Saturday?" I'm like, "What's Saturday?" He's like, "Chrono Trigger?" I'm like, "Oh, what are you running Chrono Trigger for?" He's like, "Don't do this to me."
I was really hoping he wasn't going to do the I'm going to be a little late fake out after Lion was busy. He got caught up with some little
yesterday.
and I'm like, Lion, Lion, Lion! Then he was like, yeah, no, I'm here now. I'm like, okay, cool.
How fast is this grind on PC? It's like
We don't do this
14
grind on
minutes?
PC. Well, okay, so
oh yeah.
we get to circumvent that a little bit by if you get some high value fights during the dimensional vortex shenanigans, you can just do it then. And because of all the extra stuff you're doing there, Chrono and Marl are also getting a lot of experience just not being in the party. Oh no, I throw them in the party anyways, but even when you're just like fighting the bosses or whatever, they get a whole bunch of extra stuff in there. Plus better gear and all that other fun shenanigans.
Yeah, the extra gear from the DLC content, even though it is quite lazy, the DLC content is not very well done. But the stuff you get from it is top notch.
Yeah.
Don't worry, 8 more fights.
Like it just flew by.
You could probably alleviate this grind with, or you'd still need to do some part of the grind. Because like Chrono, there is an accessory you can equip called the Green Dream that we got for doing the Ret Knight fight. And it will revive a character once per fight upon death, which you could use to alleviate some of the grind. The issue with that is then losing the 50% damage from the prism specs and being able to kill, especially inner Lavos, before it does nipple lasers twice.
Like we do all this and like, but you only save like, maybe you only save a minute and a half per fight. Well, we also do those fights 10 times.
Yep. And like with this grind, it's kind of nice because Chrono barely kills the left core with Confuse. So it's like any deviations or damage loss, like you're not going to be reliably killing, which drastically also throws off like the scripting fight.
House of Cards, dude.
Yeah, it's all being held together with like duct tape and WD. Mainly because things still do fall apart.
Which is why I was kind of looking at things being like, can I make this just a little bit better if I do this maybe? There might be a like every single all endings run I've done, there's always tinkering with the Lavos fights as we go along. Oh, this would make it a little bit better. Oh, this will make it a little bit better. Just on the fly roading. For the first two ones where it's just Chrono and Marl, Chrono does get the prism spec, so his damage is a little bit higher, which is good. And then after that, he gets Sunshades and it drops down by like 100 per tick and whatever else.
The PC is based on the iOS mobile version, which explains its horrible input lag. So Chrono Trigger PC has this nice, fun outcome. If you're pushing a directional button, your triangle, circle, X, and whatever the other one is, doesn't work. So a lot of the menu is tap up, wait 3 frames, hit X, hit down, wait 3 frames, hit X to equip what you want to do. The menus, especially because it's based off of the mobile versions, are exceptionally laggy. The only way to get around it is going to Steam's inputs and putting your menu pushes instead of regular press to short press. The issue with that is you can't hold like left to run left. So some runners, what they were doing is they were running around the world map with the analog stick and then menuing with the D-pad. It's like a lot of convoluted ways to go about it. Or some people have just trained their muscle memory to go around those dead frame spots.
We are done.
It's still a good port. It could be it just with a couple of minor changes, it could be a top-notch port. iOS is basically the DS without the monster arena. So it's basically a slightly cut down version of the DS version. It's still got all the same content. It's still got the movie player and stuff like that. It just doesn't have that monster creation and Coliseum part. Yeah, it's not a huge loss. It's not like you're missing out on a boatload of content. Yeah, like the PC port, if they changed the menu lag, directional running, that's
pretty much it.
Yeah, like it would be a 10 out of 10 port. I didn't remember if there was like something else we used to complain about.
Alright, so now that we've done all that, we're gonna go and not use those people we grinded up.
No. Does the iOS PC version have any additional content? No.
I forgot. Split.
It's directly exactly the same as the DS. It's got no additional stuff. Yeah, I'm assuming they meant the DS stuff as well.
So I'm not really worried about manipulating this one much, because I feel like from all the grinding that we did that it doesn't really matter much. That's me going off of memory. I do need to remember to put sunshades on Magus though, or else it will matter.
I don't know, the levels might offset it.
He's not the one I care about MP usage though.
Yeah.
Magus has completely forgotten that we've already broken the head in.
He's like, look, I just want to go back to fighting the eggs.
Oh? When did this happen? Yeah, Magus almost has a full MP, or HP.
So, second verse, the same as the first verse.
Except for now we have grinded 46 cracker fights.
Except now we are marginally stronger than what we were the first time we were through here.
Now's when I don't have to worry about stuff like throwing a barrier on Magus or anything. He's gonna survive whatever else, because he's pretty much. I don't even. Oh wait, 925. I don't. Oh no, wait, he's still down.
Yeah, he takes like 1,300 damage. He doesn't.
Almost lived.
Oh. So that grind cut 400 damage off of what Robo takes. That's pretty impressive.
It's been a while since I've actually like seen what this looks like, so it's gonna be like, oh, what are these damage rolls gonna be now?
So we were doing a little north of 5,000. So all that grinding granted us 800 extra damage.
Which in the grand scheme of things isn't really gonna mean anything, but...
No. Actually, you could probably get away with like a physical to the arm. I'm not saying try it, but... Because he did 11.6 to the right arm, so it's only got 400 HP.
Oh yeah, is that the math on it?
Yep.
Unfortunately, with the MP, that they purposely make the strong spells be 20 MP so that you can't get 5 of them away. You can get 4 of them, and then you're 1 MP short.
That's one of the points where, like, if MP capped at 100, that would be kind of sweet.
Yeah, I'm basically just gonna do the same thing for now. Everyone's a sad boy when Robo dies to the Flames of War. God, I didn't think you were that low on HP.
I always forget how much it does, because when it hits Luca, it's like 40, and you're like, oh, we're good. Then you remember Robo doesn't have the best equipment. He gets hit for like 150, and you're like, oh. Well then.
Oh, Lavos, fancy seeing you here. We're about to have like 5 hours of memes. I should have put Robo in the middle just for the simple fact that having Magus there is kind of messing with me.
Yep, I was gonna mention something, but I was like, maybe it's just me. Plus, it also looks better when Robo's in the middle, because it looks like he's trying to junk punch him.
We'll see. Yes.
Well, you got the exact same value you got last time.
Except Robo hits a little harder this time. Honestly, if Luca ever hits like a 2200 or like crits for the 33 or whatever it is, I actually don't know what that does to stuff down the road.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I never actually get that type of luck, but... I don't know if it's going to be worth it or not, but I'm going to throw a Lucas shot in. Oh, I guess it's going to be near the end, too. I'm going to say here.
You do it here.
Oh, I'll see if I can get a kill with it.
Oh, I'll do like an Uzi punch, wonder shot.
I was going to do the Wonder Shot, and then if it doesn't die, then Uzi punch it. This isn't the Wonder Shot kill. I want to do the Wonder Shot kill for the end, but if it just works out here, then cool. It only needs to do like what, 4, 6, 8. Ah, it still needs to do about 1,000 or so. No, I don't know what Dark Bomb's gonna do.
Just keep doing wonder shots, and then
That was the second plan.
you did. Hey, at least you got the fast orbs.
Huh, there you go. Well, if I don't do a Wonder Shot kill, there is a Wonder Shot kill.
Oh.
I was like, please just hit. I was like doing quick math. I'm like, it's got to be around to like 1,100, maybe 1,200, depending on what the rolls actually were. Yeah, she actually shot for the. If she did just one of those on Questing for Glory, would have been fine.
Yeah. She's actually been pulling some very good weight lately. All right, we got ending number 2, which is really ending number 1.
And those are the easiest endings for as far as the fights go, and then the next two are pretty much the hardest. I saved about 4 times before coming in here in various spots just to make sure it happened. It always feels weird. Like, we've been sitting here for like 6 hours. It's gonna be close to 6.5 hours by then. To be like, all right, New Game Plus, start the run.
Yep.
Feels like you've just been doing regular attempts all day and being like, all right, we'll try one more. But this one's a lot happier because Chrono's not dead. Oh yeah, I have to do like the opening menu stuff and all that too. I always forget about that.
When on Battle Speed 5, you're like, man, this is sure taking a while.
I obviously feel pretty spicy because I have Battle Speed 1 on it. Although I know I was getting greedy with it with PC2, be like, we can bump this up a little bit. We can bump this up a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, no, too much.
I'm not bleeding that much ATB.
I know during probably ending 2, I'm going to need a little, or sorry, ending 3 technically. The 4th ending that we get, I'm going to do a little bit of a walk around. Get my legs kind of stretched out.
Yeah, I'm going to do that now and grab something to drink.
You do that, bro. Now we get to do the parade. Except now it's a whole lot happier because Marl has her boo. Yay! Like, so this is usually the content that you... Well, this content, I guess you get to see, but... The other ending that we got, you usually don't see too much of, so it's like, oh, this is kind of fun to see. And then, you know, the next 10 that we see are stuff that you pretty much never see. Some of the endings are memes, some of them are pretty fun. One of them is super epic. I think I lost a little bit of time on that that grind from what I was seeing, and I had to skip it because I forgot to split on it, but I think we're like 7-ish minutes ahead right now. So I don't know how the fights and stuff from this point on actually go, or if we're going to save much time or not, but this is not the super epic ending. There is one that is absolutely poggers, and this is not the one. Yeah, assuming things go well, knock on wood, I have not created any sort of manipulation or anything for any of the Lavos fights coming up. And obviously not for the stuff that we're going to be fighting along the way, because we're just going to pretty much nuke them. We're a little overpowered for early game stuff now. But we could be looking at like a low 11. If I save a couple more minutes, a few more minutes, I guess, we could be looking at a sub 11, which would be sick. We could have crashed the epoch in, and that would give us the balloon ending. It's still the same ending, just you ride along on balloons. Actually, no, I don't think it would make up the time anyways. Like, I wonder if the endings are actually the same length. Never thought about it. But doing the crashing itself takes a couple minutes. Yeah, everybody is a whole lot happier because they don't have to be like, oh, we need to go and find Chrono because he's dead. I mean, it's not like he's really doing a lot right now anyways. He's just chilling on the bottom. Just watching everyone have a good time. Mostly the only thing I'm thinking of is Balloon versus Epoch ending any different if they are? And we're going to become very good friends with this teleporter, by the way. If you ever take the bucket to go to Lavos, you have to do the whole gauntlet section. Obviously, we can't go through the Black Omen because we're going to be starting a new game over, and that would just miss all of the stuff. But if you just take the telepod here, you don't have to do the gauntlet. You just start on Lavos Shell, then you do Inner Lavos, then you do Lavos Core. Now, it's been asked, is there ever a chance where you can, like, crash the Epoch and take out the head so you don't have to do it? And no. And the shell fight itself is decently quick. It would be nice if you didn't have to do it though, but alas. And this is the second time we get to see the bell be hung.
And instead of this time, Tabin's going to be the one leaving him hanging again.
Chrono and Marl is canon because they end up getting married and taking control of Guardia for a while before they get killed.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was one of those things where like it was actually confirmed or like they either got killed or went into hiding. But if they went into hiding and they just hid there, then he's not a hero at all.
In the Chrono Cross timeline, they don't know if they went into hiding or been killed. Because when the Poirier army takes them over, Chrono and Marl are gone but not known.
Level 1 Chrono. How am I supposed to get to Lavos with level 1 Chrono? I mean, if you do the green dream thing, and you had like max speed, I guess that would work, eh?
How would you get there though? Because you're still gonna get Phantom EXP.
That's the other thing. But I was just thinking, if you could and you green dreamed it, Machine the Fair, it doesn't work until New Game Plus. Okay, so as long as you can get to the wallet without fighting any bosses or any enemies, we're good to go. On the plus side, we don't have to grind anymore. We're, I was gonna say full throttle to the end, but it's not gonna really feel like full throttle. Man, if the portal was there in, like, opening new game and just, like, a new player was like, oh, I went to the wrong teleport because they still left, but I accidentally went to the right, and they just end up there, you're like, what the heck? And then you just die.
I would love that. I would love that.
I mean, now with, like, streaming and stuff, it'd be pretty funny to see someone go over there and then be like, what's going on? And everyone's like, uh-oh, they did the thing! Instantly die, and then just, like, game over, and you're like, okay. This is me now.
It would actually kind of make the Ocean Palace Lavos fight a little more exciting. Because instead of getting nuked for 4,000 damage, you want to get nuked for 1,300.
I'm getting stronger. So I'm looking for, oh yeah, this one's a little weird because you have to just wait for like snow to stop dropping eventually. There's gonna be like a nice little the end and then snow's falling. Once it's done, you're like, okay, good to go. How was the walk around?
Good.
Heavenly.
Like, yeah, grab some more water.
I think I'm gonna have to make myself a little, well, maybe not a rogue energy drink, because then it always makes me need. I have a lot of boss fights if I need to go to the bathroom though.
Yeah, I'm about to say you got a lot of bathroom breaks coming up with the endings.
Yeah, there's a little downtime. So how do you get Chrono to not get any experience? Oh no, wait, I guess you. If you just waited in the jail, then Luca comes and gets him.
Yeah.
You're like, how would you do jail? But that would be the only way to do jail.
I was about to say, like, how are you gonna defeat Lavos with a wood sword and no text?
Okay, no stops.
Oh, so basically it's like ending 6, where we don't want Frog there, but he's there.
Oh, I clicked on new game.
All right, everyone, welcome to the beginning of the run.
Yep, my name is Bdwed. We're going to be doing an all endings run, and with me today,
I am Dai Nuatari. I'll be here to commentate. This isn't going to be your traditional speed run. for some reason, when you hit new game on a very, very specific save, start your characters at like level 40 with like best equipment, all of their techs. We don't really know, but like it is a kind of heavy reset point, but it does make the run like pretty fun and enjoyable.
It seems like it just helps out a lot. Like everything just gets a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
Discovered this just the other day.
So, of course, for consistency, we will be getting the allowance for Mom. Yes, it's only 200 GP. No, we don't need it, but... Oh, so now we're kind of... This is kind of an interesting point, because we still do have to play the game to get to, like, the certain plot points for the endings. Which is definitely one of the downers, just because the boss fights really don't prove much of a threat anymore.
We're just going through the motions.
Yeah. But like running this, you also realize how many endings are in like one specific time period.
Looking
Like
at you,
600 AD. Yeah. Like there's a bunch of times where it's like, all right, time to run back through Truce Canyon, I guess.
Oh, I do put a shop in here. Before I forget that, go. We're gonna get dash. Okay.
So basically all the speed tabs we stole and Black Omen were for to get Chrono to max stat without the assistance of like the Swallow or the Slasher. Mainly because the Rainbow Sword is Chrono's strongest weapon, and we do want to leverage that as much as possible. Especially for this first ending, because Marl will outputting slight damage every now and then, but primarily Chrono will be the big damage dealer, and Marl will kind of just be there to heal people up, keep Chrono topped up with MP. One nice thing is, because we're reloading a save, any Mega Elixirs or Elixirs we use get instantly brought back to us. So it does make it, for healing items, we're definitely sitting pretty nice. I forgot how much pitiful damage that does to Chrono.
Yeah. I'm trying with the no haste right now just to see. Oh, you do not eat those for breakfast.
Oh.
That's fine.
Rocket. You're at 72?
This and then a regular attack and she'll die. She'll die.
Yeah.
That may have still been better than throwing out a heal and a nice sword, honestly.
Not gonna lie, that was a lot smoother than I thought it was gonna be.
That was about what I figured it would be. I'm using.
She died before she could use anything.
Yeah. The only thing I wanted her to do was a nice sword, but that was just a whatevs.
So is this new fight, you're also skipping haste on this one as well?
No. You kind of need it for the later parts. But you can skip the second nipple laser.
The plan is to do 2 confuses on the right arm, and that'll bring its HP low enough where Luminaire will kill the right and left arm respectively together. But as you can see here, just Chrono's ATB bar is stupidly fast. And then Marl is just kind of our item chucker. Ice Sword 2 can help out a little bit every now and then. A little bit of extra damage, but the speed difference between a hasted max speed Chrono and Marl, who's sitting at 7 or 8, I forget what her base speed is.
Something. He still won.
Something
that.
horrible.
Because I did that one accidental confuse, he'll be fine here. As long as I just want to make sure he doesn't do the bubbles of Yucky. So Ice Sword 2 does like 500-600 more damage, which can actually help with the damage rounding a little bit.
And it's a cool animation.
And it's cool. We don't really get to see it much. Oops. That's fine. They go like candy. And because we still have status protection on everybody too because of the prism helms. Elixirs kind of end up being the bigger thing to use later on as well because we're gonna have good control of the fight after kind of the opening. If my math is right, this should be the end, right? Oh, 20,000, never mind.
You're getting close.
It's tough to tell when everybody's hasted.
Yeah.
Hasted out of their minds. There you go. Why not use the haste helm? Because I don't want him to lose the magic defense that he does have.
The haste helm would definitely speed up the fight, but it lowers his magic defense by quite a bit. And you can see Robo with the haste helm and Nova armor was taking 900 damage from the nipple lasers, where the prism helm really helps cut that down. So it does save a round of trying to revive and then trying to heal and then get back into things. It is a little bit like you could manipulate or really go for the risky and try with it. This is just more of a consistent yet slightly slower way to go about it.
Cool. So he's doing 22. So it is going to take 5. That's fine. She should be able to. Actually, with him hasted, she might not actually be able. He might be able to get 2 more of these out before she gets any ATB.
You're getting lucky with the 1000 AD fights.
Yes, lucky. Yeah, I'm lucky. So, I don't know. It seems like 600 AD seems to always follow 1000. I don't know why.
The first 2 fights were manipped. This one is not, because since Bdwed has a save file, RNG is being ran through on the load screen. So this, either A, he hit a lucky window just randomly, or he had a GIF running up in the background. He's not telling anyone with those shifty eyes.
Oh, Chrono's gonna get hit with a little thing, but that's fine.
Yeah, we could, in this run, we could probably cheat on the levels by 1 or 2. Kind of feels like maybe doing more than that would really mess up some of the fights. Especially these 2, like, solo ones with Marl.
Like, if we get 65 mil or 2300, then I have to start, like, throwing shields and berries and hoping for the best. Or if he starts going smacking people around and stuff, it gets dicey very quick.
Yeah, you get the no time zone, like him slap, or Heaven's Cry with the lightning bolt. The slap, even with shield, still does, or can do, very significant damage.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. It's mostly going to be elixirs that are going to be used more than mega elixirs. Mega elixir is kind of like, okay, damage control, whatever. You Ice Sword to it. It's just because, well, with it ending on a numeral of 5,000, getting some of those 2,900 damage attacks are good, because Chrono's only doing 2,400 right now, so we're like just short. So this kind of helps with the damage rounding a little bit. It is a longer animation, but if I get, I don't know, a few of them in there, then that's all she wrote.
GG's! That was pretty smooth for a 2v1.
Yeah. Now it comes to one of the endings that has the most amount of notes to it.
Yeah. This one you actually gotta walk around and talk to certain people to actually trigger the ending to happen. So a lot of it's like, go to 3 o'clock, talk to Dalton, 12 o'clock to Toma. Yeah, this is by far...
This is a pretty
It's
funny
the most interactive ending, but it's the best ending, because the credits just fly by.
It's actually really hard to do in PC for some reason, because they just make it so easy to run into everything that trying to get not talking to the statue is actually really hard. Hatcher Post actually has a question for us. Would you like to see a Chrono Trigger too? Yep, that'd be neat. Oh, thanks. Make sure to talk to the kid and not the ferret. That one usually gets people. Don't talk to the little trolley sparkle. Be on this. I don't remember if the text box needs to actually be closed. Once you should be able to stack the text boxes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
We've adjusted the credits to your style. Yeet! Okay, guys, remember, we're going to be having notes on this, so... As it says the end, I'm good? Oh, basic. Okay, boom. We'll do bright reloads and just see what happens. So we've already... So a lot of this actually gets a little funky in your head of like, okay, what is it that we've actually done so far?
Yeah.
Especially once you're doing like the frog parts and you're like, okay, we were doing this, so now I need to go back and do this. Okay, because all of the flow that you have, boom, just gone.
And we get what, 3 endings in 600 AD?
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4.
It's like,
maybe it's even
it's
5.
like, yeah, it's like, all right, now that you've talked to the bridge, go do an ending. Now that you fought Zombor, go do an ending. Now that you killed Masamune, go do an ending. And it's like, I don't know where I am anymore. So I've ran this game on and off for a little over a year. And Bdwed and I did a run in October for the Winnipeg Comic-Con up here in Canada land. So about 2 weeks before the run, I went to Bdwed and I was like, hey, do you know you could skip the telepod? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you don't need to have Chrono use the telepod. He's like, have you never watched the beginning of the run? He's like, yeah, I've just never paid attention. I was like, free 20-second time save.
Oh. For the record, he's been watching me. He's been watching Hobbs, watching Bell. I'm like, it's not like you haven't watched any runs. Yeah, I just don't really pay attention to the beginning. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I was like, man, why does my Yakra time suck so much? Now I know why.
Yeah, now we have to go all the way through, and the next trigger isn't till after we kill Yakra. Which, we kill Yakra a little bit faster than we did before. Actually, it's not that much faster. So this is a 12-minute split, but we've also done the opening, like, 2-3 minutes or whatever. So it's only, like, 2-3 minutes faster. But I think it's funny.
Yeah, with the manip route, because you skip so many of the grind fights.
Yeah, it's just there's just that much text at the beginning.
Doesn't like a rainbow crit kill Yakra?
Yeah. For the record, my notes for some of these boss fights is just run to Yakra and nuke him. All right.
Yeah, the rainbow sword having a 70% crit rate. A lot of the especially these early bosses, if they're a single part, one crit will pretty much take care of them. For something like Dragon Tank, you might need to break out Illuminaire or Thunder 2.
Lightning 2 is kind of our big carry just because it attacks everything. It's not that short of or not that long of an animation.
It's definitely faster than attacking the 3 imps separately.
Get to me.
Oh, wow.
I lied. I said that there's only 3 bird skips we gotta do. We gotta do 6.
We gotta do more than that. You gotta come back through here like
oh yeah
4 times for each ending.
We gotta do like 8 or 9. I was supposed to have an extra power tab that I think I just ended up skipping later on. I might actually just grab the one from the forest just for
poops.
Just for poops. Also, because I was like, we're barely hitting over 600 on this, and I thought it was supposed to be like 605, 606, and he's hitting like 598, 601, 602. I'm like, okay. Pretty sure that one little power will actually do just that little extra meaningful couple of damage. I don't think there's one that's much easier to grab.
There's the power tab in the cathedral. Oh yeah, and this route would be out of the way.
Yeah, I'm
the
running
forest.
all past that.
Yeah, the forest would definitely be the fastest way.
He's like, hey, remember when we killed Lavos? Haha. I feel like now we're just like gods walking amongst men. Whereas before we're like, oh, we're just kind of the weak people.
We are the people's people. New Game Plus, we are gods.
Don't make me ice too, everybody in this place.
It was also like kind of fun casually on like your first or second New Game Plus run to just go through and like blow by everything.
Yeah.
And after that, it just became like a min-max.
Now I don't question about how people have any troubles getting through here at all, because Luca can take care of herself now.
Excuse me, miss, would you like to buy Flare?
She's just slowly looking at the pins on the Mega Bombs.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if I could take you. Blunder shot.
Hits for 54. I swear I fixed this thing.
I think it'd be kind of neat. I know it would be like way out of the SNES perspective. If the bosses kind of like had some kind of scaling to them.
Oh yeah. Kind of like the FF8 type of thing.
Yeah. Instead of just like, because like I said, like New Game Plus, I don't know, to me kind of loses its novelty very quick because you're just blazing through the story. Like it's actually at this point taking longer to get to the boss than it is to fight the boss.
Yeah. So obviously at this point we don't care about manip or anything. My manip is push button and thing die. As it is when you're level 47 or whatever I think we are, when we're supposed to be like level 3.
I'd say probably up until
You have to go quite a ways through.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm just trying to like work through it in the head, and I'm like, yeah, that boss really doesn't prove much of an issue. That boss doesn't prove much of an issue.
Like, Megas can still kind of be annoying. Fortunately, we still need to bring Frog in there. That's the most annoying part.
Although if he rolls Fire Sword 2s.
Oh, he going down real quick.
Yeah. he messed up real bad. Nice Fire Sword tech. we have grown past such plebeian moves.
Yeah, now everything is just... It's kind of funny because it's like scary and manip. Now everything's just like an annoyance. And it's just literally just, I just want to get from point A to point B. So I can get to the next Lavos fight. Yeah, like this fight. Actually, I haven't. We've talked about how Lightning 2, or sorry, Ice 2 is technically the fastest AoE fight or ability?
Yep.
Okay. Lightning 2 isn't like too far behind.
Chrono, Luca, and Frog have Delta Storm, which is basically like Delta Force with Chrono, Marl, and Luca, except you swap Luca or Marl for Frog.
However, Frog only knows Slurp and Slurp Cut.
However, even though we are, whatever, 6.5, 7 hours into this run, Frog cannot learn anything outside of Slurp Cut.
There, I did the thing for you.
Oh, baby!
So there is a little bit of a skip you can do where you don't have to walk around the hench at all. By just, there's a few pixels right in between them that you can do in the early manip part, because it is faster. However, if you run into them, you're like, wow, guess I'll go back to the start. And it sucks because you're like, you're right there, so it's kind of like you better have it lined up, or else you're gonna be sad. Anyways, there's Yakra.
You put up a good fight, buddy. You showed up at least.
Any idea why he golded that by 30 seconds?
No.
Just SNES stuff? Or sorry, just console versus emulator stuff?
That 30 seconds for not a lot going on seems way too much for EMU versus console difference.
Well, I found a lot of like, I'm gonna call it like hidden time save, where I was saving a whole lot more than I thought I should.
I don't know, like, if you're saving, like, that kind of time, then, like, world record for Old Quest should basically be free.
It is! Oh. Oh. Yeah, I mean.
For SNES.
Sorry, I was thinking you were going to say all endings, and I was like, well, it is
No.
free. So much early game save. I say as I'm 8.5 ahead right now.
Yeah. You might have just, like, ran into one or two enemies.
Possibly. I thought I was going to lose a little bit of time just going and grabbing that power tab, to be honest. I completely forgot that going into this room you want to have Luca kind of be closer to that little point, and I just held up left. I think that's the one thing that kind of happens once you do the second bit and you're like, it doesn't really matter, whatever. You kind of loosen the screws a little too much. Then you'll just lose the 1.5 seconds it takes for her to walk up, because you're just like, whatever. That's
Yeah.
what we need to get to.
I think it's because the first run it's ingrained. The second run you're like, I'm 7 hours into this. Let's just get it done.
Yo. Just a battle of attrition.
Bird Skip LaFifth coming up. Sad Froggy still standing on the stairs.
Like, why didn't they use me in the past bit? Imagine being level 40 whatever and still being that much of a failure for your country. I'm just going in on Frog too, poor guy.
I'm sad. I'm sad. The stranger got to kill him. I didn't even get to sheath my sword.
I was just sitting there the whole time like, why am I even here?
Why'd I even try to save the queen?
So a very important thing to do is, before we go and start the next Lavos fight, go outside the fair and save. Seems like it's going to be a little slow and a bit of a time loss. You know what's more of a time loss? Having to redo all of what we just did. You know what Broken Marl would be if one of her spells were like a heal all?
Oh yeah.
Just thinking like, man, I would have been nice if I had something like that for Lavos, just for when he does his opening little boomerang thing.
Yeah. Frog and Marl have a dual attack, like Marl and Robo do.
No, fortunately I haven't done the have to redo a whole section because I'm like, I don't want to do anything extra, but just to make sure you do not. You're sitting there like, okay, you're just staring at notes. Okay, that's what I need to do. Okay, good, good. You are. We're back. Good movie, by the way.
The reason we'll always use the telepod to do the Lavos fights. We're doing it now. 1, we don't have access to the time portal in the end of time. 2, doing it you skip the whole Lavos gauntlet. When we were routing this, we went to the egg. We're like, why do we gotta do the gauntlet again? I think it was Hobbs, and he's just like, just go to the fair. We're like, oh, this is easy.
I should go a little bit smoother because I'm already on tech.
Yeah. I don't think that strength tab did much.
Hey, that extra 4 damage.
Yeah,
actually,
that actually does matter.
It does matter. I know everyone's memeing, haha, extra 4. He was hitting a little bit below 600, which means he was no longer doing 2400, which means things. I like that.
You know what? Like 3 more strength tabs, that'll be doing over 3k.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, what? I'm not gonna get 600 damage, and then I was like, oh wait, no, I'm caught up. Dang it, Pojo.
Never keeping tabs or anything. Alright, so this will pretty much go the same way as the developer ending fight we just seen. Gonna do a couple of confuses to the right arm to kind of bring it to the left arm's HP value. Luminaires to kill. What's that move called? Doors of Destruction?
I think so.
Nipple lasers just hits harder.
It really do. I was hoping her ATB would pop up. I'm like, oh, this looks like it's going to line up pretty nicely.
Should have manipped it.
It's good. He's so heckin' fast that it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah. He's running circles around inner Lavos at the moment.
How much ATB he got off of a turn being built up? Got like a quarter of the ATB.
Marl is kind of take the frog role. She's like, I'm helping. And he's like, are you really?
Once she gets her health self hasted up, the bigger thing about her being hasted up is to keep up with him for like being able to heal him up and stuff.
You gonna throw a mega or?
Yeah, I'll get to that. Honestly, I don't even keep track of the MP, or sorry, the HP that the boss has. Kind of like just keep counting away. Use Ice Sword when possible. Again, just because it does a lot for my damage rounding. And now she can actually kind of keep up. Why do I feel like I'm behind?
You leaked a little bit, trying to go from item to tech with Marl.
We're gonna see on this next bit if I actually am or if I'm just being nuts. I'm nuts. As long as Chrono finishes with, what is it? 8 MP for confusion? 7.
I thought it was 12.
Oh, okay.
8
I know
is
15 is good.
too.
And that's kind of just where he ends up in, because he's just Luminary, and then a bunch of confuses, and you have to do a whole lot more math on the any percent route that I was doing. Where Barl is also in there with Chrono and 8. No, Magus and 8. I got to just Dark Bomb, and Magus just has better defenses and whatever else.
Alright, are we going to see the 4th 1000 AD?
Well, that's not fair. What did she ever do to you? I think she... Oh yeah, she eats those for breakfast. Zodiac cape, everybody.
Doesn't that even put Magus down?
Yeah, she has some pretty good gear on right now. Now this does make me a little bit worried about the next turn, but at least... More nervous.
Yeah, you might have to shield Chrono. .65 mil BC is a heavy damage physical ability.
She almost lived that.
Oh yeah, she was almost there. A lot of the issues is like that shield might be unnecessary, but it's also not the fact that he survived it, it's surviving the other hits that are gonna come. So now that Lavos has been respawned, his AI script starts all over. Oh no, he hasn't actually been dead yet.
No, he hasn't been dead yet.
What's 12,000? Invading light?
Possibly.
I also
I just
forget
went
what
into
this
recovery
was.
mode for a second.
Alright, now that we're kind of all topped up where we should be.
You know what? I don't even care. This is why it's nice to have all those extra elixirs and whatever else, because you can just pop them without thinking.
It's so very rare. I don't know. It's very rare you see 12,000 on this Lavos fight. It's either like 1,665 mil or even 2,300 feels rare at times.
Well, I know I've got at least. Oh, because he tanked one, so maybe now he's only at like 1,500, 100-ish or so. Oh, it's 12. There you go. I saw 11. I'm like, well, we're gonna find out now.
Much like everything in life, we're always one away. I don't know where you are damage-wise on that thing.
I don't know. We go into luminary spam anyways. Ice 2 sometimes help with this, but for where we are in it, I don't think it's really worth. There is a chance that they just kind of die close to the same time, really. With the damage that we've put on them. Where we going? Uh-oh! Now it's a race against the clock.
At least you're already prepared for it.
Yeah.
There are 12 endings, and we're about to have ending number 4.
Oh, I put the wrong thing on.
I will prevent magic damage from this physical attack.
Physical attack. Ah, didn't matter. I knew we were close.
GG. Ending the 4th.
Where I scroll down my notes and I'd be like, okay, where do I go? Okay, that's when it ends. So yeah, that's how that can get just a little nasty and you,
We don't do the end of time bucket Lavos fight. It doesn't bring you to an ending. And if you go through the bucket, you have to do the entire Lavos gauntlet, where if you fight Lavos via the Millennium Fair, you just go to fighting the shell instantly. But pretty much most of the Lavos fights coming forward, Chrono kinda becomes the heel bitch. And Luca and Maro with Antipode 3 will be the big heavy hitter.
so this ending is kind of silly. Apparently we're all part frog. And that's just what it is. Oh, no, it's definitely going to be the next ending where I'm going to take a little walk around because it's the It's the one where there's nothing fun to talk about with it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll let you do that.
No, yay!
So, I thought Queen Lean was married with the king and all of that. So the general theory here is Frog killed the king so that he could get with the queen, and apparently everyone is just okay with it.
He ruled with an iron frog leg. He finally realized he was level 46 and could fuck shit up.
The moral's just like, that can't be right.
Don't worry, Marl. Ending 5 will fix everything.
When it disappears. Okay, good.
I didn't see that dual tech on the list.
Oh, right.
Gardena.
Yeah, I need to go get arrested again. Time to get on trial again. So my split names for these are very original. It's Yakra again, Dragon Tank again. The only one that's kind of funny is when we get to Nizbel 2 and it's Nizbel again.
I did Yakra Raw and then Dragon Tank Raw.
Nice. So we still want to get guilty and all that fun shenanigans. We're not going to be worrying about the next ending until after Heckran. I don't exactly remember where the trigger is, but nothing else triggers from this point past Heckran, so we wouldn't be missing anything, and we're literally on our way to the fair. So it's like no reason not to.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest chunk of gameplay between endings.
And I'm matching text. We're going to be playing, and by playing he means so many lightning 2s. Luckily, Juror 2 doesn't matter too much in the PC version because of the instant text. We just want the not guilty, just because they spend less time walking across. But still, sometimes that one dude's just like, I'm gonna just be the odd one out and go all the way to the guilty side. Let's see, do we get 2 not guilties or do we get a guilty today? Split the diff. Oh, split the diff. Those 5 seconds are gonna be so happy. Pretty sure the plan for Dragon Tank is just hold X.
What about Lightning 2?
Well, considering that most of it is lightning and fire resistant.
Oh, the head's also lightning?
Well, if I'm only gonna... I know at least 2 parts won't die. I may as well just hold X and hope for a good wonder shot.
with the highest damage on the lowest HP value.
Yeah, we're just gonna get that big boy crit in there. Overkill
that
by
wheel
like
did
3,000.
300 damage.
Again, I'm a whole lot less worried about this whole part because I'm not worried about losing manip or anything, so there's no point in manipping any of this. The one thing I was trying to figure out for words, like if I do a save reset before each Lavos, even though it's like a different part in the game, but it's still the same fight, do I still get the same outcome?
Yep.
Oh, whoops.
Gotta make some more noise there.
Yeah, I thought I hit them all. I was too busy in Thinky Land.
So this area is a little more streamlined. We no longer need cyclones to kill.
Yeah, now I just hold this funny little X button for a lot of it.
Yeah. This is the one part where crits lose you time.
Luckily, we have a thing that crits for 75% of the time.
Yep.
It's actually kind of funny how Lightning 1 is so much slower than Lightning 2.
I know way.
Yo, Chrono, what you standing on over there?
He's standing on the mountain.
This castle does love its bridges.
Yeah, and looking at it from the outside, those bridges shouldn't exist.
No, they really shouldn't. Ah.
You didn't take the mid-tonic.
Aww.
Aww.
I was feeling spicy. Turns out I shouldn't. Hey, I got an extra 70 G though.
And 10 experience.
And 10 experience. Imagine if Chrono leveled up.
I don't know. I think Chrono levels up like once through the whole New Game Plus.
Yeah. We're just maniacal murderers here now.
Yeah, they definitely arrested the... We shouldn't have let them arrest us.
There's a point when it becomes no longer self-defense. Not gonna worry about her. Chrono has the Prism specs on right now, which he's gonna get more use out of it. But she will eventually be getting it on before our next Lavos fight. Believe it or not, there's gonna be more.
If you thought we were done with them, you're wrong.
I want to take a guess why I'm hearing fireworks right now. Something special about December 2nd?
Yeah, I don't know. It's still early for you to have fireworks. And it's not like a round hour either, which makes it weird.
I know. I mean, it gets dark here at 5:15 anyways. It's now 7:45. They must be celebrating really, really long-a-thon. A little bit late if they were going for the beginning, but maybe they just really like the Dragon Tank fight. Yeah, like I said, we're just kind of doing normal operations. Gets dark at 4. Well, maybe if you didn't do that silly daylight savings time shenanigans. I think that's pretty sure the only reason why it doesn't get dark before 5 here is because we don't do that. Do you think these characters are getting deja vu? Like, I feel like
I
I've
think
done this before.
Chrono just wakes up super buff. I'm definitely getting some deja vu.
Chrono kind of wakes up like Spider-Man in the Tobey Maguire one. Wakes up, he's just buff. He's like, what happened?
Somehow these glasses I rely upon, I don't need anymore.
Okay, I guess what I mean by daylight savings is just the fact of changing clocks around, because I live in a place where it doesn't, so daylight savings happens twice a year for me.
You don't change clocks, you change time zones.
I just change time zones, yeah. And then I get, back in the day when we didn't have all electronic stuff, it was cool. Your clock stayed the same and away you went. Now everything has to have some smart feature in it, and I have to go and fix it. Real smart feature. Get me going on an unhinged rant.
Or just live in a place where it does it automatically, you don't have to worry about it.
And then I have to get mad at the fact that it gets dark before 5.
Welcome to my life. I love nothing more than driving into work in the dark and driving home in the dark.
Then having the clock change not matter about that anyways.
Yep.
So now we can go through this a little bit differently because we don't actually need a bunch of this stuff. I still pick that one up though. Well,
I don't think Spider-Man has a venomous bite. I think Spiders-Man does.
I love that I still picked up that boat sword.
I was about to say.
You know, sometimes muscle memory is just real strong.
You know, I too might need that extra 500 GP for something we're not going to buy for the rest of the run.
No, we bought 21 shelters and 21 revives, and that's pretty much that's pretty much what we're gonna need. The revives are not actually gonna go down, but the shelters will.
Yeah, if the revives go down at any point, then something got messed up real bad.
There must be a glitch in the matrix somewhere. Alright, so I'm gonna go with a lightning 2 and a Luca shot. Does she let me down, or is she gonna keep her streak going?
Gonna keep the streak going.
Ooh, okay.
I have faith. Maybe it's because you didn't let her hug Chrono.
Oh, she's trying to prove something to me.
Yeah.
I should do that more often. So this lightning 2 is just to kill the bits because we can't reliably kill the center.
What, a Chrono crit doesn't kill the center?
I don't think so. I think it's more I put it in just there, like I'm not risking, like he didn't crit there, so it's a good thing I didn't do it.
Yeah, that's true. Although I don't think Delta Force would deal much damage.
It wouldn't, I just don't want to watch it. It's a big time loss.
Yeah.
But there we learned Antipode 2, Antipode 3, and Delta Force.
Delta Force.
We're only really going to use Antipode 3.
Yeah, I was about to say, we'll never touch Delta Force just because it uses tier 2 spells. And Luca's the only one that really has decent magic. It also just works out better for damage efficiency to do Antipode 3 and then like a Confuse or Luminaire if we need to.
Kind of funny how, considering that these are the first 3 characters that they have, or that we get, the fact that just Marl and Luca are like never together, other than when I'm forced to have them together.
Yep.
guess aside from like Heckran where I'm not forced to, but like what the other options, Robo. They go through this magical area with a guy who knows how to punch things.
Laser spin.
Doesn't have laser. Does he have laser spin at that point?
I don't know.
I thought he kind of picked it up as we go through, and he's just being Zerk boy. There, I didn't run into the robot this time.
Yay! The Nintendo Classic does not run Beast SNES. The Classic is a form of Z SNES. Because it doesn't emulate lag properly.
And there go has to have its own set of runs.
Yep.
And by not doing it properly, you mean like it just like has less lag in it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Bioblasts in FF6 are faster on Wii U and SNES Classic over like a SNES console.
Gotcha.
No, I'm not saying it is Z SNES. I'm just saying it's a form of Z SNES. Because it's the most lightweight, so they could get away with just cheaper hardware.
When you do like all the lore dump and stuff, it's like you go through the lore dump again. Hey guys,
Yeah.
the same thing's happening. Except for this time we get to take care of it a little bit sooner. Ah, we need to go kill Lavos. Okay, go do it. Fortunately, we don't really have a way to get there, so that's kind of our whole MO for this ending. No way.
Oh. It was that giant sword you're carrying around.
Yeah. It's that giant ego that got in the way there. So we were talking about like the slimes and how tough they are and all that fun shenanigans. If we had Slash and we were in there, we'd be able to take them out pretty quick because they don't have any like magical defense, or not a lot at least. However, we don't have Slash at that point, so that's why we don't do it. Now I have Lightning too. This will be a one-turn round for the 5 slimes.
And if Lightning 2 doesn't kill, Flare will.
Oh, expensive.
Oh, well, you're just gonna use a shelter anyways.
I am, yeah. I haven't actually figured out what the most optimal thing to kill Heckran with is, though. It has to be magical. Then it's like basically down to animation, like is Antipo 2 gonna kill? I don't really know.
Yeah, Antipo 2 might be close.
Alright, Johnny wants the run back. I'll give him the run back. He's like, wait, doing the same thing he did last time.
I haven't learned at all.
I do feel bad that Johnny doesn't get a boost button. We get it 3 times. This is a very skewed race.
Oh, can you imagine Johnny having boost?
You have to play around that. Ooh, that would
Yeah.
make this a whole lot harder. Well, it'd basically just be like, as long as he doesn't hold boost till the end, we just beat him to the punch. So you'll see our
Alright,
damage is
Johnny.
going to drop a lot here, but we're still going to be able to, like the first climb fight, I'm just going to do a regular attack and it'll still do like 50 damage or something, I think. I guess if you missed renaming a character, you could just like do it again.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be worth it because you're not really gonna. If it's not Marl, Luca, and Chrono, you're not gonna see a lot of them.
So you're gonna name
gets a
Robo
little
Ren
bit.
again?
Yeah, I am.
Luca's like, I felt like I've done this before.
Robo, how many times have you been fixed today?
You'd think they would have built these for durability. Just bring Marl just to learn a bunch of dual techs.
For fun?
Yeah. You can learn that AoE heal you'll never use.
Oh, this is worse than the last time I did it. There we go. You're making me. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I have to pay attention to this. You got this, Luca.
Where we find out the game implodes.
Game's like, you do not take Marl. You always take Luca.
I will not have any of this. You should give Robo the Crisis Arm and Gold Stud.
Just for fun?
Yeah. Actually, you could probably just do the Silver Earring.
Wow. I didn't think I was going to learn that much.
I didn't think you were either.
Now, luckily, like I said before, we don't really care about,
Oh, Lifeline is like Life 3.
Are you Googling it right now?
Yeah, I am. Automatically recover once per casting, so you can cast or renew the effect. Amount healed from reviving is the character's magic power times 5.
Okay.
Pretty decent. I don't understand how it's used in low-level playthroughs, though.
Where
Considering
can you
Marley
get a
needs
lot of EP but not get experience?
Yeah. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I guess maybe Rubbles? Just farm the respawnable one on Mount Woe?
Maybe.
Yeah, because it's Cyclone, Life or Arise or Life 2 or whatever it is, and then Laser Spin. So like Marl's the only one.
Nice.
I never thought I'd have to look that up.
I guess there's still also that whole wallet thing. You, for some reason, wanted to keep your levels low.
It's amazing, like, if you look at some of the triple text, how high up some of the requirements are and how little they expect of other characters.
Yeah.
It's like, I will need Chrono's maximum ability, Ayla's first ability, and Robo's second. Ta-da!
They probably we're gonna make a cool animation. Then they looked at it as like, ooh, what do we need for this? Ah, crap, Chrono's spinning again.
Remember, like, was it Frog, Robo, and Chronos was one of the earliest to get? Because it was like X/ plus Robo Tackle. Or something similar to that. I remember like just abusing it in the beginning.
I honestly don't know a lot about the triple text, because I was just like, I like Luminaire. I don't want to use anything that's Luminaire, Dark Matter, let me go. So, this fight's gonna be pretty quick and simple too, by the way.
There's not a lot of thought going into this.
Oh wow, we're using lightning too. It's almost like it's fast and it's good. I could try and get away with it nice too, but look at how little ATB Marl has.
The amount of time you wait for her to get her turn would probably negate the Ice 2 time save.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robo Tackle's one of those abilities where it's like, it's good, it drops off, and then as soon as you get around level 60, it starts out damaging Uzi Punch again.
Right, so yeah, we're still making our way to Heckran.
I kind of wish with Magus, he'd be involved in triple text outside of using the accessories.
Just shows he's not a team player.
Yeah.
So we still have to learn magic, which I think this is where I have time save. Oh yeah, I have like... because I accidentally fought Masamune. So, remember what it is, some text boxes show up, but not all of them. And I was just kind of like, la da 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 da, mashing through, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I'm fighting you now? And it's not an easy fight now that we're, I think we have, well, we're in the 40s at the very least. And we aren't allowed to leave until we learn magic. Which, I mean, is the game's way of being like, hey, make sure you go here, but also on a New Game Plus, you think maybe that flag would be dropped or something, but nope. Still just gotta do it. Oh! Become a big chonky boy now.
Oh! Looks like you've also been skipping leg day, good sir.
I'm mashing a whole lot slower because I'm scared. I think he still makes me run around. Yeah, he does. That frog has been hitting the gym for the past few hours. Not legs, though.
I like how the body doesn't move, he's just judging you with his eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've like to. I was thinking less magic and more. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me.
Magic, 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 magic.
But we don't need to go into Aussie's house. We don't even need to go and see Melchior. Don't really have a reason to. So we just kind of go yeet. And then this is kind of the same thing. We're going to take this one fight. There's going to be the 1, 2, 3 unskippables. And then the boss. Then there's stuff like, I should grab this treasure. I mean, this one's on the case, so what? I need that ether. Probably was expecting animation to happen, so I was a little bit slow there, but I think their speed is also kind of affected by our speed. Rear? I must have just tiptoed that.
Oh! Ending 5 is next.
You can tell I don't go that direction very often, eh?
No. Which is the frog, koala, and new ending goofing off.
It's the worst one, is what it
Yeah.
is. So that bat skip is kind of the same thing as bird skip, where there's just a pixel and you just need to hold run down a little bit of a slant, and then you just kind of just barely get around that trigger area. I'm actually going to use this so I can get Luke on too. If I can get her on to attack. That, in fact,
Oh,
did not kill.
Endopode 2 is so sparkly. Thunder 2, go!
I was going to do it again.
Alright.
It's quick. I remember it being quick. I
Yeah.
didn't think it was actually that piddly.
It's a lot faster than I thought it was going to be, because Endopode 3 is kind of slow as balls. Oh, maybe if you would have gave Luca...
Oh, dude, I could have done the prism specs thing right
specs?
here. Yeah. I have it for afterwards, but yeah, if I did it now, that would have been a...
Yeah, and then give Marl the sun specs.
I don't think I would have needed extra 50% on what she's doing there. Should be more than enough, I would think. Maybe not. I don't know how the multiplier and... I guess we're going off of fire 2 and not flare there.
Yeah. You also could have just probably killed with a flare. 'Cause flare is just...
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how the multiplier and... I guess we're going off of fire 2 and not flare there. Yeah. I also could have just probably killed with a flare. 'Cause flare is just... Sunshades. Prism specs. Now we get to do what we're going to be doing for the rest of the fights, really.
Outside of like the one ending we're stuck with Ayla and the one ending we're stuck with Froggers.
We don't get stuck with Ayla anymore. We found the little...
Oh yeah, we found the
workaround.
loophole.
Yeah.
These fights are pretty much going to turn into Confuse Antipode 3 or Luminaire Antipode 3. Because we spent so much of the new game portion just boosting Luca's magic. Antipode 3 uses Flare and Ice 2. So 90% of the damage is coming from Luca. And you can see there, like, that one round of attacks did 6,000 damage, which is greatly different than Chrono just trying to do everything with by himself.
Hey, my math was right! Yay! I'd have to time that to see if it's actually faster than the other variants or whatever. Like just what I was doing earlier. Felt about the same, give or take. Oh no, I'm wasting all those full ethers.
So you might have been better off just popping a Mega.
No, I want to save the Mega just in case. Just in case.
Just in case things go a little wonky.
Little wonky, little funky monkey. This fight should go there though. I like how with the dash ring, Marl's the quick one. Between the two. So it should only be 2 rounds of this and then we're on to the body theory.
Yeah.
So now Chrono kind of turns into the item chucker for a lot of it because Antipode is just doing so much more damage. And it's also sucking back all of Luca's MP as well.
Ooh, he might be short to kill the right arm. Oh no, never mind.
That's why I had a possible need to do an attack. That was the mini fix. So now I don't really care too much about needing to do hastes or anything. Since we're basically doing 5,600 a cycle. Oh wait, that's 2,000. Like 6 grand a cycle.
Yeah. We're in a much better spot with that third character.
Pretty sure he eats claims a whirl, right?
One way to find out.
Also, I'm kind of going with the he'll be able to do this and pop a mega before they get their turn again. He's just so fast. Anyways, I hope you guys like this animation because we're gonna see it like 60 times or so.
The run goes through some good arcs. We go through the Falcon hit spam. We go through the Ice 2 spam. We go through the Omega Flare spam. Now welcome to the Antipode 3 show.
Yeah, that fight goes a lot smoother.
Is it this ending or the next ending where like PC saved like 14 minutes or something stupid like that?
That's like 4-ish endings from now.
Oh.
That's the one with Frog. Because I didn't have to rely on Confuse and Flare, we just had Robo go in there and do his thing.
Oh yeah.
Just rolls up his sleeves. Oh, you guys were waiting for me? So if we get 65 million BC, you can preemptively throw up a shield, or you can just throw up shields when they're ready, and then the girls should be able to survive, I think. Oh, this is the one thing with when Chrono eventually gains a level, he survives it without a barrier, I believe.
Oh, because he gets the extra like 15 HP. Lucas should eat those.
Yeah, like Zodiac Cape has so much magic defense on it.
I think her magic defense is actually maxed because of it. You keep wanting to do Delta Force, don't you?
I do. I don't know why. I'm like, ooh, there's space beneath there. Yeah, now we can kill these guys in like, well, not quite 5 cycles, but we're like doing just short of 6 grand. Oh, I don't think he eats them though. No! The perfect damage.
It's the 4th time this run that someone has died to exact damage.
Well, this is a little rude if you ask me.
It's kind of magical because I hear it slightly through your headset before it actually happens.
And then you just get all excited,
Yeah.
a little giddy.
I'm like, oh, I know what's coming up.
So I don't exactly know what triggers when he actually revives the bits or not. That just felt incredibly fun.
Who thought the scariest time zone would be no time zone?
It's so bad. But now instead of like 5 luminaires or whatever it is, it's to kill the center. It's 2 antipodes and a luminaire, and away we go. So a turn and a half and he's gone, which makes him a whole lot less worrisome.
Yeah, that having that extra character actually able to contribute to damage makes a lot of these later fights just so much safer. Because then you don't have to worry about Marl using turns for haste. You're really only throwing items to restore MP because Luca's guzzling it back like water in a desert.
Luckily, through all that leveling, she does have... Oh no, wait, she already had over... Yeah, nothing changes.
Yeah. also kind of helps that, like, even though Confuse is doing good damage, it's also pretty cheap. It's also pretty cheap compared on MP wise.
Anyways, there's another one. Bada bum, bum, bum. Another one bites. I don't think there's text, but I'm gonna just make sure that there's no text, and then I'm gonna go stretch my legs. Make sure you don't get any blood clots or anything. I don't know.
I just don't want to feel like I sat around all day. Yeah, this ending is just, you got a bunch of the news kind of just like running around with really nothing special. This is a very just blah ending, unfortunately. Magic defense is a little weird because it gets divided by 256. So like 75 divided by 256 is going to give you a greatly different number than like 100 divided by 256. Just by the way like the damage formula works out. Because it either divides or subtracts. And like normal defense also does that as well. Because the Zodiac cape and Zodiac, like the Zodiac armor, is a little bit better defensively, but crappier magically. Yeah, they definitely made some bold decisions. I don't know what this font's called, but a lot of the letters are hard to make out what's going on.
I didn't realize this would still be going on, but here we are.
So PC will save an exorbitant amount of time in the Lavos fights over SNES, especially depending on some endings, like the ones with Frog. As Bdwed was saying, you're stuck to flares that deal about 3,000 damage, and then Confuse that does about 2,000. Where having Robo crit for max damage just saves you so much animation time. So instead of like kind of like dancing around a lot of moves that have lengthy animations but do very little damage, Robo just goes in, slaps the thing twice, and you're done the fight. For some reason, like, just the fight with Frog is incredibly... It's probably one of the worst ones to do, even though, like, we've done Lavos battles with 2 players before. But with Frog, it's another character. He can equip some good equipment, but like he just seems to always just be spying on the ants.
It's so much easier when there's no stress on it.
I know, right?
I'm like, and whatever happens, then it's just like, boom, fastest skips you'll ever get.
You don't overthink of it. Well, the DLC weapons were in the DS version of Chrono Trigger PC, which then made it into the mobile iOS, which then made it into the PC. Yeah, it's just the DS stuff. Like, Robo gets a weapon called the Apocalypse Arm, which it'll deal 0 damage, or if it crits, it'll deal maxed, and it's a fixed max regardless of defense. So the PC all endings is giving Robo the Dragon Tier, which will boost the crit rate by 10%, and then just hoping he ends up critting like a mother ducker.
Like, I feel like our characters get thicker and once we get to this part of the run. I don't know. It must be a placebo thing, but Chrono's just sitting there all caked up.
Can you buy...
Uh-huh.
Can you buy more than one jerkies?
No.
Like, after you hand it in to the rich person in 600 AD, can you go buy another one from the snail shop?
Yeah, because you can get the world's worst money grind and buy it for 9,900 and sell it for 10,000 or whatever it is.
I wonder what happened if you would bring the jerky here.
I don't know how you'd get there.
No, like buy it in New Game and bring it over to New Game Plus.
Oh, I see.
I don't know, Scythe.
It might get removed because we like lose the Masamune. We lose all of your story trigger stuff.
But yeah, I don't know if it's considered a normal item or a key item. I spitball off the top of my head and think about what I say later.
I say my part and then I deal with the repercussions later.
I dust my hands of it.
So even though we were saying earlier how it's faster to hit Aussie 3 times, blah blah blah, I could also just finish this now with one attack.
Yeah. I don't think any non-key items, like the gate key gets removed, but that's considered a key item.
Oh, that's the bump. Oop. Wanted to go on the head, but it shouldn't super matter.
You tried, Zombor.
That was very cute damage. Anyways, let's just go and fight Lavos again. So we do the save there so that when we do the reset, we don't have to walk all this distance again. We'll just already be there.
We'll be spending a lot of time in this mountain.
Yeah, we have, there's a lot of Lavos triggers that happen between now and basically up to Magus's castle. For reasons. Yes. It's like I need to get kind of familiar with which one actually takes me to Lean Square now.
We base this category off Red Slash's glitched all endings, which is as soon as the ending has finished all animations, it's considered done. So there's one animation where like snow is falling, so we have to wait for the snow to fall. One ending, the word "the end" will disappear, and that's considered the end of the ending. Some of them is when the end becomes really bright, or basically when there's nothing else to advance it, that's when the cutoff is.
How short did I end up coming up on this?
$41.53. So you're at 61.
Oh, I didn't think I did come up. Oh, this wasn't the one I came up short on. This doesn't...
No, it was the other one. It was the arm. I think you were short by like 30 damage.
Okay.
I'll bring up a calculator. All right, Lavos. Get ready for your butt whooping for the 5th time.
I know we probably don't need all those mega elixirs, but again, it's one of those.
Oh yeah.
I'd rather have them and not need them, and need them and not have them.
All right, now let's play a fun game. Chat. Get your guesses in. The right arm has 12,000 HP. How short are we are killing? The correct we'll do it the price of right rules. The closest without going over will get a free sub. Not from me, but from someone. $42.73. -8. Ooh, I'm liking this. All right. 118. Oh, we're dipping into the triple digits now. All right, so we got 1817. 69. Nice. 1. 4157. Oh, it looks like Old Man Yelling might take it home. BH Storm -I.
What were we short?
35 HP. Shamstron. Nope. Huh. Yep. Shamstron would be the closest with 36. Bye.
Yeah, I need to like. So it might actually be worth routing in like an extra magic tap or something.
Yeah. Enjoy your gifted sub for being the closest. Thank you for participating in Will We Kill Lavos' Arms? Everyone, thank you for playing. Thank you for coming out. Don't worry, we'll have multiple chances for other games. I don't know yet, but I'll figure them out.
Play the same game every single time and be like, all right,
yeah.
He's narrowing it in now.
Somehow your run costed me $60.
I didn't think Chrono was gonna get his turn in there. I was like, oh, okay.
Exercise disarming. Where's Pojo? He loves this.
Can't wait till Chrono gets that level. Apparently that level is Very important. Well, yeah.
Was that a complete thought?
Yeah. It
Okay.
was in my head. You don't have to hear the thoughts I'm thinking, just the thoughts that come out. Sometimes they come out in verbal spaghetti.
Don't bother me between 3 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Now I'm wondering, maybe I just throw a barrier on Chrono early on? The other option is just react to what happens for the first turn. I'm waiting for the defense to drop anyways.
Yeah, the reacting sounds good. You got this. Nothing can go wrong.
Ah, poop.
Just have Chrono barrier himself. You could have done Antipode 3.
The shield or the thing wasn't dropped anyway, so I'm just gonna get super prepped up. I'm pretty sure they actually survived this.
I like when you use the shield item, they have a different stance. Like Chrono's holding his sword out defensively, Marl's holding the hammer out.
That was a partial success.
Really now? Wasn't she also shielded?
She was.
Wow! So shields reduce physical damage by 33%. So you know what? She gave it a shot. Can we get 2300 AD? Like anything magic, we're pretty decent.
That move hurt hard. I don't actually know what that did, like how much it did. I know she wasn't full health. I thought it was gonna do like less than 700 and she was over 700, but she might have survived at full health actually.
Might just come down to like a damage roll kind of thing.
Yeah. Need to be a little bit faster, thank you. As long as he doesn't do the, oh no, he already kind of did the, so I shouldn't actually be seeing these buddies for a little bit now.
Yeah, because he just did an action.
Yeah.
So for the next little bit, we should be pretty clear.
Be able to do a bunch of damage. I like how Chrono's just sitting there like, I don't know what this thing's gonna do.
So it's like, all right, I'm gonna raise my defense. All right, now I'm gonna lower it.
He's like, I don't know what else to do. It's like when someone goes and locks himself in a door and you're just like, hey, I'll just be out here waiting, I guess.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that Luca is the... Oh, wait. Yeah, who would have thought that Luca would be the one that I'm waiting on? Man, he was that close, too.
GG's!
GG 3 times 2. I don't even know how many I've done now. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, wait. The number that we do is actually the one we've done. Okay, so we've done 6. We're halfway there.
Hey, a little over halfway.
When do I get to this? Not this one. It. Next one. The one after that.
It's like that one between like recruiting Frog but going to Magus's castle.
Yeah.
many more hours? We're halfway. It's a horribly paced run.
5.5 hours in, we're like, we're just getting our first ending now. Hour 8. All right, so we've done 6. Looking, the credits scroll and says the end with no audio. I remember the endings, but like the part where I actually need to like split and stuff on it, I never remember that part.
Yeah, I don't remember these endings at all.
Like I remember like all this stuff, but the part that I actually need to remember, nothing.
I do think it's kind of cute that Robo and Atropov kind of get their own little ending.
He never gave her up.
Never gonna let you down. Never gonna turn around and Uzi punch.
And Tata's the hero.
Man, when did Gardena get so many cards?
That's what they're thinking too. Why did they hire us? So either there's a minute left on this, or that fight went a lot better.
These fights have been going pretty smooth.
Pretty smooth considering that like there's been recovery going on, but kind of the prep up for said recovery seems to be going a lot better for it.
Yeah.
The amount of times that people have... So now that you've seen kind of these fights and being like whatever else, all that extra grinding and just having like just enough HP, we're still having some people just barely die to some stuff.
Yeah.
Says the end, no audio. That spot. And now we didn't have to do any of that extra walking because we're already here.
You're gonna say, don't forget to go to the shop.
For what?
Yeah, that ending was Tata, the young kid that has the hero medal.
Do you think Chrono kills this guy with all of his high defense?
Oh, I'm gonna say yes.
I'm feeling spicy.
If not, Wonder Shot.
That did so much less than I thought it was going to. Oh, we were that close? No kidding. Those guys have far less HP than I thought they did.
I didn't think that crit was gonna do such shit. First guy, 1600. Second guy, 136.
Apparently holding a hammer gives you a lot of defense. And then not having it means you have no defense.
You probably could have nuked him with a flame toss.
Technically, that fight saved me time over a flame toss. The only issue is I don't know if that was a high roll or a low roll from Fluka.
That was probably about a mid-pace.
Don't have to get the silver earring this time, so that's cool.
the...
What's the tab on the bottom left? That's a
Speed.
speed. Okay, I don't... Although if I'm going to be popping tabs...
Might as well give it to Luca.
Both of them, eh?
Yeah. Marl's sitting pretty good with the dash ring.
Thinking mostly just
Luca
for
needs...
that little extra damage so that that antipoda actually kills. I don't know if that magic tab will do enough for that extra, whatever, 15 damage per. But
yeah, it should. Like, you're gonna get... You should get roughly like 16 damage from a tap from Flare.
I don't exactly remember how much HP these guys have, so I'm just gonna do a good.
1200.
Oh. Never mind then. Ah. Oh, less than 1200. Massa has 35 or 36 or something.
Anipo 2 should kill, or Anipo 3.
I was thinking just let Chrono and Ayla or Mara, or Luca rock.
Crit does 1100. Yeah.
Hey Luca, I need you to kind of come through here, girl. You know what?
Yup.
I don't believe in you.
No! Come on, Luca.
My faith has been shooketh.
He dropped the ball.
Luca, I lost 4 seconds there, and I know exactly where I lost it from. So all we need to do for this is get the hero's badge, go and visit Frog, and then we're off to the next Lavos fight. Like we said, there's a lot of Lavos fights in this section here. I grabbed my energy drink stuff to get the boost for the last little bit.
Here I am drinking water like a sucker.
I've been drinking water for 8 hours. I need something else. The mass amounts of chicken wings that I ate early on seem to be holding pretty good, though.
Yeah, same. Have we gotten to 1 ending? No. We've gotten to 5.
Not 6.
I thought this was 6.
No, we just did 6. We're working on saving.
Oh. Alright. No, we have not done 1. We've done 6. On to number 7.
The one big thing I need to remember is when we go back to 65 mil BC to take Marl out of the party. So I don't have to deal with her frickery when we get to party time.
Oh yeah, the dancing.
It's one of those
You
things where
forget to
like
switch.
you only remember once you're in there and you're like, oh no.
Yeah. Mistakes were made. And it's not like it slows down that segment by like 10 seconds. It's a good 25 or so.
All because she just wants to dance. So we're going to be doing a save reset in the end of time, since we're going to be, after we defeat Lavos, be moving on to a different time zone. So that's kind of our best spot to go and hit it.
This is the Truce Canyon arc.
I haven't failed a
Don't-
bird skip yet. Why I say that? Because I need to fill one at some point or else something's just wrong.
Don't forget to use the tabs.
Ah, yes.
You used them before you saved.
I know. I thought as soon as you're like, don't use the, or don't forget it. I'm like, I forgot. Yeah, I was also gonna go to the wrong thing anyway, so give me time to think about it. Anyways, I know what you guys have been super fiending for. Another Lavos fight.
It's been like 15 minutes.
And I like the way that these fights have actually been going. I'm going to be sticking with it for a little bit because I can't really think of a better way.
Oh, there's been a good groove.
You know why I keep going down after Antipode 3? Because I'm still stuck on Antipode 2 from Heckran. Because we keep on just doing these fights, it's always on Antipode 2. Every time I go in there, I'm like, Antipode 2, oh, that's still from Heckran because we haven't technically done another fight where I've used something else. See if that extra speed on Luca does anything, though. Get him set on Luminaire for the next bit. It's funny in the PC version, if Robo gets one crit, you just need someone to poke and it's a 2-attack fight.
Yeah.
Even funnier is the next one can possibly be a 3-attack fight. The next one, if you get lucky, 4-attack fight. Oh yeah, betting game actually changes now because we have the extra magic tab.
Yeah. Get your guessing in. How much will the arm get under damaged or potentially over damaged to kill? One number for both values will be taken at face. Winner will also get another free gift sub.
Not from us again.
No. Someone else needs to start paying out. We got a 22, 25. The numbers work for also under or over. 10, 15, 31. Oh shit, I gotta pay attention.
The best part is we actually have, like, I have no idea how much that tab
I
actually
don't know
does.
either.
I think even if Chrono eats both of those swirly twirly attacks, he should live, because I think they only do like 150.
Ooh. These numbers looking spicy.
Yeah! Like, I knew Luca was the play to put it on because of the flare multiplier and all that fun shenanigans, but...
Oh! Alright, you overkilled by 32.
Woo!
So, Laforn, you are the winner. Congratulations.
I may see a
Thank
second
you, everyone.
laser.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Thank you for playing the game. We all learned a lot.
Which I guess is fine if I see a second laser. It would be annoying.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that extra little damage will matter for this bit or not.
It might actually be worth to grab an extra magic tab somewhere in New Game.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Because that was a pretty beefy damage increase. Oh.
Well, now that I know that actually does what I think it should, I don't need to do the wait, and then I can actually push obstacle back. Just formulating my plan a little bit. I think this will be fine. Chrono will be able to kill the left bit. Marl will throw an elixir. I may as well do a mega.
And then away you go.
And off to the races. See whatever Buckaroo wants to do.
Come on, 1000 AD. We haven't seen you in a while.
Fair enough. I like how the right bit is decide to always go for Marl because it is the longest distance to travel. It's like, I want that one.
I have no audio on my end, Hex. So, like, the last 9 hours has just been Bdwed in my ear. That's it. But I definitely hear the Gato song in my head. 1000 AD is just the most passive time zone you can get because it just inflicts status effects, which we're all resistant to. 5th exact damage kill.
At some point, this starts to become very rude.
At this point, I think it's personal.
Luckily, we have life too.
Yeah, for certain situations, it's actually kind of nice we grinded Marl all the way.
Then Chrono just can he's like, I'm up! I'm killing the thing! The only issue is this feels a lot like the last one. Is it the last one? I don't know, they really start to merge together.
Where you got the 65 mil.
8,000. I'll take that.
Hey, oh, easy streak.
But luckily, because Chrono is so fast, he'll be able to get this Confuse out and then a Mega Elixir. That max speed really just do go crazy. I love how, like, very little he keeps that defense. And John's like, you know what? That was a mistake. Oh, honestly, I kind of don't mind this particular RNG.
No.
It kind of works out okay. Oh, okay. That confuse actually did kill.
GG's!
GG7!
Slowly chipping away at it.
Only 5 more to go.
No, I closed the tab.
Unfortunately, not this one, but the one, or not the next one, but the one after that is also like the longest, slowest fight.
Oh yeah, Froggy Boy.
Because we get Froggy Boy. We have to take out Marl for it. And so then it's just flares and luminaires. How does this one go again? I think what we actually just accomplished. Oh, this was where we got all the got the badge and stuff. So not quite Frog's moment to shine, but we got a bunch of stuff, I guess. Luckily, we don't need to do, well, you can't really do Frog solo with, well, I guess you can in the, on the peak place. But no, we,
None of the endings.
we just have a, actually, oh, I don't want to put a link in, if I get banned. There's a link that shows all the different endings, but, and where they get linked. Not linked, but where they get triggered. On the, is it compendium? Oh no, I'm on the wiki.
Yeah. All right, let's try this. Aha! I'm still here.
Imagine you just get kicked out of the call, forever gone. I'm like, okay,
Yep.
I'll finish the rest of it out.
No. Frog killing Magus only affects ending 1 and 2.
Very slightly.
Yeah.
You have no Magus in the party and Frog of people.
We can do the same strat with Chrono and Marl, but the fight's slower compared to having Chrono, Marl, and Luca. Like, having Marl and Luca doing Antipode 3 for an additional 4,000 damage is such a game changer when it comes to the fights. And especially after you've done three of the endings after just doing it, you kind of just get yourself into that repetition of, hey, we're going to do this, this, and this. But like I said, like, Frog's going to eat dirt, not really the biggest deal. It sucks not using Antipode 3.
I miss Antipode already. Even though I get to use it on the next one.
I want it back in my life. Because having Frog in the fight does free up Marl for more actions, which is nice, but...
Because once you run off the left side of the screen, that's not the left side!
Like, Frog will have the Brave Blade, so you'll be able to do some damage. We just haven't put any development into him. The options are pretty limited.
He says no development, he means no development.
Yeah. One of these days, Frog will learn magic. Today is not that day.
So, in case you guys forgot, we got a broken blade and we got a hero medal. So we're gonna go see Melchior for the first time. I don't remember if I need to do the stair thing or not.
I don't remember.
We're gonna find out. The answer is no. He just says... Oh, I guess he says nothing. Carry on. So we want Marl for when we first go to 65 million BC, because then you skip the whole raw boot stuff. Then we need to swap her right out, real quick. So we skip her trying to dance. The question is, what are we actually set on? Okay, we're set on complete. Oh, from Zombor, right. But, like, when was the Zombor fight? Zombor fight was 40 minutes ago.
So long ago.
So if I don't really remember where my memory is, it's because it was 40 minutes ago where my memory cursor last was, technically. I picked a good ending to go and stretch my legs.
Yeah, that ending was kind of balls.
Yeah, it's kind of boring and it's decently long. I was like, oh, I'm fully expecting to just hear the music be done, and I come back, I'm like, oh, it's still going. I had like another minute. Holy, let's try that again. There you go. No, the hands aren't as
You'll
quite
get
crispy as they were like 6.5 hours ago.
You'll get there.
One day I can be like you. Fastest inputs in the West. Ish. Robo, don't get excited. You're merely here because you don't like to dance. Okay, so off to do the old party thing again.
Drink some soup. This time the Nisbel fight will be considerably quicker.
That's one of those again. What's my optimal plan? Maybe Robo is the play.
Bolt bite?
Well, I was gonna say like lightning Uzi punch with the gold earring.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll actually do enough or not, but maybe it will.
With ooh yeah, because you don't have prism spec. Depending on how much lightning 2 does in terms of Volt Bite do Volt Bite Uzi?
I'll give her a shot.
I don't know if Nisbel 1 works the same with Nisbel 2 with
Well,
the
the lightning,
resistance.
yeah, no, the lightning attack is gonna do dick frickin' all.
Well, I'm thinking it might do some because of the defense lowering. So it might be like Nisbel 2 where it does like 1200 or something.
Okay, because like the first one will do like 20. Because the first lightning that we do does like 7 damage.
Yeah.
Actually, I think what I normally just... No, we leave Luca and then we just lightning and attack. He does not have near that much health. Luca has something to prove anyways.
She needs to get the title back.
Yeah. Show me what's up.
Did you steal the gate key again?
Again? That smack that
Get
Ayla
real
did probably
tired.
just hurt like 10 times more than last time.
Ayla rock throws Kino.
This area is really weird to navigate through. Just off of the vines, there's like random spots you'll just get stuck on. The little nooks and crannies. They made it nice and textured, but Chrono's hair just really causes a lot of issues.
Quick, shave him bald.
It starts to just look like Krillin.
Yeah, Jirobi.
I believe these two fights are forced yet.
Oh, you could have done slash.
Ooh, good call. Well, I'm already set on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes at this point, brain go poof.
3 hours ago I was thinking about saving the frames. Now I'm just thinking about saving my bed.
Oh yeah, I guess you are still kind of... Well, you know what? Optimal. I like this skip. Just
This is
basically
one
just
skip I
walking right
still-
beside him, holding hands.
One day I'll figure out that skip. I play that area way too safe. We don't need to shelter where we're going.
Oh, the only shelters are free Lavos at this point. Anything else? I'm like, shelter? Oh yeah, I guess I do have those. My guess is Chrono's gonna get 2 turns, 1 lightning and 1 attack, and he'll be dead by that point.
Ayla crits, Luca wonder shots. Oh, you're standing on his muscles. Luca. Alright, I was right about the Ayla crit.
You were right about the Ayla crit.
Come on, Luca. Ah!
Aw, he actually did. Luca, this is all your fault. Imagine though. Oh my goodness. Luca, this is all your fault.
Luca, you were going so strong earlier.
That 34 damage crit was actually what we needed. She's too cool to hit the 4 damage or 4-digit damages. But now that we've done that, we're gonna go Fight our dear friend Lavos again. Okay, this is where it always gets a little confusing. We just... After you've done a certain amount of fights with people in a certain position, having Marl and Luca get mixed up there can really throw you for a loop. So I shouldn't have changed any relics around. Should be good with that. We'll just do another Lavos fight. And we've seen it before and we'll see it again. This fight doesn't change.
Everything's pretty much set in stone at this point. Don't worry, next fight we're gonna see something magical.
It'll be something.
That one magic tab increased and opposed 3 damage more than I thought it was going to.
I know.
Like that's a huge damage spike.
I think that little bit of speed also is making so I'm not getting hit by that needle attack too. So it's same thing again. Gonna do our nice little heal up, and this time
We'll be different because we'll use Antipode and Luminaire.
opposed to last time where we used Antipode and Luminaire. I think I go with Antipode first on the second cycle. Just because I don't want that obstacle to happen right away.
Yeah.
Chrono got his turn up this time, I guess. Cool.
Blessed fight.
Deal with that. Wow, that actually that just
Whoa.
like straight up didn't matter. Like, you see how he caught up already?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I like this more.
Yeah, leaving that arm alive will push back obstacle quite a bit.
And now we should be able to just kind of go mama on him a little bit more. This is one of those times now where like battle speed 1, there is like the enemy's gaining a lot more ETB than you'd think at times. You don't really notice it as much with the Omega Flare spam. Just because you have 3 people all going at once. But there's that tiny little leakage in between all this stuff.
Yeah, it does add up quite a bit. Especially if you're consistently popping in and out of menus to try to like wait for someone's tech box to show up. It is one of the more annoying things. It's more just runner inflicted because you end up getting like you're close to the end of the run, you're getting a PB, and you're just mashing buttons for the sake of mashing buttons. You're like, please just open up now, please, please. Oh, we'll do the game next time, Storm. I completely spaced out on something else. It's not our fault Lavos just keeps coming back.
I know. Like when if you've ever played Undertale, you're going to go fight Sans, and if you just die a whole bunch, he's just like, wow, you just keep coming back. That's Lavos. So hopefully we get maybe not Crying Heavens this time. That'd be nice.
I'd like to see Invading Slow. We haven't seen that yet.
Change it up a little?
Yeah. I know it still hurts, but...
Not near as much as anything else.
No. It's a pretty weak ability, thankfully. Especially with how stacked our magic defense is.
I'll take this.
Boo! I did not come here for passive fights.
Oh, don't worry. Buckaroo seems to come back really quick with this setup.
Might need to start delaying a little bit.
It seems to be working out all right. Damage. Wow, that did like half of my HP.
Almost exact.
If I turn, please.
Please, please. How about now? It's another rarity you see.
I always see this like when he's about to die.
Yeah, but like it pops up and it's the next turn he dies and you're like, you know what, you tried, big guy. At least it took him a little bit longer to come back.
We ad-libbing now.
All right, Luca's starting to feel it.
I can't remember if I was worried about if this would actually get damage rolled or not, but just between like the the Luminaire and whatever else. It was like really close to killing before that magic tab. Oh, he's just in a singy mood today. Or in this fight. Should be close to dying here soon. I don't think he has a lot left. That seems to happen a lot in this, where I'm like, I think he's gonna die soon, shouldn't have a whole lot left, and then it like dies on that turn, like, there you go.
I think it's more of like, you know, you dealt like close to enough damage.
I felt like I've dealt a lot of damage. How much is a lot? I don't know. Quite a bit. Somewhere in there.
Until that one time you're like, I think I did a lot of damage. You full send it, and you're like, I should not have done that.
So the next fight is gonna be it's gonna be a hefty one. Well, this is just the people of the world or whatever it's actually called. People of the times. There you go. So if you want to see an ending of just people, here you go.
Rums.
I do like the Dancy girls and their flowy dresses.
Yeah. I think you only see them at like the actual endings. I don't think they're
Anywhere else.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting chased by the cat. What is my talk for this? Pendant leaves the screen. That's not a people, that's a piece of paper. Those are frogs. I think we're really starting to stretch people of the times.
The Chancellor's evil. Only because every Chancellor we've ran into so far has been evil.
What is my favorite ending of this? The last one. Because it is big memes. And this is a bit of a meme run, and we get to end the meme run with the big meme ending. And it is beautiful that it worked out that way.
Yeah.
And it leaves the screen.
We're going for 9 hours? Oh god.
We sure have, buddy. I need to get the sword made.
Yes.
Yes.
Go get the sword.
This is that spot where, like, you lose all your flow. You guys remember what we were doing before that? We killed Nisbel and we got the Dreamstone. We're trying to make a sword, but this sword has been taking us over an hour to make now.
So the next ending, funny enough, is forge the Masamune, recruit Frog, go fight Lavos. We just can't get out of 600 AD for the life of us.
There's so many here.
It did make routing kind of fun. Like, a lot of this stuff, like, we kind of been crapping on the run. But, like, it was a lot of fun to route the little, the niche little time saves like this. Like, where to put the saves, or... Have your friendship become strong? Sure, we'll probably talk for another 3 hours after this run.
I'm almost going to bed right after that. Let's see. Got So, just for those who are aware, we are like on pace for a sub 11.
That's what we're talking about, Scythe. The second playthrough, just all time saves go out the window. You're just gonna sit in the corner and let the brain die.
I did it for the first one.
The small little lies we tell ourselves.
Now, if
You know
only I
what?
didn't lose like 4 minutes in the early game.
When he splits at 11 hours and 2 seconds, he's gonna wish he ran against Melchior. Until then, though, he's just leaving time on the table for the next run.
Exactly. You can't save too much, you know?
You gotta leave something to entice new runners.
Hey, wait, there's only 2 more bird skips.
One. This is the last one, isn't it? Because we're done with 600 AD.
Oh, right, because we don't actually have to walk backwards.
Yeah.
Boom, didn't fail a single bird skip. In my eyes, that is a perfect run.
Literally unbeatable.
May have forgot where I was going for a sec. I was like, I need to save in front of Magic Cave. I'm like, wow, maybe I'll do the stuff first. Oh, what's that?
I need
guy
to
doing
watch
over
the Froggy cutscene.
there? And that's why this split takes 27 minutes.
Yeah, in the PC, this split saved like 16 or 17 minutes when Bdwed did a first run of PC all endings.
Yeah.
And it causes great confusion of both of us checking the PB to make sure something didn't go wrong, but
I'm just clicking through it, I'm like, no, I didn't die. I didn't click through it to see like if the fight went astronomically bad or something, but I didn't die.
How many news have we seen? 0.
We saw one. We saw one and just heading to Frog here.
Oh, I totally missed that. I lied. We've seen 1.
No, we had twice as many chances in this run than what we would have in a normal run.
We saw a whole ending of new. That doesn't count for the cursing, Hex. For some reason, the rules dictate it must be either going to Frog or leaving Frog. We don't make the rules, we just got grandfathered into them. It's like suplexing the train in 6. A lot of us don't want to do it, but we're compelled to do it.
Oh, I need to get the dash ring off of Marl. Aeon suit I should still have available. So, fun fact about Frog in this next little bit. I need him to do, like, I don't actually know how much damage he does with a regular attack, but as long as he does like 300 damage with a regular attack, because Slurp Cut, he can't Slurp Cut bosses that don't move. It like does like a weird failure thing from what I remember. It's been a bit since I've actually like...
Yeah, there's
but-
some enemies that have Slurp Cut or like Beast Toss resistance.
So, just a regular attack, so he's got nothing else. If he feels like critting, that'd be cool. But that's the reason why he picked up the Brave Blade, just for that little extra damage.
Okay, I got it.
Oh boy.
Berserk Frog
No.
with the Masamune.
No, no. I need him to attack one very specific thing.
It's okay, just make sure that's the only thing left to attack.
Also a good thing to do with your item chucker is Berserk him.
We got Marl, everything's fine. You said yourself basically Frog's useless.
He is basically useless. He has He's like the apprentice who's good at like carrying the ladder in. Sure, that ladder carrier isn't really like much, but it's something.
Yep. So once again, making a save here just to stop the amount of walking we need to do.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Damn, Frog a speedy boy.
I didn't see what he was actually at.
14.
Good. I'm gonna have a lot of stuff being chucked because Chrono can no longer be doing it. He needs... Chrono's going back to I remember those 2 endings when I was needed. So yeah, we got that save there. That when we finish up, we can not do this whole walk. And this party has pretty much no synergy. But I'm forced to have Chrono and Frog. And Luca just kind of does the most amount of damage with the team that has no synergy. I couldn't think of a better team that puts out damage. Hey, he is a speedy boy, the heck?
I know, right?
So I need 3 of those. I'll put his attack in there right now. So I can kind of gauge his damage. Okay. I need about 300 damage, give or take. It's all coming together. Luca also has 1 extra magic too, so maybe he is useless. I thought I had 1 more confuse I had to do there, honestly, unless I miscounted. Did I do 3?
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, me neither. I was the one doing stuff.
I don't think that 1 magic... Oh, then again, you went from under damaging by 35 to over damaging by about 35. So that 1 magic point got you about, I'd say about 60 damage.
That's fair.
But I don't think it would be nearly enough to cover like a frog attack.
PC world record for Hundo sucks, by the way.
Especially when you use Special K.
Wait, I didn't use Special K?
Not you. No, Bdwed has PC world record.
Gives me some time to think. I think we just mega. Call it a day.
.17.
Unfortunate.
Oh. Poor Froggy.
He was queued up. Okay, so I guess I'll just... Well, I guess I'm not going to be doing this again because this is the only time he's in. where I'm kind of relying on speed a little bit. I'm not gonna play around with it.
No.
I'm so sad. I even queued it up in time. So I thought.
This fight has gone 7 shades of amazing.
Did I really miscount that badly?
I had a count at 9,800, but I thought I missed something.
Anyways, at least like Frog is here, so we can just kind of make sure that Luca could just kind of do what Luca do. He has a fast attack.
It's hard to do the underkill overkill. You gotta do it with the antipodes.
Yeah, this one.
This is a completely different strat, and you can see how much damage you're losing from the not having the antipode 3 modifier.
I'm pretty sure we see the laser the second time for sure.
Oh yeah.
But luckily he's fast enough that he can just get us all ready for the next thing. I actually wasn't expecting him to be this fast.
But you can see what we mean about like a slower fight. After watching the last couple with having Marl in here.
So one thing that I try to do a lot of is make sure that I Mega Elixir after stuff has happened, just to kind of save on some of that MP. But we survived the first Doomblaze pretty easily. I'm pretty sure. I think Frog was the one that took the biggest beating on it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say pretty easily, but maybe I'm stretching it a little bit.
Yeah. he lived with triple-digit AP. What more could you ask for?
I missed it by confuse.
And that was the one confuse you had to revive Frog.
Yeah. All because I wanted to flare first, too. Ooh, okay. That's fine.
Frog should be speedy enough to get another Mega Elixir out.
Yeah, like Chrono's fast enough now that like the left bit doesn't get a chance to do anything. And then after that it's kind of whatever, but yeah, Frog with that dash ring is speedier than I thought he was going to be. I thought he was going to be kind of lagging behind still. I have another sneeze forming. But we'll pop a Mega, and then we're kind of should be somewhat off to the races at least. Ah, poops.
Oh, it's got no Marl to pick on.
I don't remember the damage that Luke did. We're gonna use a fun ability.
20?
Oh, no, we're not gonna use a fun ability. I was gonna use Slurp.
No.
Oh, we're good. We're big chillin'. Yeah, so Marl's regular defense is just absolutely cheeks.
Which is weird, because she has basically the same equipment Luca does.
I think it's just innate defense.
Yeah.
Make sure that kills. Now Frog is on standby.
Quick, have him do a couple of crits.
That didn't kill.
Have him attack the body.
That's what I was just gonna do.
Come on,
Got this, little
Frog.
buddy.
It's up to you, buddy.
Aw.
You got this. Alright, you don't got this.
Well, you get to see the move that you wanted to see.
Yo, we finally get some invading light in our life.
I think about it, the math isn't actually coming to me on what that actually is between the luminaries and the...
Yeah, I think Dreamless is the only thing left.
I don't really want to see Dreamless, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I mean, who's got it on their bingo card?
Maybe on the next fight we can see Dreamless when I have the more magically inclined party. Yeah, I definitely missed that. I missed my antipode. Okay. Screw me, I guess.
Oh.
You always say "oh" like that's such a bad thing.
It is.
I mean, it's not a good thing, but it's like that's the "oh" for like, oh, Luca just got smacked in the face and is dead now.
No, it pretty much works across anything that doesn't go as planned. What's their
There we
triple
go.
tech?
So after we get going with this, I'm gonna go stretch my legs once more, and then I'll be good for the last bit.
GG's, number 3 endings left.
Yes, only 3 more to go.
And these 3 endings will take an hour and a half.
Well, no, not quite. But I'm on. Technically, the pace I'm on is for like a. Oh, we'll see after this one, I guess. But that like a 10:56-ish. I was gonna get the heads up that we're gonna be a little bit ahead, but not until we're a little bit closer to it. This is a cute ending.
Anything with like Luca and Robo is uber cute.
You got the snot bubbles with Chrono. Luca's apparently serving, or Marl's serving drinks. I don't remember if there's text in this bit or not.
Rock somehow slipped from going from carpet to hardwood.
There was probably one of the books or something.
Yeah. You'd have to go potty too if it was 9.5 hours, Cup. I got someone that wants to croak. Oh yeah, this is the frog fighting Magus ending.
This is the sick end. This is the epic ending I was talking about. It looks like the text boxes go automatically. That's nice. I like how he also doesn't bother about the bats. He's like,
yeah.
they didn't teach me magic anyways. I have no text to learn.
Fighting you is superfluous. This is probably my favorite ending. Although, to be like super nitty gritty, if you listen to a bunch of the text going off, some of them aren't even theirs.
Yeah. Well, that desk who's boss? Magus is too cool to be looking at anybody entering his chamber. Can you imagine if it was like someone he totally wasn't expecting? He goes on like this whole dialogue and is like, I was just wondering if you were hungry. We have a bunch of food made up. Like, oh yeah, I'll be right there.
It's the rich family's wife from 600 AD. She's like, I wonder if you wanted some jerky.
You've been in here all day. You need to eat. Okay, so I was looking at the time when we were going into the fight, and I was like, maybe I watched the magic cave stuff at the same time too. No. No. This looks like this is about just how long it is. This ending from the time that we started from the last ending is about 27 minutes.
I was about to say, that Lavos fight does feel like it takes 300 years.
Yeah, when you're just nickel and diming it away.
Yeah.
I might need some help with the damage counting on the last Lavos fight. Or, yeah,
All right.
Lavos, yeah. Maybe I can hear all the fights. Or all the attacks going off and they're just having this epic battle, but we get to see all these names again.
And remember, there is going to be a test in 3 more endings.
I hope you guys have been keeping up with your notes. What am I looking at? Bottom right corner animation stops. I'm glad I elaborated so well on these.
Yeah, it's like near the end, we were in such a rush to finish it, we just didn't care.
Oh, bottom right animation. Oh, it stopped.
It's Gino from Smash. So welcome to Magus's Castle the Second.
It's gonna go a little bit different. Hopefully.
Hopefully it should go a little smoother.
We didn't get the manipulation on it last time. That was 7.5 hours ago. Who remembers back then? That was a work day ago. Nice when you think about it that way, eh? I am glad a lot of this endgame stuff has actually been going well. Like all the actual ending stuff has been going pretty well, just because that's usually not really the stuff that you practice, but you more just theory craft. And it looks like the theory crafting and stuff that kind of picked away at worked pretty well. That Lavos fight actually would have gone really well if Frog was not the one to get hit by the boomerang attack.
Yeah.
And everything
I think you would have
just...
been in it to win it.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna one-shot. Maybe if we get a fire barrier first turn, but probably two-ish.
Chrono can one-shot in the PC version with the Master Crown Prism specs, just because instead of getting a 50% damage boost, it works out to be 87. So you just get like a dummy modifier for Luminaire. Luca might be close. Oh no, because Luca's only dealing 2,000 with flares. So
I was
its
gonna
weakness she'll
do...
deal about 4.
I was gonna do Frog attack Fire Sword too, if I get that.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that's gonna actually do, and I'll probably just have to do a second one or something.
Yeah, it'll definitely push him to second phase.
I think even a Luminaire will push him to second phase. Oh no, it definitely will, because I only need to do 2,000 damage.
Yeah.
Look at Frog, he thinks he does something.
Hey, I attacked that big monster once.
That one other time, like, didn't actually matter anything, but like... And for the second time, be like, hey, so like, I noticed you guys know some magic. Want to teach me? Maybe, please? Nope. We out. So for the HP levels that Flea and Slash have, pretty sure our best bet is just auto attack.
Yeah.
Well, Chrono and Luca auto attack. Frog's damage is pretty cute, but he does take a while. And then I just need to remember to... Wait.
Let's say, I seen the last ending. There's supposed to be someone standing up top of that statue.
We went back in time again.
Oh, dang it.
Watch him dance. My favorite is watching Dying do this in his runs, then finding out about subpixel stuff. Like, oh, apparently I can't do that because of this and this. Like the Son of Sun one.
Yeah, that was bad.
Why is it hitting the center? I don't know. Go to the Discord. Red Slash, we have questions.
I mocked up. Glenn is better. Oh, Chrono Cross for sure. Chrono Cross, he actually carries weight. And does stuff.
Why can't I think
Also,
which guy he is?
Glenn is
hair, doesn't he?
the green-haired soldier you recruit in the town like 45 minutes into the speed run.
Well, I haven't done the speed run.
I always liked Glenn and Chrono Cross because I've always liked characters that dual wield swords, and giving him the dual Einlancers was always pretty sweet.
Rock gets a level up. Good job, buddy.
You are now slightly stronger.
Actually, I lie. Frog does get to do something. Thanks, bud. You can proceed to be the one to not have any MP. That saves me from having to do shelter stuff. But how many rounds do you think?
Luca's been letting us down a lot.
I want to say 2 full rounds, which is 4 attacks. Because
Yeah.
the frog doesn't count for. He's just. It's funny. The last time we were here, it was all the frog show. Now it's everything but.
Oh, Luca had such high hopes.
You see the crit, you get excited. You see 3 digits, and you're like, "What is this?" Luckily, all the nasty stuff that Flea kind of did before isn't going to matter. I'm holding out. Okay, you're just letting me down now.
Luca.
Okay, that's it. We're just fire sorting the next guy.
You had your chance.
You've let me down for the last time. Actually not, because there's going to be parts where I still have to use it, but for at least a while, your gun gets put in the timeout corner for a second. You know, you'll sometimes get messages on like your speedrun things, and it's like, I didn't fight Magus till I had Fire 2 and Lightning 2 and all this. You know what? I guess me too. I get it now. I didn't come to here till I was level 40 and I had all this stuff. Well, same.
Somehow I got the rainbow sword.
So maybe I was just straight up wrong. I thought these guys had like 3,000 HP.
What, the skeletons?
No. Like Flea and Slash.
Oh. Flea has... I thought Flea was around like 3k.
Now this first phase has significantly less HP.
Yeah. Do some X slashes for poops and giggles.
Okay, well, he doesn't have any MP.
Oh yeah. Don't worry. One of these times, Luca will deal quadruple digits. Until then, we're just gonna keep yelling at her. Or fire sorting.
That does so little damage. I'm actually underwhelmed.
Wow!
Okay, so today I learned that X Strike does about the same as what Chrono does with just regular crit. Oh, he's almost dead. Alright, Luca, here you go.
We set him up.
We are gonna have a talking to.
Where was that 2 turns ago?
I know! So if you love runs with some of the gamblers' policy, PC run is for you. Because not only do you rely on Wonder Shot, you rely on Robo trying to get a, what is it, like a 1 in 3 chance crit, basically?
Pretty much.
And that's you for 11 endings.
Luca trying to get the big damage when it doesn't matter.
I think I have a clip of me just yelling thanks Luca after she basically does that. I'm like, the Lavos fight, I'm like, please, I'm just trying to kill the bits. Just doing the 54s, 200s, I'm like, whatever. And then I was like, hey, you can hit a 54, it doesn't matter. 3,300 crit. Yup. Thanks, Luca. Appreciate it. And when no one asked for any more actual damage, she decided to give it right then and there.
You should definitely get that speed belt.
Yeah, you think so?
No.
So I found a neat little thing on the PC, and I thought it would be faster. You can actually get on the conveyor while your party is grouping up. And I was like, oh, I can move while it's going on. You actually don't move. And because people are like waiting to completely group up, you can't move until you actually stop getting off the conveyor. It's a very weird little situation. You're just sitting there like, oh, I can't run. I thought this was such a good idea, and it turned out just to be a really bad idea. I don't need to do that push up against the top of the wall there, but PC has scarred me.
Yeah, it's trained you for it.
There you go. I remember when that guy cost me like a full-on minute.
Mistle, don't worry, we're in the green.
If you can guess how much, I'll pat you on the back. So we have to fight this fight. There is a no-run flag on it. Just on the first and the third one, though. And we also don't care about the chain damage. That ship has sailed. I was trying to think if I can actually skip using the shelter here, but all signs point it's just better off to use the shelter.
Yeah, just a little bit safer.
I was like, I can just use a mega elixir with frog here. I'm like, but what happens if I get a thing that I want? Then this and that. I'm like, okay. Guess I just won't do that. Oh, that really feels. I don't exactly remember how much HP those guys have, but I'm pretty sure it's close to 500. Here's a fun over-under. Do I kill Magus in 4 minutes from now? I feel like it'll be close.
Yeah. I was trying to think on how much is left and do some math. I think it'll be close. 351? I'm gonna go 342.
Can I say that this is the least that I've ever seen the rainbow crit?
Yeah, you're getting some pretty out there RNG for this. Although it is saving you.
Some of it is saving time, some of it hasn't. I'm just like, it is a 75% chance.
70.
Oh, just straight up 70? Okay.
Yeah.
Dang.
And then the Dream Seeker from the PC is 90.
Oh yeah, that one's absurd.
Yeah. And it's like, if you don't get a crit with the Dream Seeker sword, you're just like, what did I do to aggravate the RNG?
I feel like I just saw this hallway.
Crazy. And the bats are still there.
Well, obviously he wouldn't get rid of his pet bats. Okay, I've got
Are
like
we gonna
2
see
minutes from this
lightning
point.
barrier? Are we gonna see lightning or fire? Because those are the only two barriers we still care about 8 hours later.
Yeah. On the plus side, I don't have to really worry about healing at all.
You say that until we get Shadow 6 times in a row.
I don't think I'd even have to heal off of that. I bet you Shadow only does like 50 damage. Maybe I'm underselling it a bit. I feel like it's going to do very little. What am I hoping for, though?
I'd say fire.
I'm pretty sure Slash was just like really resistant to fire or something. That did such little damage for what I thought it was going to do. It's like, oh, this has got to do at least like 2 grand.
Because on Lavos, I was going to say Ultros. Fuck. On Lavos, it dealt like 2,600.
Doesn't even do 50. So Frog should just be getting auto-equipped with the Masamune. I didn't even check. I was like, he should be. Game goes, this is important. Even though we have, like, the Masamune 1 is actually quite weak. Yeah, that is way more than I thought I was going to do. Oh. Yeah, that did way more than I thought it was going to do.
Oh, baby!
Oh, that's that fight. So that looks like
Okay, so maybe you would have one-shotted with Fire Sword 2.
Possibly. Like, I know it dropped his defense, but you don't really notice it that much when you're only doing, like, a couple hundred damage. Now when you start doing, like, 2,200 damage or whatever, and then you put that little bit of weakness on it, boom, big boy damage. Oh, okay, so I think this is the Lavos fight when I had a very bad Lavos fight. It didn't die, but it was just damage control for most of it, because there's another 3. Just looking at it, I'm like, oh boy, I didn't realize this was... You know, when you start looking at it and breaking it down a bit, sub 1050 isn't, like, that crazy. I say this because I'm like 4 minutes off from that, and I have that 3 minutes to save now.
We just need Luca to get it together.
Oh, right, that's one. 2. So we just beat Magus. We're gonna go back to the fair, which feels a little awkward at this point. Guess I don't need to worry about a shelter here. Could be getting full healed. This is one of those moments where I think I just, like, instinctively typed in, like, save shelter.
Yeah. And then we go to it and we're like, hold on a second. Alright, Tyrano Lair is the last dungeon we need to go through. After a brief commercial break with another Lavos fight.
It has been, like, 20-some minutes since we've done one.
I know everyone's been itching.
Want that. And that one.
You did the shelter.
I did do it. I had to make sure. I was like, what about people not in the party? You know, maybe it's different. These guys still here? Oh, they are. So I guess beating Black Tyrano layer is what changes this.
Oh yeah, that is interesting.
Chrono has also got his level up, so now I don't need to worry about the Heaven's Cry killing him. So that's cool. I just saw he had 919. You kind of get used to... We've had, like, the same HP values for, like...
The last 4 hours.
4 hours, probably, yeah. All right, here we go.
We all know the drill at this point. Ooh, not notepad. Everyone, get out your guesses. How much will we over or under damage on the right arm? Price is Right rules for anyone that knew that's entered. Closest without going over, your guess will count for both under and over. We got 8,
Did I ever
28,
use that tab?
16. Huh?
I don't think I ever used that tab. I'll do it when I do the little heal up here.
10. 33. 1. Ooh. I like the spiciness there. I appreciate the meme. I'm not going to say it, but I appreciate it. I think that is another one of the memes that can go to a farm upstate. We're doing...
There we go. Now I need to see what another magic tab does. This is almost just for science, if anything else.
This is ending 10 now.
Yeah, ending 10 that we are currently working on.
All right, I got the calculator up. DH, get your guess in very quickly. The fight's about to start. Oh, you already got it in. Never mind, you're good.
Somehow, Chrono's like slightly faster than he was before, despite the fact that he's just been maxed out this whole time. Oh yeah, this is gonna be even more different because he has that one extra level now too.
Yeah. 4-8. Oh yeah, we completely changed everything.
That's what makes it so fun.
Wow. We all adjusted wrong, Scythe.
We don't really know how impactful the it really is. I don't think Mark dies to this. I was banking off of that magic defenses.
All right, so we're over by 166.
Holy!
So I guess technically Van Sylph wins.
Ooh.
All right, so now we got a good baseline for the next fight.
Yo. I almost need
Holy
to start
Christ.
grabbing extra magic tabs here and there just to like be like, I don't know what the next one's gonna be.
So, yeah, like that's a good. It's stupid. It's stupid. One magic tab is roughly 50 or 60 damage increase, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually saving an extra turn. Like Chrono got 30 extra damage on the Luminaire, which is kind of whatever, but like the extra 100 damage, as stupid as it sounds, is paying for itself.
Yeah. That's one of, well, especially when I was like, man, we're just like under damaging by just a little bit to like, never mind.
And like, especially on this first phase with killing the arm, like killing both arms relatively close to each other is so nice.
That was like
that
the
fight was
biggest
so
puzzle
fast.
with any percent. That was like the biggest puzzle. How do I make it so that they both die at the same time, then I don't have to deal with the bubbles? Because I would need to make sure that Ayla stays pretty much near dead, but she can't be getting hit by stuff. Those bubbles just throw a whole wrench into the entire thing.
Yeah.
There was also the whole mix-up on me writing left arm and right arm and being like, wait, did I mean my left or his left?
Yeah. That's always the issue when the boss is looking at you. You're just like, did I mean his left or my left?
So now I do whichever way I'm looking at, that's what it is. After I think it was Final Fantasy IV and begging, and I was just beating up the wrong arm. Like, why am I getting entangled on everybody? This shouldn't be happening. Oh, I'm just hitting the wrong arm. Cool.
Yeah.
Oops. Why would I go? You know what? I believe in Mika.
This is RNG manipulation. That 19 damage.
That was a terrible manipulation, by the way.
Was just to manipulate Luca's Wonder Shot damage. Alright, I think she's starting to find her stride again.
Does everybody live? Hey, let's go!
Oh, Chrono had tons of HP left.
Yeah, I think it's...
The girls, not so much.
They had just enough. Don't do it. Okay. I like when he does the back-to-back 65 minutes. I'm like, I just recovered from this. Why are you doing it again? It is kind of funny how, like, haste has become obsolete.
Yeah. We used to be quite reliant on haste in these fights. It's nice, like, even though it sucks.
You will not see a faster revival. That was...
This is...
Chrono didn't get his... Why are you attacking that? Oh, because that's the one I targeted before they all died.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Oh, he lives these now. He lives these now. Oh, that does significantly. How much do you get stat increases on a level up?
It's... A lot of the times it's 255 minus defense. So if you get like 2 or 3 magic defense, sometimes it curves things in a very dumb way because it's not linear.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good time. Well, this was a little bit greasy, but we have brought her back. And he hits us again with the fake code of power on, power off.
Honestly, it's a nice empty turn to just get everyone prepped.
Yeah, basically it's just like, I'll get the ATB. It's more so annoying when like everyone has ATB and you're just about to go and you're like, fine, I'll wait. We should be getting...
Yeah, we should be getting pretty close. You ever think Marl and Luca are just like, you know we have other moves we can do, right? And Chrono's like, shut up, this one hits hardest.
Marl's like, I think I'm technically the white mate. No, you throw ice too. Ghost, more to go. We are almost there. Huh. Trying to remember which one this one is. Oh, no, I remember which one this one's pretty funny. So basically, we killed Lavos. He never actually disrupts the Reptites at all. So the Reptites win, and everybody's Reptite. But we still get kitty cats, so some sort of evolution still happen. Everyone gets liver spots on their heads, because that's what it looks like they have. And there's actually a fun few little bits and pieces to pay attention to here. So where you usually have the green ambler when he's running around the Millennial Fair, you'll just see a regular dude. There's a whole bunch of like there's so much things just like try and look at. I usually see something new every time. And I don't know what makes it where you become a purple or a green rep type, but I mostly just like that they still have kitty cats. So you think, wouldn't it still be like junglish then, because Lavos never landed and then you wouldn't have ever hit the Ice Age and then you transition from that? I mean, it's still 65 million.
Yep.
Year or 65 million years or whatever, but you think it'd still be tropical?
Probably even more tropical.
Just because of desert instead?
Yep. I mean, it would explain the burlap sacks they're wearing.
Yeah, they've got all this new technology. Well, new technology. For saying how much better they were than humans, they don't really seem to advance much faster. I don't think I actually wrote down when the actual ending part is for this one, looking at it. But I know I did in the PC one, so I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
Geeksy.
I was wondering something was off. They've evolved past the need for fashion.
When Azala gets crushed. Okay.
Oh man, can we play through new game as Chrono as a Reptite?
That would be kind of sick. We're doing pretty good. Things are looking up and up. Oh, I must have had a saucy fight on the gold here, though. The heck? Or else I split. Maybe there isn't. I don't know. Oh, never mind. There is. How much longer? Well... probably about 45 minutes. Give or take. Unless I die. But we haven't actually died on anything yet. I think we kind of have it cased at this point.
Why'd you say it?
That was given the... We're not gonna die. We're too good. We're too good. Too strong. Too smart. Doesn't look like it'll happen on this one.
No.
But we're like, unless I save a couple more minutes, sub 1050 could be today.
Don't worry, in about 20 minutes you'll be talking about sub 1040.
No, we don't have that much stuff happening anymore. I like how this has kind of become my dream team.
The first 3 characters we start off with, this is my casual team right here.
Yeah, the casual team has become the dream team. It's beautiful. Let's see, what's a good Nisbel strat? Still Volt Bite. That's just gonna do dummy damage. I don't really want to rely on Luca anymore.
I almost say like Volt Bite and maybe I'd say just Volt Bite. Flare might actually no, Flare wouldn't finish off. You could maybe queue up a Flare after like the 3rd Volt Bite.
Ooh, I see. Like immediately after
then,
type thing? Alright.
Yeah, because that's when his defense would be at the lowest. Because if you hit him with Flare, I'm pretty sure his defense is going to increase, which is going to decrease your next full bite damage by like 20%.
So it's not like we really have a fighter black mage and white mage. We kind of have a red mage, but the red mage doesn't know how to use white magic. He just knows how to throw items. And like black mage and black mage light. That's basically what our party is. Actually, Moral's kind of close to a red mage with buffs, but she doesn't do that. She's not the red mage.
Nope.
Chrono's the red mage because he'll do attacks, and then he'll throw items. And then Marl and Luca are just like, we use shadow magic now. I thought that defaulted to Luca, to be honest.
I thought it would have too.
It does in the Hundo run.
Oh, Marl might have priority because of recruitment order.
Or just, okay. So Ayla currently has no gear, but I don't think that's gonna matter either.
No. Just don't have her get hit. She's got a beefy enough HP pool.
Yeah. You shouldn't be taking 900 damage from something.
So another Grand Tyrano glare? God, no, please.
Well, we have some time to fill up. Who wants to see what this half-hour grind looks like in Tyrano Lair? I mean, we're already like high 40s. Probably don't really need it considering we've beaten the final boss 10 times now. Kino, you got locked up again?
You ever see those videos where it's like Resident Evil 2 on like your 50th playthrough? And it's just Leon running through with like the infinite rocket launcher and the Chicago typewriter?
I haven't seen it specifically, but I can envision what you're...
It's kind of like how this feels. Like you just walk around, big grin on your face, enemy comes, you just smack him with a backhand. You're like, next.
The horror game that has lost all of its horror.
Yeah.
Zombie comes in, you're like, oh, shut up. But he just Hit him with the big boomstick. Or the, I don't remember what the gun's called, but it's like a revolver that basically one-shots things.
I think it's, I don't know what it's called in RE2. Oh, the hand cannon.
There you go.
What if Lavos is ready for you? We fought him 10 times, and he has not added any new tricks to his arsenal. We haven't added any new to R, but it seems to work out pretty well. Yeah.
So there is a little bit of a time save skip you can get. This one's a little tough, but you can actually skip the encounter here. Ah. You need to, like, sneak yourself in the right corner. Okay, I guess I didn't wait long enough. Cool. Is this unrunnable? I didn't think so. I was not seeing anything pop up, but there's no way it should have taken me that long to run.
Yeah. I didn't know Volcano could miss.
I didn't either.
Jesus. That Cyclone almost did as much as that Fire Sword on Slash.
Alright, let's see what this does. Oh, okay.
Jesus.
I'm actually curious to see what this climbs to now.
Should be like 25? 24? I guessed. So that's like half of his HP gone. So there's still 26.
Nice plan.
Purely out of my bottom. Chrono got a body Lavos solo? No. We had Marl to help. Sadly, this is not Chrono Cross, where if you only have one person in your party, the enemies get 50% less HP.
Wait, that's a thing? Cool.
Yeah.
I totally second guessed that. Vulcan hit, you figure? First we'll do the flare to kill, but then flare to kill, but or kill Zala, but then like I don't know what a Falcon hit will actually do, but it should do a good chunk of damage. And it's fast.
Yeah.
That's
we take Chrono's stats and not Ayla's. So Confused is 75% of normal attack damage. So it might end up doing less damage. Confused is technically 3 times attack. It is one of the endings where you beat it straight from lean, but you also have Marl with you in the party. Woohoo!
We just gotta get to what, 10,000?
Yeah.
Long it. Oh. we can consistently kill this in, well, I think, I don't want to say, no, we'll be able to kill it on the next cycle regardless of what Luca does.
Yeah.
Not too shabby. So now that we've got through Black Tyrano lair, you're probably thinking, what are we gonna do? If you thought to yourself, we're gonna go and fight Lavos, by golly, you're so right. We're gonna go and fight Lavos again. But actually, so right now Ayla is stuck in our party, and I don't want her in my party because that means that Marl is not in my party. So what we can end up doing is there's a teleporter that we take, which it actually gets us back to where we want to be a little bit faster anyway. And as soon as you take that teleporter to 12,000 BC, she no longer becomes a required character.
This was an extremely nice find.
We didn't want to fight with her in the party.
No. Ayla's kind of like Frog. Just doesn't add much and slows things down a lot.
Even if she had Dino Tail, it wouldn't be much worth.
No. I'd feel like you'd spend more time reviving her.
I think in any percent you only revive her like, although I actually worked on a manipulation for that, which that one found that it has a bit of a sub window for the manipulation I had, which was kind of annoying.
Oh, that does sound like buns.
So like this either works out quite well or you have to do a little bit of damage control and then it works out okay. I can't believe Volt Bite, Flare actually worked as well as it did.
Yeah, honestly, to be surprised, I'm really shocked it did that much damage.
I looked at it, we're like, okay, yep, not asking any questions.
Especially if we're being like super low tier techs.
Yeah. So I originally thought you had to take the dactyls and go and do it right now, but that's when I was like, why don't if we just continue on a little bit more? Then I didn't even realize that if you go into this teleporter and then instantly go back, you just actually open up another spot in the end of time. For some reason I thought it brought you right back here until like later on.
Yeah, that's what I thought it did too. Learning. Alright, goodbye, Ayla. You have served us well. Hello, Marl.
Welcome back. And it's even right beside where we need to go.
But I thankfully also with this, the last two endings are insanely close to each other.
It's just travel time.
Yeah, it's just a lot of walking around in between.
Alright, Lavos. It's me again!
Welcome back, buddy. Alright, everyone. Get your guesses in chat. How much damage will the right arm be underkilled or extremely overkilled with? -8.
One of these times it's gonna be -8.
420, 161.
I thought that actually went down to the
999.
there.
420, 69, 69, 420. Ooh, large overkill.
If I was doing that sort of damage, we would be here. We wouldn't be here anymore.
Yep.
I just threw that ether on Luca or Marl just to make her feel better. I've literally never thrown one on her since, because her stuff just costs nothing.
Earl doesn't go through enough MP to warrant an ether.
Oh, he didn't get his turn. Oh, cool. Luca has just over 800 HP now. Small things in life. Yo, Shutouts to 649.
Lotto Max.
I'm assuming these boomerang things, they gotta be physical, right?
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna find out what's the number.
Oh, it's not looking good.
Still got his turn pretty quick there.
All right. So 257. So I guess
That's
that
quite
would
a bit more
mean,
than the last one.
yeah, that's almost 100 more, or that's 60 more than the last one.
I think that's from a Luca level up.
So Technomagus, congratulations, you have won. All right, now we have one more chance.
Chrono must have got another level up too because he has an extra 1 MP, which could actually be another.
Didn't you get that from the last level up?
I just remember him being at 11 at one point. I honestly don't know if it was the last one or not. I won't lie.
Yeah. I think it was like 3 Lavos fights ago.
It all kind of
kinda
merges.
They all blur together at this point in life. But you know what? Getting that extra HP doesn't, or the extra MP doesn't matter because Luca's still out.
Yeah. That's a kill. Bet you if I looked at it a little bit closer on like, maybe you have to like actually wait for the arm to do the heal, and then you go for the kill, and then you get the obstacle a little bit later, and you can skip the extra doom blaze, whatever. Then it comes down to it, is the wait worth it versus just going for it? And I mean, the animation's pretty long, but it depends on how long the wait is as well.
Yeah.
These are all the small little things that you think about when routing.
They're supposed to keep you up awake at night, but that's what YouTube's for.
Alright, what kind of Lavos do we get this time?
Come on, 2300 AD.
Just for
It's the only one we
sake.
haven't seen. Yeah. It's the only attack we haven't seen at this point. We've seen the slap, we've seen Heaven's Cry. Man, 65 mil is
It's the flavor of the
quite
day.
popular nowadays. It's actually starting to get boring.
Well, now that we know we... Okay, maybe I shouldn't say that we just live it. Like, oh yeah, we just live it now. It's like, whatever. Meanwhile, I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of forget that Marl, like, barely lives it.
I must say Luca's got quite a bit more HP, but Marl not so much.
So I went with the Luminaire there, because now the next time when they throw out an antidote, buddy in the middle dies.
Your levels right now, it's actually working out quite nicely because you're dealing a little over 6,000 damage.
Yeah. Which is,
Oh, wow.
honestly,
Not a bad time to respawn.
it kind of is. Well, just from this. Actually, they're shielded. Well, that,
Yeah.
where that... That's with the shield on, by the way.
Jesus. Marl, you need some defense. Alright, maybe let Zodiac cape.
The only part where it gets like hearts start counting is because Chrono goes a little bit quicker, so it's not like it's really 6,000 per. It's
Yeah.
kind of like 8,000 per 1.5 or something. But then you also have to do the elixir in there. Oh.
Aww.
That's the second time he's done it to me too. Thanks, buddy.
Don't worry, you're dealing a lot more damage this time than you did last time. Almost 3 times the amount.
Yeah. Oh, that was the last one.
That 40 damage from Confused definitely helped.
Silly me. Oh. No, not silly me. Optimal me.
GG's for number 11.
One more to go. Okay, how long does this one say take typically? Oh, about 17 minutes, give or take. I think, what do we actually... Oh, this is the profit one, isn't it?
Yes.
That is a very elaborate statue, by the way. With like the cape and everything. Homie spent a long time chiseling it out.
Oh yeah. He probably didn't want to get burned at the stake. Can it be neat to see an ending where Magus overthrows Zeal?
And then what? He just becomes... He gets to sit on Lavos' shoulder? You know what? We could be buddies now. The cat knows. Do you think if you come from... Like, if you live in a different time zone for a long time, your general smell changes?
Yes.
These are the things I think about during an all endings run.
Did you know traditional chilies don't have beans in them? What have I been doing with my life this whole time?
Ayla has been drinking way too much.
I think she might have a problem.
She might. Instead of like AA though, she just went and just beat up a bunch of dinosaurs and felt better. Okay, this part's always cool though, when he's like flying down the elevator. I like to think he's just cruising. Doing that thing where you're like just running down the wall.
Oh yeah.
Then we get another everyone having a party. Except Luca burning the house down.
I made bacon.
Oh, Frog isn't even here. I was like, imagine if Frog was here. I was like, Frog, we need you to put it out with some water. And he'd be like, I can't.
I never had the chance. I kind of wonder if we took like the 3 minutes to teach Frog magic back in like New Game, how far he would actually get with the amount we use them.
What's the next thing? Leap slash?
Yeah. It's like leap
Leap
slash
and then
water
heal,
too.
I think. He may learn heal.
I think even that's being ambitious.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how much it takes to learn leap slash. You get a lot or a decent amount through Magus' castle.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Okay, the final one. For real, for real. So the way to get like this ending, it's actually it's a little convoluted. We need to go and see Shala, open the sealed door, but if you go and level up your own pendant, you miss this ending. And that's literally the door over. So what you need to do is see Shala open it up, and then we just gotta yeet our way out of there, walk all the way back, and get our final ending. What about the PC only ending? I'm not gonna do it because I'm not on PC.
So SNES doesn't have the 13th ending.
That's why it's the DLC.
Yes. There has been a lot of talk about it during the run DH Storm, so it's pretty easy to probably get it confused.
Because we needed something to talk about while we go and fight Lavos yet again. Yeah. I think it says something about how good SNES looks just in general with like this and like even like FF6 and stuff when people are like, oh, I didn't even notice that this was the SNES thing. I'm like, because it looks so good still.
Yeah, the PC port with keeping the correct like pixel type art to me was a very good decision. Because like the aesthetic of the game also helps with a large chunk of the charm of the game.
Like
and like whatever they did for the...
They have like that high def thing, but all it does is it takes out the shadows basically.
Yeah, the 2x psi like remake filter. That just makes everyone look like stained glass figures.
So if we did the PCL endings, you can actually get that done in like 8.5 hours. With the extra ending, the game just goes that much faster.
Plus, like, you also have auto text and 50% speed up with auto battle. So like you'd end up just flying through a lot of the cutscene heavy or the text heavy parts.
Like even just the general 100% part of it is what now, like an hour?
Hour 20.
It can be about an hour 20 shorter.
Yeah. World record for SNES is 517, PC's 357.
I think it's 515.
Oh.
I wish it was 517. That means I'd only have 4 minutes to save instead of the 6 or whatever. Yeah, so we walked all the way up there so we could see that one little thing. Then we have to do this whole walk back. We tried to see if we could figure out a way around this, and haha, here we are.
I thought you were going the complete wrong way for a second. I would be like, don't go to Mount Woe.
It's an awkward walk.
It is.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, last fight.
For
Victory
real.
round. Also, everyone get your guesses in, because apparently it changes now from fight to fight. How much are we going to overkill by?
It just does what it wants at this point.
Closest without going over.
Apparently all of my text went back to the top. That was a little... Oh, probably because I took Ayla out. I feel like I see 998. I'm like, you know what? I don't even know if that's going to be wrong or not.
Yeah. You're like, that is kind of in the realm of possibilities.
Lavos shell has just become a formality.
It's just there to waste time. We no longer fear it.
Now we can do our heal up for the last time.
This is the last heal, the last ether usage.
Last time I have to walk through this corridor. The end is close.
The end is near. Freedom awaits. Repent, the end is nigh.
He's like, check out my opening move. And we're like, yeah, no, I know.
It was scary the first 2 times.
Wow, even Marlo got her turn before.
Oh man, what is that? What's Chrono got equipped? The sunshades?
Yep. try this a little differently here and sit on Chrono until the arm does Healy Boy. Which is basically instant. I wonder if I was missing that just by like ticks. And going just like a little too fast. Yeah, that is a much better ATB lineup.
Alright, overkilled by 246. So I guess Kaidi 3 is the winner of the last over-under. Thank you everyone for playing. It's been fun, been enjoyable. We've learned a lot of things about damage counting.
I think I bled a lot there, but we'll see.
Shut redemption to 12 more. No, please, for the love of God. Just let us be free.
Don't let me do it again! I feel like we're gonna see the lasers again, but... Oh, that only does 10 damage tomorrow, though. That's funny. You got the damage counting
rough,
on the last fight here?
Hmm?
Damage counting on the right bit?
246.
No. For when we get onto the...
You want me to?
Yeah, just so I kind of know when I can go for the shooty.
Okay.
And I'm not doing it when he still has like 10,000 HP or something.
One move. All right, he's close. Something like that's kind of rough because like you explain everything in the first playthrough, and then the second playthrough, you're like, I have 7 hours to fill.
Yeah.
Of really just nonsense.
So all that technical stuff out the window. All that story stuff I talked about still exists. Any questions?
Like, it's instead of like, this is a nightly routed about AI, it's just like, just go crit. World record for this is an 11:09:49 by Bdwed.
Which I'm currently almost 18 minutes ahead of. It's highly optimized.
Yes.
All right. Do we get the 2300 that Dine wants so badly?
No, it's gonna be 65 mil. It's one of those fights.
Like he's just gonna start smacking people around.
Oh, you're fine. I probably should have been minusing from 30k, but whatever.
You live these? You live these? That's the level up bonus, baby!
Oh! I do minus 30,000. Alright, I think I got myself in a good spot.
By my account, we've done about roughly 10,000. Well,
Yeah.
now it's gonna be. You know, I don't know why I didn't anticipate this. They're back!
It's not like it hasn't happened 7 of the 12 fights.
Well, there's another 2,000 on the bit that matters, I guess.
Alright, you're 15.5 at the moment.
Okay. Honestly, this should still actually go decently well.
11.2.
I don't know if she's been hit by this yet or not. Does nothing. Like 15.4?
You got 7,000 remaining.
Thing has 30,000 HP.
Yeah, you got 7,000 HP remaining.
Oh, okay.
You're at 5,100.
I don't know why I let that rip.
3,100. 3,100.
Hey!
1,000. Oh! So you overkilled by 90.
Yeah, when you said like the 1,100, like, I know that's one of the rolls we do. And we finish it with the wonder shot! So timer doesn't end until we get like a final, the end thing. I'll call it when it comes out, but that fight went quite well. I love how Marl takes that crying heaven to the face and is like, yeah, now what? But this is the best ending for a meme run. This isn't actually the ending yet. There's still time to go because the girls need to come into here and rank all the boys in the game. And then this is also when Chrono gets to talk a little bit. Here they're like, you know, Steel Runner, not bad, but probably really stinky inside that armor. Then they have these guys, and of course he looks really good, but I don't know, I think he'd be a little conceited. Oh yeah, Pierre is the older guy. Oh, speaking of stinky. Now, if no one, you have to take the man. You have to take the man. Cyrus is cool, but he's also dead.
Dead.
No one likes Toma. Toma is like the lock of this game. Except he actually knows how to steal. And then Chrono's like, what are you guys doing?
Kino is Marl's like infinitely great grandfather.
Yeah, it's a little weird. So time should be coming up on time. Oh, I didn't miss sub 1050 by much. And there you have it. Not only a new world record, but all the endings of Chrono Trigger's Super Nintendo. Fortunately, nothing really happens on this point, but that's it. We saw all 12. How do you feel after that?
It's finally over.
It's fun. We've killed him 12 times.
It's finally over.
The new game plus. I don't know what else to do. But thank you, really long thon, for having me in for today and yesterday. Both were a blast. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this this marathon. It's going on all week. That was world record. I'm also really, me and Dine are the only ones who ran it, and Dine did 2 runs and doesn't have VODs of either.
Yeah, my hard drive ate my VOD due to laziness of not uploading it.
So I think sub 1050 is possible, by the way. After that beginning.
I think you grab that magic tab, you could probably knock off, like those couple of magic tabs earlier, you could probably knock off another 2 or 3 minutes.
I'm pooped.
I'm kind of wiped.